signed. Assembly chamber, 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 signed. Assembly chamber. 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 Sound. Assembly chamber. Sound. Assembly chamber. Sound. Assembly chamber. Sound. Assembly chamber. Sound.
So Ms Joanne Bunting has been given leave to make a statement on Operation Canova, which fulfils the criteria set out in Standing Order 24. Other members who wish to be called should do so by rising in their places and continuing to do so. All members will have up to 3 minutes to speak on the subject. I would like to remind members that interventions are not permitted, and I will not take any points of order on this or any other matter until this item of business has finished. This is a matter of obvious public interest, but I would ask members to confine themselves to debating the findings of the Canova report and not any current legal proceedings. I call Joanne Bunting.
Thank you. 8 years, £40 million, 50,000 pages of evidence into 101 murders and abductions by the Provisional IRA, 35 files to the PPS and 0 prosecutions. That's the state of play in the Operation Canova interim report. It makes recommendations in respect of a range of criminal justice agencies, including the PPS and PONI, which will have implications for public confidence. But above all, it outlines the role of agents, the legitimate need for them, the importance of their work, the requirement for a degree of secrecy, and importantly, the extreme context in which they were operating at that time. I quote, "From a relatively peaceful country at the end of the 1960s, violence escalated rapidly to 472 people being killed in 1972. No police force in the world could have dealt with this level of murder. In 1983, Interpol data showed that Northern Ireland was the most dangerous place in the world to be a police officer. Mr. Boucher is frank, and there are some uncomfortable words for our state, but this report lays bare the workings of PARA, highlights the hypocrisy of their leaders, and makes clear that some of these behaviours continue into the present day. I will let the report speak for itself. Members of PARA's ISU were responsible for torture, inhumane and degrading treatment and murder, including of children, vulnerable adults, those with learning difficulties, and those who were entirely innocent of the claims made against them. A core part of the activities of the ISU included physical beatings with iron bars and hammers, and the shooting of victims in their legs, elbows, knees, or feet. We also have evidence that PARA took violent and punitive action against women and children in their family homes while detaining and torturing loved ones suspected of being agents. The ISU made some false promises that should they confess to assisting the security forces, it would stop mistreating them. Typically, PARA did not usually live up to its undertakings and executed many of those who made admissions in a vain attempt to stay alive. Some of the PARA senior leadership who commissioned the ISU would later be active in seeking fairness and human rights protections. There is a stark contrast between their public position and the wanton use of torture and murder against people from their community who were often innocent of the accusations made against them. We must keep a sense of perspective. Republican terrorists were responsible for 60% of the overall Troubles killings, Loyalists for 30%, and the security forces for 10%. Not that the inquiries would convey that. To conclude, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, the interim report is unequivocal that PARA's actions were the most shameful and evil I encountered, and it is clear that Republican leadership should acknowledge and accept these crimes were wrong and apologise to the victims and families of those tortured and murdered. My final paragraph.
Sorry, your time's up.
Thank you.
Thank you, Joanne. I call on Linda Dillon.
After the publication of the interim report of the Canova investigation, my thoughts are first and foremost with all of the families whose loved ones were killed, without exception, and whose loss and hurt continues to this day. Our painful history of conflict has a deep legacy of suffering and trauma in our society. That trauma and suffering has affected every section of our community. We have an urgent responsibility to recognise and acknowledge the hurt that the families feel, and to help all those affected to heal. Let me be very clear in saying that we as a party are wholeheartedly committed to healing the wounds of the past and playing our part in whatever way we can. Thankfully, we have been able to build a successful peace process in Ireland, and that has become a model for other areas of conflict across the globe. And whilst acknowledging this does not remove the pain for any family who continue to grieve the person that they love, when we look at the horrors unfolding in other parts of the world, we are fortunate that we can now say with confidence that the conflict here is part of our history, it is not part of our present, and it can never be part of our future.
Thank you, Linda. I call Nuala McAllister.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. Friday saw the publication of the interim report from Operation Canova, and first and foremost I want to pay tribute to the bereaved families and surviving victims. It has been a long and difficult journey for them towards seeking the truth about what happened to their loved ones, and I hope that this is another step towards that truth. The interim report is a harrowing reminder of the abhorrent actions of the IRA, both to those that they killed and the families they left behind, and a diamond indictment of the state's handling of agents, with the report stating clearly that Steak Knife, who we all know and believe to be Freddie Scappaticci, cost more lives than he saved. This is a damning indictment of how security service ran agents during the Troubles. Saving lives must and should have been paramount. This report also underlines the folly of the UK Government's approach to legacy. Operation Canova shows that legacy investigations can be conducted successfully with new information and evidence uncovered, and comfort and clarity given to families and surviving victims. Rather than running roughshod over victims and their families, We need to return to the victim-centred approach laid out in the Stormont House Agreement. Whilst we know there will be no prosecutions in this case, it has proven that it is possible to enable Article 2 compliant investigations which allow families the opportunity to pursue prosecutions where possible. To remove the possibility of truth and justice from families is beyond contempt. I would also like to pay tribute to John Boucher and his team for how they have carried out their investigation thus far. This has been an example of how to ensure a process is carried out with the interest of victims at the heart. I hope that the publication of the final report brings closure to some of the families, because we all know that what they want may differ. And we hope that the UK Government and Republican leadership will consider the recommendations in full. Thank you.
Thank you, Nuala. I call Mike Nesbitt.
Thank you very much. I declare my membership of the Policing Board, who obviously have an ongoing interest in Operation Canova, and will in due course seek to discuss the findings with Mr Boucher and others when we have had time to properly analyse what is a 200-page report. The fact it is such a detailed report, of course, brings into focus the fact that there are many victims and many families who will never see such detailed investigation into their cases, and I say that without any disrespect to those who are the subject of the investigation of Operation Canova. But it does seem to me that when we deal with legacy, we focus almost exclusively on lost lives and the impact of those lost lives, whereas we should equally be thinking about the lost opportunities of the living victims and survivors of the conflict, because they have lost opportunities in education and employment, in family life and social inclusion, in the whole 9 yards of adult social interaction. It is our contention in the Ulster Unionist Party, nobody needed to die to get to where we are today, and yet over 3,500 people did lose their lives. And like others from this House, I will be in Washington later this week to mark St. Patrick's Day. And it seems to me it's often important to put into context the loss of 3,500 lives, because in America they lost 3,000 in a single day, the day they call 9/11. But if you scale up our level of violence on a pro rata basis, per capita, the loss of life in America would have been 700,000. 12 times the number of Americans who died in Vietnam, their worst conflict since the Second World War. It should also be noted that the police and the security forces woke up every day with the intent of putting themselves in harm's way to protect society. The Provisional IRA woke up to harm. And they caused incredible harm. Some of the worst cases of human rights abuses you can imagine. Sexual crime, child abuse, abducting, torturing, killing people and then hiding their bodies, the so-called disappeared. No warning car bombs in our villages, towns and cities. And the list goes on and on. I note the interim report calls for apologies. I don't think an apology cuts it, Principal Deputy Speaker. As party leader at Hass O'Sullivan and Stormont House, I called for acknowledgement statements from all parties. And I think we should all acknowledge that nobody's hands are clean. And I think that is the only proper start to dealing with our legacy.
Thank you, Mike. I call Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Canova report is shocking, but it is also specific. It is specific in deconstructing the grotesque web of deceit, torture and murder which was facilitated by both the British state and the Provisional IRA. My words will fall short of the horrifying details contained in the Canova report authored by John Boucher. But before I go on to list some of what was said in that report, I want first of all to pay tribute to the families, many of whom have not been able to speak publicly yet because many of them still live with the shame and stigma they feel from having their loved ones branded touts, informers, having the deaths of their loved ones treated as something shameful or something to be held in secret. My thoughts are with them today, and I hope that this report brings them some measure of closure. But to be clear about what Canova says, steak knife, it has been claimed repeatedly by those in the state and elsewhere who defended what they did, just as they defended collusion with loyalist paramilitaries, said the steak knife, quote, to quote Canova, saved countless lives. He did not. This is a grotesque indictment of the state's dirty war on this island and their handling of agents. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, the response of the UK Government to simply gloss over this, to not even engage with the detail of the interim report, let alone offer the apology that John Boucher asked for, is utterly unacceptable and offensive to the families and offensive to the rest of us in this society. A pathetic indictment of this current UK Government and its shabby approach to legacy. But it isn't just the state, it is also the provisional IRA and its campaign of, in many cases, profound and disgusting human rights violations. The Canova report says that the senior members of the Republican movement who allowed these events were themselves as likely to have assisted the security forces. It says the senior IRA persons that they interviewed remained dismissive, defiant and unrepentant. It is important when we discuss these things that not simply that we say that we regret all the deaths of the past, that we regret all the horror of what happened, that we are specific, whether that is the state or paramilitary actors. No apology can be taken seriously unless it is both sincere and specific, and that is no less than the victims of our troubles deserve. I don't want to spend all our time in this chamber or anywhere else talking about the past, but we can't pretend that we can move on to a better future without being serious about the past, what happened, the specific details, what went wrong, and how we can prevent it from happening in the future. And I look forward to the final report from the Canova inquiry. Thank you.
Thank you. Matthew, I call Jim Mallister.
The vast plethora of words in the Canova report must not blur the fundamental reality that it was IRA bullets in the backs of the head of every victim mentioned in this report. It was the IRA that decided these people would be put to death, executed in their terms. And there is no escaping, nor should there be any obfuscation of that reality, nor any attempt to spread the blame by some sort of phony equivalence. It was the IRA, through Scapacini, who they took in. He may then have taken them in, but it was his bullets, his henchmen's bullets, which delivered these multiple dead bodies. And it comes nowhere close to being enough to say, as the First Minister has said, she is sorry for all deaths. That's not the question. The question is, was it wrong? Was it wrong for the IRA to murder not just these people, but all those that they murdered? Weasel words which evade that question are quite appalling. And that's what we've had. We've had it here again today. We had the Sinn Féin speaker saying they want to heal wounds, but never answering the question, was it right to cause those wounds? That is the question for which there must be an apology. The causing of the wounds, the execution of the murders, were those wrong? That's the question I yet wait to hear an answer from Sinn Féin. And until we do get an answer to that, then this is all just so much hypocrisy and failure and attempt to divert attention from the core issue. Terrorists chose to be terrorists. And when they chose to act as terrorists in murdering their own or anyone else, there can be no justification for that. So why is it that Sinn Féin to this very day will not face up to that and tell us whether or not it was wrong for the murders that their IRA committed?
Thank you, Mr. Oster. I call Jerry Carroll.
At the outset, I want to pay tribute to all the victims and campaigners and those who relentlessly never gave up the fight to get justice and truth for their families and loved ones. The families of the victims of state violence who never gave up the fight to expose the British state's crimes in its dirty war also deserve mention specifically today, because that's what Steak Knife was about. That's who he was. An agent who was invaluable to the British establishment, and they were more concerned about infiltration than protecting lives. Collusion with paramilitary death squads and state-sponsored murders like Steak Knife was never about saving lives. It was always about defending the political, economic and military aims of the British establishment. The Canova report, Deputy Speaker, is welcome in some parts, but falls far short of what should really happen to those up to their necks in committing state terrorism. Importantly, it dispels the myth that Steak Knife protected more lives than he took, which is the cornerstone myth put out there by those who lavishly repeat unapologetically the lies of the British establishment. However, the report disgracefully maintains the state agents saved lives in the north. They didn't, and that narrative needs to be challenged and done away with. The British state must own up to the fact that it sanctioned murder for its own nefarious ends. And it wasn't just agents, it was those who paid them and those who gave them political cover. The state's rotten apple theory is a deliberate lie intended to justify state murder. It is deeply unfortunate, Deputy Speaker, that the Canova report repeats this lie. The people of the north who suffered the brutal impact of these policies have always been viewed as collateral damage. As the years go on and investigations take place, the hidden hand of the state has been increasingly exposed in countless atrocities here. The absurdity, Deputy Speaker, of British democracy is this: you can be prosecuted or jailed for organising or attending a peaceful protest, but if you're an agent up to your neck in sanctioning and committing murder, you will be protected, you will be supported, and you'll get off scot-free. What a shame, what a disgrace. The refusal to prosecute Steak Knife and other state proxies shows that the British government is determined to cover up its crimes here in Ireland. And not only does it owe Steak Knife's victims an apology, it owes them the truth and justice for the loss of their loved ones. Families must be afforded proper investigations without interference from the British government and the shadowy forces in both the PSNI and the MI5, and the heads of the British state, including those at the top of its military and intelligence services who sanctioned and covered up state murder, should be in the dock.
Thank you. The next item on the order paper is member statements. If members wish to be called to make a statement, they should do so by rising in their places. Those members who are called will have up to 3 minutes to make their statement, and I remind members that interventions are not permitted and I will not also take any points of order on this or any other matter until the item of business has finished. I call on Deirdre Hargay.
Thanks very much to that, and I just rise to make a statement on recent displays of hate within our communities that we have seen over the last week and few weeks. And again, it's just to reiterate in this chamber that hate crime should have no place within our communities or indeed across our society. Recent displays are concerning where hate has been on show, and we have seen that in recent sectarian and racist displays in Newton Abbey on a social housing site which is there to provide 111 new homes for those who are in need, and indeed racist displays in South Belfast as well. And again, all of these acts must be challenged, firstly by us, elected representatives who have been elected by our local communities to represent them and their interests. But importantly, they also must be robustly challenged by the agencies who are there to uphold the law. People should be free to live free from harassment, intimidation and hate expression. And there must be more robust action from the PSNI in this matter. When the vast majority of cases end in no prosecution or even a warning, this indeed feeds into the fear by those impacted by such displays. Therefore, a proactive and visible approach in challenging this behaviour and importantly holding those to account. We also need to see more robust hate crime legislation with enhanced protections and, importantly, statutory definitions, be it hate on the basis of racist or sectarian nature, on disability or sexual orientation. We all must work together to enhance the legislation and to challenge this scourge where it raises its head. Gor míle maith.
Thank you, Deirdre. I call Harry Harvey.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This morning I rise to speak in relation to the dreadful fire at Conway Square, Newton Ards on Friday morning, when sadly Coroner's shoe shop was totally destroyed. Coroner's has been in Newton Ards for many years and employs many local people. The staff have worked there for many years and as a result knew a lot of the regular customers personally, and I would like to offer my support to all those affected. Adjoining businesses have also been affected and have had to remain closed at present until the damage is assessed, and I know they will open as soon as is safe and possible to them. I also offer my support. The community spirit of Newton Ards has been very much evident and appreciated, and local people and business owners have rallied round those affected. I encourage where possible that we continue to support these local businesses in the difficult days. I would also like to thank the outstanding and efficient manner that the emergency services dealt with this potentially disastrous situation. The first fire crews arrived 8 minutes after the initial call around 6:30 a.m. on Friday morning. Due to the tireless efforts of the firefighters, the fire was brought under control, which prevented it spreading to other adjoining properties. I'd also like to thank the PSNI for their role in the operation in Newton Ards on Friday. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Harry, could I call David Honeyford, please?
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. I want to congratulate Lisburn Rugby Club on winning the qualifying league just on Saturday with a bonus point win over Strabane with a match to go, which is a brilliant achievement for them. I wouldn't probably be standing in this chamber if it wasn't for starting out in Lisburn Rugby Club back when my son was in the mini section, and my journey into politics came from working in the community in Lagan Valley and bringing communities together there. The rugby club in Lisburn is going really strong. It's a really successful women's and ladies team as well, which continues to thrive, and I've been working with them to help with funding for development of their facilities to be able to create new gym and changing rooms. And it's an absolute pleasure to be able to work with them. But today I simply want to congratulate the club as a whole and the coaching staff that are there, the volunteers that are behind. As everybody will know on sporting clubs, the amount of time that goes in and effort from volunteers to run the club. But especially today, just to congratulate the players on that achievement of winning that league, and I wish them all the best in seasons ahead. Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. I call Doug Beattie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We often talk about helping those who suffer from mental health injuries, that it should be treated no different from physical injuries. We also often say we must support those who protected us through the years. But the reality is, when it is a difficult issue, we seem to turn our backs on it. Therefore, I want to raise an issue that was first raised by my colleague Mike Nesbitt last week. A group of former RUC PSNI officers who were injured on duty are fighting to have their injury on duty pensions award dated from the day they left service on retirement. These are men, at the minute it's men, but it can clearly affect women. These are men who were unable through injury to complete their service. Their injury happened while they were in service, but their diagnosis, because it was a mental health injury, happened a number of years later. This is what happens with psychological injuries. They do not manifest itself at the time. Their effects are not immediate. However, it was an injury as a result of their service. At present, a qualified doctor, specialist medical practitioner, does diagnose the injury on duty, but they then go on to give an award and a start date. That should never be the case. The qualified person should simply make a determination that the person was injured on duty. From that moment, and this is the important part, the regulation should then kick in, and the regulation clearly states that the award should be from the day they left service on retirement. A judge has already agreed this point, yet the policing board have ignored that judgment. This has now moved towards the courts yet again, and it didn't need to be. All we need is to address the issue through the regulations that govern injured on duty. The suffering of these police officers has been compounded by the failure of the board, and the Justice Minister must act to rectify this. It cannot continue, and a review of the workings of the policing board, as called for by my colleague Mike Nesbitt, needs to put this right. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Doug. I call Colin McGrath.
Principal Deputy Speaker, and I rise today to support the many tireless and committed volunteers that work across our communities to deliver sporting and athletic events. And I want to pay special tribute to the volunteers and indeed the participants that took part in the Jimmy's 10K yesterday in Downpatrick. It's a race that was won in a truly remarkable time by young Robbie Hagan, who is a former youth centre member that I worked in, who managed to get round the 10K in about 30 minutes, and it certainly makes my 32-minute 5K look like it's not very special at all. But also then Catherine O'Connor of Eastdown Athletics Club, Ollie Hanna and Cormac Lehany, who won the relay race, and then Newcastle AC and Ballydrain Harriers, who won the male and female team prizes. I have a particular affinity to this event. The event is named after my godfather, who passed away a number of years ago, but helped to deliver many athletic programmes in that club. And now this event is held annually and attracts up to 1,500 people into the town of Downpatrick as part of the St Patrick's Day celebrations. St Patrick's Day being celebrated, of course, this weekend, this Sunday, and Downpatrick will be the centre for all of those activities. Events like these, I think, do showcase and show how we can bring together the volunteers in our society, in our communities. They put in the hard work, often unrecognised, and deliver events like this that are very slick and very professional. And of course, we have in my constituency of South Down approaching the Irish Open, which is at one end of the scale that has lots of funding, lots of work that goes in there by the clubs and the members there. But this is the volunteers that work in athletics clubs right across the north and who deliver this within my area. There is so much goodwill from the people there and attracting large numbers into our towns such as Downpatrick that I think it's important that we recognise the contribution that these volunteers make. So I pay tribute to everyone at Eastdown Athletics Club, those who participated and supported Jimmy's 10K yesterday. And as I say, mostly I want to highlight those tireless volunteers who, without them, events like these just wouldn't take place. Thank you.
Thank you. Call Linda Dillon.
Good privilege, Cancorlia. I rise today to speak again on an issue that has been raised in this chamber far too many times. Another life lost on the A5 road. As many of you will be aware, Caolan Devlin from the Bogside Ahamon, Coal Island, was killed on Tuesday evening on this road. Caolan has left behind his mummy Margaret, his father Gerard and his only brother Niall. They have been left devastated by the loss of their son and brother. And I want to pay a tribute to the community of Coal Island and the wider community, and in particularly the GAA community, who have given great support at this time to Caolan's family. And they told me in their home how much this meant to them and how much they appreciated it, and how much it showed them how much Caolan was loved. We all know that the upgrade to the A5 should have happened many years ago, but no one knows it quite so acutely as the families of the over 50 men, women and children who have lost their lives on this road since 2006. These families will never get over their loss. Caolan is never coming home again. He is never lifting a hurl for his beloved Niamh Colmkill hurling club, and our community has been robbed of, in the words of his hurling club, a humble gentleman and a beautiful personality. The A5 is a vital infrastructure project and a flagship project for the Executive. This long-anticipated upgrade would put in place 85 kilometres of dual carriageway from the south of Derry at new buildings to Auchnacloy in County Tyrone. The A5 upgrade would save lives. It will be no good to the families like the Devlins because nothing can bring back their beautiful boy. But let's move on with this project. Make sure no more families are left with a gap in their hearts that can never be filled. I know the Minister raised concerns again last week, that there may be further legal challenges that could cause further delays to the road. And I am using this statement today to appeal to those who have caused countless delays through their judicial reviews. Please stop. Let us see the work carried out so that Caelan and so many like him will leave a legacy. They will leave a safer road to travel. And I think in particular of Caelan's brother Niall, who plays for Tyrone and will have to travel that road on an almost daily basis to train for his county. I want to finish by saying that I am sure all of our thoughts and prayers are with George, with Margaret and with Niall and the wider family circle and all the friends who hold Caelan dearly in their hearts.
Thank you, Linda. I call Philip Brett.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, and I rise to congratulate an organisation based in my constituency on a recent funding award. Formed in 2018 by Brian Kerr and Karen Kerr, the Listening Ear project based in Rathcoole has helped hundreds, if not thousands, of families. Just last week, the National Lottery Community Fund awarded that organisation an additional £199,000 to enable them to carry out and to continue their vital work. This work's focused on improving mental health, tackling addiction, developing our community infrastructure and empowering the next generation of community leaders. I want to take this opportunity to congratulate the organisation in securing that vital funding and for the work they have done in recent years. I want to put on record my thanks to Karen, Samantha, Jacqueline, to Catherine and also to William and all volunteers and those involved with the organisation. Listening Ear has been a fantastic asset to the North Belfast community and I look forward to working with them over the next 3 years to successfully deliver even more for the people of North Belfast.
Thank you. Can I call Steve Aiken, please?
Thank you, Deputy Principal Deputy Speaker. 2 weeks ago I rose to raise the issue of Regulation EU 223/2411. Sounds very exciting, but it isn't. The geographical indication protection for crafted industrial products. However, this is an applicability motion, which is to remind members it is the view of the European Commission that this regulation should be added to the Windsor framework and therefore has to be voted for by the Assembly on a cross-community consent vote. In the explanatory memorandum, it states that while in practice the United Kingdom Government expects the implications on GB/NI may be limited, in principle, these could have implications for the movements of goods from GB to NI. It's very obvious that a degree of scrutiny on this legislation should be taking place, as I believe few members will be willing, in the light of recommendations of the RHI inquiry amongst others, that being incurious about legislative change doesn't make sure that we have good legislation. In fact, it means the exact opposite. Putting barriers, even seemingly limited ones, in our internal UK trade should be a matter of concern to us all. We have had no opportunity to scrutinise this potential legislative change. A further concern is that the fact that the First Minister and Deputy First Minister acting jointly were supposed to table an applicably motion for the new EU Act within a period of 2 weeks beginning from the day of notification, which was the 21st of February 24. That date has now passed, and we are now relying on another member to bring this motion forward, which must be done by the 19th of this month. Yet still no scrutiny has been done. Principal Deputy Speaker, for the first outing of the Windsor Framework legislation, this is very far from an ideal start. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. I call Paul Frew. Oh, sorry, I call Aisling Riley. Sorry, and then Paul, you're after that. Sorry.
And I just want to say a few words on the fantastic news that Cillian Murphy has claimed one of the most iconic awards on the world stage last night when he picked up an Oscar. And he was awarded the prestigious Oscar for Best Actor. And this achievement not only honours his remarkable talent, but also signifies a triumph for the arts here in Ireland, because he is the first person born in Ireland to win this award. Cillian's journey to this pinnacle of success serves as an inspiration to the countless young people across the entire country. The dedication, perseverance and unwavering commitment to his craft remind us all that with hard work and determination anything is possible, and that nothing is out of your reach, not even an Oscar. Cillian Murphy's Oscar win also highlights the vital role that the arts play in our economy and society. Beyond mere entertainment, the arts industry contributes significantly to economic growth, job creation and cultural enrichment. It serves as a powerful medium for expressing our collective experiences, fostering empathy and sparking important conversations about the world that we live in, and it also allows us all to tell our stories. Cillian's success reminds us of the immense value of investing in the arts, not only for economic impact, but also for the ability to inspire, challenge and unite us as a society. But what truly sets Cillian apart is his humility and down-to-earth nature. Despite reaching the highest echelons of fame and acclaim, he remains grounded in his roots, embodying the spirit of the Irish people. We couldn't be prouder of him, not just for his extraordinary talent, but for the genuine and humble man that he is. And it was also lovely to hear a couple of focal Gaelic in Hollywood too. So here's to Cillian Murphy, an inspiration to us all and a shining beacon of talent, humility and Irish pride. Maith far.
Gormelgad Aisling, definitely called Paul Free.
Thank you, Speaker, and you've left the best to last. I just know it, Speaker. And it was great to see so many young people, school children, in this chamber, in the gallery of late there, and they're just left. Because I want to talk about chronic school absence. From September 2017 to June 2018, we see that 1,731 pupils had an absence level of 50% or greater from school. 523 of those pupils missed over 80% of school. That was in September 2017 to 2018. But look what happens with lockdown philosophy. Absence levels for pupils from September 2021 to June 2022 shows that 4,145 pupils had an absence level of 50% or greater. 4,145 compared to 1,731. 1,280 of those pupils missed over 80% of school. It's vitally important, Speaker, that we get these numbers on record. But that doesn't show the full picture, Speaker, because look at the absence levels for people who miss a lesser degree of school. In 2018-19, 23.6% of pupils had at-risk attendance, which is 5% or more from school. In 2022-23, that figure rose from 23% to 29%. Of pupils suffering from chronic attendance, which is 10% or more, in 2018-19 it was 11.8%, and in 22-23 that rose to 19.3%. But for people suffering severe chronic attendance, which is 20% absence or more, which is still a sufficient number of missed school, in 2017-18, 2018-19, that was 4% of pupils. In 2022-23, that percentage was 8.7. Each one of these measures, Speaker, doubles at least. We sacrificed our children's education and their development for a stay-at-home message, and it is utterly shameful. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. I call Justin McNulty.
I'd like to offer hearty coharges to a proud Irishman, Cillian Murphy, who has become the first Irish-born winner of the Best Actor Award for his role as Oppenheimer. It was incredibly positive for Cillian to dedicate his Oscar to peacemakers everywhere. Closer to home, I received an email last night from Declan McConaughey around the New Point Players from Newry with their production of The Shadow of the Glen, John Millington Synge's play reimagined by Sean Traynor. They have become the first group to qualify for the 2024 RTE All-Ireland Drama Festival final. After Saturday night's results, the New Point players have won 3 festivals: Tubbercurry, Ballymoney, Castleblaney, and took home all of the following awards: 3 by Best Actor and Decor, or Best Set and Decor by Tom Carville, Best Lighting by Declan McConaughey, 2 by Best Supporting Actress Frances Morgan, Best Supporting Actor Mickey Brannigan, Best Supporting Actor Laurie Hodgett, 2 by Best Actors Mickey Brannigan, 2 by Best Actresses Pauline Lynch, 3 by Most Imaginative Ambitious Production Best Irish Dialect Award, Special Awards for Costume and Masks by Alison Rogers and Bertie McParland, 2 by Best Directors for Sean Joseph Traynor. The late Sean Hollywood would be proud. He was the director of the New Point Players. He was also a founding member of RSDLP. And the proud Down and Ulster Gael, having played hurling for Down and Ulster. His niece, Derry Finn, proudly follows in Sean's pathway as a New Point player and as elected representative for the SDLP in Newry Moor and Down Council. If anybody wants to see the Shadow of the Glen play, in the Shadow of the Glen, the play is running on the 21st of March in this year's 70th anniversary of the Newry Drama Festival, commencing on the 18th of March, running to the 23rd of March. I encourage everyone to attend.
Thank you, Justin Nicole Sorka Eastwood.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. I wanted to take a moment today to highlight the issue of stem cell donation. Yet another family has been impacted by blood cancer and is calling on the public for help. Tracy McKenna is a mum of 2 from Omagh who has acute myeloid leukemia. Whilst a lot of research has been done into certain types of lymphomas and leukemias, far too many of them remain hard to treat and have very little treatment options. Faced with a relapse, Tracy needs a stem cell transplant to try and have a second chance at life. Registration drives to join the Stem Cell Donation Register are being held on the 15th and 16th of March in Belfast at City Hall and Royal Avenue. If you cannot attend, you can also sign up to DKMS or Anthony Lonan online. 3 people a day are diagnosed with blood cancer in the north, and it remains the UK's 3rd biggest killer. But that leaves me with the question about awareness, not only of blood cancer, but also the issue of highlighting the need for stem cell donation. I think of families like that of Bobby Brown from Camla, Daniel Greer from Newry, and countless others, far too many for me to name. I also think of Sean Smith, the father of Emer Smith, who said to me, "I think back now and I think of the amount of time we spent out tramping the streets, organising swab drives and stem cell donation events, trying to get donations for Emer. And I think back and I think to myself, that was time we should have had with her. It was precious time that we lost with her." And he's absolutely right. So, Principal Deputy Speaker, this is about highlighting awareness of stem cell donation, but it is also about asking for more. Asking for more to be done to ensure that there are better public information campaigns about blood cancer and stem cell donation to support families and those who want to donate. But it also leads me to think that although certain types of blood cancer are rare subtypes, blood cancer itself is most certainly not rare. We need to do much more to support patients, families, and those who care for them. We must see that reflected in our public health campaigns, and I call today on the Health Minister to make the awareness of blood cancer and stem cell donation a priority. Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Saoirse. Call Jerry Carroll.
Deputy Speaker, in a few days' time, people will celebrate St Paddy's Day with crack and cawl, but this year there's a real sinister edge which needs to be challenged and called out. We have a man with the biggest arsenal of weapons in human history behind him, trying to use his lineage, his family history, to give himself a by ball for the carnage and slaughter he has supported for the last 6 months. That man's name is Joe Biden. It's crystal clear that without the checks, the tanks, the fighter jets sent by the US, 30,000 Palestinians would still be alive today. And Deputy Speaker, I'm making a final call to all party leaders here, but especially Mary Lou MacDonald and Michelle O'Neill. Don't help facilitate and rehabilitate Genocide Joe. Give him the cold shoulder that he deserves this Paddy's Day. That man doesn't deserve a bowl of shamrocks. He deserves to be in The Hague and trialled for his support for war crimes and genocide on Palestinian people. Deputy Speaker, across this island, people have spoken against Joe Biden and his actions. At least 20,000 people have signed a petition demanding parties refuse to go to Washington to shake his hand, to get a selfie, and I'm repeating that call here today. Tens of thousands have marched across this island to call out Genocide Joe and the state's actions. Thousands are likely to be out in Belfast again this weekend. It's worth repeating, the violence didn't start on October 7th, 2023. Violence has been ongoing since 1948 and even in the 1920s with the British Mandate. There's been theft of land, there's been ethnic cleansing, there's been slaughter on a day and daily basis. There's been many October 7ths every year for Palestinian people. So this Paddy's Day, people should refuse to go to the White House, should refuse to shake the hand of Joe Biden. Instead, they should say Free Palestine this Paddy's Day. Thank you.
Call Gary Middleton.
Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, this afternoon I want to just take some time to recognise today, Commonwealth Day, on what marks its 75th anniversary. The Commonwealth is an association made up of 56 member states with a combined population of 2.5 billion citizens, almost a third of the world's people. This unique association of 56 independent and equal member countries has evolved into a diverse and vibrant community of nations united by shared values and a common purpose. Over the past 75 years, the Commonwealth has played a pivotal role in promoting global cooperation and development. It has fostered dialogue and understanding, it has bridged divides and provided a platform for communities to work together on issues of mutual concern. In a world characterised by increasing interconnectedness and interdependence, the Commonwealth remains a vital force for unity and collaboration. It provides a space for countries to engage in constructive dialogue, build consensus and address global challenges collectively. The Commonwealth members are bound by a shared commitment to democracy, human rights and the rule of law. These values have served as a beacon of hope and inspiration for countless people around the world. His Majesty the King, as head of the Commonwealth, has pledged to continue to serve to the best of his ability. And indeed, this afternoon there will be a special service at Westminster Abbey to mark this very special occasion. Of course, we continue to pray for His Majesty the King and the Princess of Wales as they continue to recover from their illnesses. The Commonwealth going forward will no doubt play a leading role in shaping a more just and equitable and prosperous future for all. On this 75th anniversary, let us reaffirm our commitment to the Commonwealth and its noble ideals. Let us work together to build a brighter future for our citizens, where a future of peace and prosperity and dignity prevail. Long live the Commonwealth. Thank you, prisoners.
Thank you. So the time for member statements is now up. Stephen Dunn has sought leave to present a public petition in accordance with Standing Order 22. The member will have up to 3 minutes to speak. I call Stephen Dunn.
Principal Deputy Speaker, I rise today as a local MLA for North Down to present a petition of 2,689 signatures from across the local community, which demonstrates the affection and support for keeping the doors open at the Ballycopeland Windmill and Cafe, which is such a landmark indeed within Malile and the surrounding area. The Ballycopeland Windmill was built in fields outside Malile between 1790 and 1813, well over 200 years ago, when this part of County Down was known as Little Holland because of the amount of windmills within the local area. The windmill is a very important part of our local history and heritage, and it is one of the very few remaining windmills across the whole island of Ireland, with its original working mechanism still in place, and indeed it milled produce for both animals and people to eat right up until 1915. After much lobbying for restoration from right across the local community, the Ballycopeland Windmill reopened in June 2022, following an investment of £1.7 million from the Department for Communities, Department of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs, and indeed Ards and North Down Borough Council, who all work constructively together to deliver this transformation and revitalisation project of the windmill itself, as well as the kiln room, Miller's Cottage, complete with an interactive visitor experience, which is enjoyed by many, many visitors from right across Northern Ireland and indeed beyond, and it really has brought a real boost to the village and surrounding area. The Windmill and Cafe has welcomed many visitors since its opening, and the Ability Cafe has provided real employment opportunities for many local young people with disabilities. Earlier this year, unfortunately, these staff were advised that their employment will cease at the end of March 24, which has understandably sparked concern around the future of the cafe and the site. This petition, which has been signed by 2,689 people, demonstrates the strength of feeling from across the local area and beyond to retain a cafe facility at this famous windmill. And I would like to thank those who have organised this petition, including Jacqueline Adeoye, Joe Scott from the Malile Community Association, Kay Boyle from the Health and Wellbeing Group, as well as the work of local councillors Robert Adair, David Kerr, Nigel Edmond and former councillor Eddie Thompson, who has campaigned in support of the windmill for many, many years. Malile needs further investment, and I trust that this well-supported petition today will play a part in securing the future of the Ballycopeland Windmill and Cafe, which is such a wonderful tourist attraction and amenity, filled with such a rich history and heritage, with so much potential for further growth in the future. Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Stephen. So I invite you to approach the table and present your petition. Thank you, Stephen. So, Stephen, just to let you know, I'll forward the petition to the Minister for Communities, and I'll also send a copy to the committee. Thank you. Would members just take their ease for a few minutes to change the top table?
Members, the next item of business is a motion to appoint trustees of the Assembly Members' Pension Scheme. Clerk, please read the motion.
That the following members are appointed as trustees of the Assembly Members' Pension Scheme in accordance with the scheme rules: Mrs Ciara Ferguson, Mr Trevor Clark, Mr Stuart Dixon, Dr Stephen Aiken and Mr Mark Durkin.
Thank you. I call Robbie Butler to move the motion on behalf of the Assembly Commission.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I move the motion.
The question is that the motion standing on the order paper in the name of the Assembly Commission be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The next item of business is a motion on committee membership. Clerk, please read the motion.
That Ms Kate Nicholl replace Ms Sian Mulholland as a member of the Assembly and Executive Review Committee.
Thank you. I call Nuala McAllister to move the motion.
Moved.
Thank you. The question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The next item of business is a motion to approve a statutory rule. I will ask the clerk to read the motion.
That the Coronavirus Act 2020, extension of provisions relating to live links for courts and tribunals, No. 2 Order, Northern Ireland 2023, be approved.
And I call the Minister of Justice to move the motion. Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed that there should be no time limit on this debate. I call the Minister to open the debate on the motion.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And I'm seeking in today's debate for the Assembly's approval for the Coronavirus Act 2020, extension of provisions relating to live links for courts and tribunals No. 2 Order Northern Ireland 2023, SR 2023 No. 138. The motion is that this order would be approved. 2 years ago, I moved a similar motion for approval on the 1st of March 2022. On that day, I did not anticipate we would have no opportunity in the intervening period to bring forward alternative legislation within an Assembly bill. It remains my intention, and indeed my strong preference, to make new primary provision for the use of live links for this jurisdiction through the Assembly, and I plan to do so using the first bill my department plans to introduce to the Assembly. The Modernisation of Justice Bill will be introduced in the coming months, and with support from this Assembly, we would anticipate alternative live links provisions will be in force by 2026. In the interim, we are compelled to rely on these provisions as a temporary measure. Article 2 of this order extends the provisions allowing courts and statutory tribunals in Northern Ireland to receive evidence, wholly or in part, using audio or video conferencing systems, but primarily video. These systems are commonly referred to as live links. They facilitate the wider provision of remote evidence, as well as disposing of mentions or hearings which can include matters such as first appearances and bail applications. This extension, covering the period from September 2023 to March 2024, was to allow us to maintain access to provisions that have proved to be an essential element of the toolkit for addressing the backlog of cases that accrued during the pandemic. I fully understand why some members are concerned about it continuing to rely on the Coronavirus Act, and I agree that that is far from ideal. However, I have to balance this against the needs of court users, including victims of crime. The current model of live link provisions has particular importance for the criminal courts. The most recent update on criminal court recovery in January 2024, based on management information on the number of defendants actively in the court system, shows that despite considerable efforts, there are approximately 64% more defendants within the Crown Court and approximately 43% more defendants in the Magistrates' Courts, both adult and youth, than there were on the 1st of March 2020. In the absence of these provisions, we would have to default to the pre-existing legislation, which is much more restrictive, both in terms of category of witness and range of hearings to which it can be applied. More to the point, other than witnesses who meet the existing test to avail of special measures, the pre-existing provisions within the criminal courts mainly concern the facility either for a witness other than the defendant to appear remotely, or for the defendant himself or herself to appear remotely. The latter requires the defendant to consent. For witnesses other than the defendant, the available test is less generous to the victim or to witnesses. It focuses on the efficient administration of justice and allows the defendant to challenge the use of live links, including on grounds such as their availability, the importance of their evidence, and the defendant considers that the live link would inhibit defence from effectively testing that evidence. This would be a backward step in terms of meeting the needs of victims and witnesses. During the last mandate, all members of the Executive had expressed support not only for a 6-month extension in March 2022, but also for the proposed additional extensions identified as required to allow time for a public consultation to take place and new provisions to be developed for inclusion within an Assembly bill. The Justice Committee had also signalled its support. Just to give a bit of history, Mr Deputy Speaker, on these provisions, as far back as the 2015 programme for government, the plan has been to redesign and optimise public service delivery models. Events in 2020 simply required us to accelerate the digital modernisation programme underway within the Northern Ireland Courts and Tribunal Service and invest in technology needed to maintain the throughput of cases. It would be wasteful, therefore, not to optimise the investment already made in this technology, especially where it can help avoid unnecessary delay in disposing of matters before the court, which the judiciary consider is suitable for a live link. At the height of the pandemic, when footfall was restricted, the number of connections averaged over 70,000 per month. Today, there are on average approximately 30,000 connections per month. However, this is still substantially more than was the case before 2020, when there would have been fewer than 100 connections per month. I'm therefore extremely reluctant to lose the availability of this enhanced digital court environment, which supports the needs of court users and is based on the judiciary determining what is in the best interest of justice, rather than being dependent on the defendant's consent. We have conducted a series of engagement exercises since November 2021, and the responses on each occasion demonstrated overwhelming support for extending these provisions while the justice system is still recovering. On each occasion that we have considered making an extension, a review has been conducted of the equality, data and rural impact, and our assessment has been updated where appropriate. There has also been strong support for new primary provision to be made locally for the use of live links in the future. The benefits to be gained from the wider use of live links within the justice system are recognised across these islands. Greater use of live video conferencing or TV links can reduce distress for some participants. Remote attendance can allow professional witnesses, such as police officers, social workers or medical experts, to continue working while they wait to be called to give their evidence. It can also provide a saving in legal aid costs, substantially reduce our carbon footprint and assist in speeding up our justice system. I hope the Assembly, like me, will see this order as a critical component of justice recovery, as well as modernisation of the justice system. Little has changed to undermine the rationale for the approach agreed previously with the Executive and the Justice Committee, save that we are, regrettably, 2 years later than I intended in progressing the Assembly Bill. I commend the approval. I will indeed.
The Minister brings an order which itself expires in 10 or 11 days' time. She indicates that she anticipates in a longer term primary legislation. Does that mean that in a few weeks we'll be subject to another extension under the Coronavirus Act?
Yes, Mr Deputy Speaker, it does, and I mentioned that at the beginning of my speech, that this is the first of a series of extensions that we will need in order to maintain efficacy in the system while we bring forward legislation. Mr Deputy Speaker, on that note, I want to commend the approval of this order to the Assembly. Thank you.
Thank the Minister for opening the debate, and I call Joanne Bunting, the Chair of the Justice Committee.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Initially, I rise in my capacity as Chairperson of the Committee for Justice and declare that I have an immediate family member who works in the legal profession. As the Minister has already outlined, the statutory rule before us extends the provisions in the Coronavirus Act 2020 which allow courts and statutory tribunals to receive evidence through audio or video links beyond this month when they are set to expire. The Committee initially considered this rule at its second meeting, which was held on the 22nd of February. Members noted that this was the latest in a sequence of statutory rules extending these provisions. The Committee further noted that while the Examiner of Statutory Rules had raised no concerns regarding the technical aspect of the rule, her first report had drawn attention to a number of statutory rules subject to the confirmatory resolution procedure, including this rule and those that preceded it. The Examiner stated that the confirmatory resolution procedure is used for more significant exercises of delegated powers. Positive action by the Assembly is required for the subject statutory rule to continue in force. The use of successive statutory rules has had the effect of ensuring that, where an individual rule ceased to have effect, its provisions prevailed in the statutory rule that followed it. Members also noted that towards the end of the last mandate, the predecessor committee had considered the proposal for one of the earlier rules to extend similar provisions. At that time, the committee was advised that the extension was part of a two-staged legislative approach, whereby the provisions would initially be extended by subordinate legislation and an Assembly bill would then be developed to make permanent provision for the use of audio and video links. The current committee agreed to ask the Department for its views on whether the continuous use of the powers in the Coronavirus Act 2020 is proportionate and appropriate in the post-COVID environment. The committee also requested an update on the Department's plans to make permanent provision for the use of audio and video links. The Department's response was subsequently considered at the meeting of the 29th of February, when the committee was advised that the Minister was satisfied that there remained a clear role for the continued use of the provisions to tackle the backlog of cases that accrued during and since the pandemic and may take until 2028 to clear without extra resources. The Department also advised that it was the Minister's intention to include provisions for the wider use of live links within the first bill the Department plans to introduce, which is anticipated before the summer recess. The committee was assured that reliance on the powers in the Coronavirus Act 2020 is therefore an interim arrangement. Mr Deputy Speaker, having considered the response from the Department, the committee agreed that it was content to recommend that the statutory rule be approved by the Assembly. Before I conclude, I want to mention that at its last meeting, the committee discussed another proposal to further extend these provisions with departmental officials. The officials reiterated that they expect that the permanent provision for live links will indeed be included in the first departmental bill. However, it is unlikely that the necessary provisions will be drafted in time for inclusion in the bill as it is introduced to the Assembly. Instead, they will be brought forward as amendments at consideration stage. I recognise that most committee members are broadly supportive of the principle of the use of live links and agree that they should be a feature of our court system. And while I thank the Department for its candour, nonetheless, bringing provisions forward at consideration stage is far from ideal, as it means that the provisions cannot be included within the committee's call for evidence, and the committee will not have the opportunity to undertake proper scrutiny during committee stage of the bill. I will.
I thank the member for giving way, and I'm aware that this was a concern that was raised at the committee. To reassure the committee and indeed the chair and vice chair of the committee on that point, it is our intention in the department to share an early draft of the regulation that we intend to bring through the legislative amendment, and hopefully that will allow the committee then to take evidence on that matter as well. It's simply to do with the finalising of drafting and the resource available that it means it will be delayed beyond the point where the committee would start its consideration. But we hope to be able to share an early draft in order that you can consult on that too.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I'm grateful to the Minister for her clarification and assurances in this regard, which did cause the committee some consternation. No doubt this is a discussion to which we'll return at a later stage, and you'll appreciate, Minister, that I do have some remarks to make upon that in the course of as I continue. In the interim, I support the motion before us today on behalf of the Justice Committee, and now would turn to my remarks in my capacity as an individual MLA. Firstly, I would like to extend my best wishes for a speedy recovery to Mr Long. We served on Castlereagh Borough Council and worked well there together for many years, and I was very sorry to hear of his recent ill health, and I trust the Minister will pass on my good wishes to her husband. Well, on a personal level, I support the principle and the requirement for live links and audio links. My issues are more around process. I remain concerned about the continued extension of emergency powers long after the pandemic, particularly since by their nature they were not rigorously scrutinised. Having been assured that provision would be made in the first bill, some of us were somewhat taken aback to discover that the intention was only to bring forward such provision at consideration stage by way of an amendment, but I'm grateful again to the Minister for her clarification. There are some issues around live links that should be properly scrutinised to better inform guidance and practice, improve consistency of application and use, and consider equality of arms issues. In addition, when one calculates the time frame involved to scrutinise and progress what I anticipate will be a sizable first departmental bill, it is inevitable that yet further extensions of the emergency coronavirus provisions will be required. It does beg the question as to why a smaller standalone bill is not being brought forward, and why, as a result of their inclusion in another sizable bill in a most unusual step, the provisions will not be included in the bill as printed, so as to be included in any calls for evidence, but the Minister has clarified that. I think it is important that we move away from reliance on emergency legislation deriving from the pandemic. Where legitimate and beneficial changes have been found which can be built upon and legislated for properly, we should do so at the earliest opportunity. I have made my point about my preferences, Mr Speaker. Nevertheless, I understand the need and requirement for the live links to continue, and in this circumstance will support the extension. Thank you.
And thank you. I call Deirdre Hargey.
Very much, and again, just to start to echo again my thoughts with Michael, Naomi as well, and it was actually good to see that he was out on Friday, and hope he makes a full recovery. Again, obviously, as was touched on, we discussed this at the Justice Committee last Thursday, and obviously, yes, there was concerns raised in terms of the Coronavirus Act being used, and I suppose asking the Department over the last few weeks to ensure that a permanent mechanism is brought forward. Again, this was raised with the Department at the last few Justice meetings, and they did respond positively to say that legislation would be coming in the next few months. And again, I welcome the Minister's interjection just to say that we would see that in draft form, because I think it will be important with these provisions and to ensure that they are as robust and effective as they can, that we do have that opportunity to scrutinise as early as we can. Again, in the short term, I do believe, like others, that there's no option but to extend the current provisions to allow live links, because they are critical and they must be maintained, albeit they need to be enhanced as well. Because this is allowing our courts and our tribunals to receive audio and video evidence wholly or in part via the live link mechanism. And therefore extending these provisions is essential for victims of crime especially. And this was also echoed at the Justice Committee last Thursday by the Victims of Crime Commissioner Designate. And in their subsequent reports that they have put in on this issue and the consultation that's taken place. We need these provisions in because it does reduce the impact of people, especially those who are most vulnerable. And that is an area that we want to look at as more permanent legislation comes forward. It also importantly allows children to give evidence in a child-friendly and neutral environment. And again, ensuring that access to justice, ensuring that it is child-friendly, is a critical part of the overall system. So we need to make sure that these interim measures continue in that vein. And importantly also meeting the Victims' Charter obligation. Again, we had an in-depth discussion in terms of the role of the Charter, and importantly providing separate waiting areas from defendants is critical to that Charter, and again live links can play a role in that regard. It is essential, as I say, in the short term that the provision continues, but we do need more robust primary provision, and again I just welcome the Minister's words on that today. We need to make sure that those permanent provisions have enhanced participatory rights, particularly for victims, that there's greater planning and coordination around them, that they are rights-based and that we're embedding a culture of rights within the justice system more widely. And importantly, that we use this opportunity over the coming months as we start to look at legislation that will come forward and scrutinise it, that we're looking at effective learning and best practice from elsewhere across these islands and beyond. So again, I just want to welcome the fact that we're moving on this today to give that certainty to the service, and importantly for those that utilise live links. Again, I just want to thank that we will get early sight of the drafting so that we can scrutinise it. And importantly, we all want to ensure that we have more effective measures that actually enhances the role of these for victims, defendants and for others, and to ensure that we speed up our justice system overall. So again, thanks very much for just tabling this today.
Thank you. I call Stuart Dixon.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I rise to thank the Minister for the work which she has done in bringing this forward, and the very clear explanation which she has given to the House in order to assist us in the delivery of these regulations today. No intention of going over issues which have been raised in support of this, both by the Chair and Vice Chair of the Committee, but I think it does bear consideration that when we had the Victims of Crime Commissioner Designate with us at the Committee this week, she spoke passionately and with great example of the work that live links can deliver, particularly for victims of crime. I think that it is important that we allow this legislation to go forward today. Imperfect though it is, and the vehicle is not one which I don't think any of us in this House are particularly comfortable with. So I particularly welcome the Minister's statement that she intends to bring forward permanent legislation in a larger bill which will cover this, particularly the area of concern which was raised at the Justice Committee last week, where the Minister has again made a very clear statement to the House today saying that an early draft will be provided to the Committee, and that should allay any concerns that the Committee has to allow us to consult on the legislation. The Minister also touched on one point which I think is vitally important, and that is judicial oversight of the use of live links is vitally important. So, Deputy Speaker, with those few words said in respect of this, I am pleased that we are in a position today to support this regulation and welcome the fact that a pathway has been clearly set out to take us into the future and for the delivery of live links and all of the comments that people have said in the Chamber. Thank you.
Thank you. All members listed to speak have done so. I now call on the Justice Minister to conclude and wind up the debate.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and thank you to those members who participated in the debate. And I want to welcome and thank members for their contributions. I think the near universal consensus of the Assembly is that we would prefer we were able to do this by primary legislation, but we recognise that it is important that we're able to maintain these provisions while that legislation is able to be developed. There are just a number of issues, I guess, that I do want to touch on, because the question, I think, was asked particularly by the Chair about why this couldn't be done more quickly and have a standalone live links bill. Unfortunately, unlike the Department for Communities, which has now ceased using CVA provisions to facilitate hybrid council meetings and is going to do that through regulation, we have no other primary legislation within the justice field that would allow us to bring forward similar secondary legislation. So this has to be done by primary legislation and therefore will take considerable time. We also need to accommodate that alongside other legislative requirements that face the department. I would prefer new primary provision for live links was in place sooner rather than later, but the reality is we have another shortened mandate in which to push through legislation, plus a backlog of legislative changes from the last mandate that still need to be progressed. I've therefore approved a legislative programme for my department that will allow us to progress those outstanding legislative changes through a mixed content justice bill, as well as deliver on my legislative priorities of a sentencing bill and a hate crime bill. I'd much prefer to have a series of smaller thematic bills, but the reality is we just don't have time to do that within this mandate, and I wish it were otherwise, but that is where we are. I also want to make sure the legislation that we bring forward is robust and future-proofed and takes account of learning from the past few years. It's not simply a question of replicating what was in the Coronavirus Act and turning that into primary legislation, so it is a more complex piece of work. We have, for example, consulted publicly, had significant engagement with stakeholders and kept abreast of developments in other jurisdictions, as the Vice-Chair mentioned. And we're aiming to share the draft clauses with the Justice Committee in time for them to be considered during committee stage of the Justice Bill, and I will write to the Committee well in advance to set out the policy approach that we're adopting. I reiterate that we want there to be proper scrutiny of this legislation. We want the opportunity to engage with the sector, and we want what we produce to be robust. But in the interim, it is important that we have this extension and that we get future extensions that will guide us through to the point where the new legislation is in place. To lose live links would not only set back the recovery of the justice system and slow down the issues of delivery of justice, but it would also represent quite an impediment to many of the more vulnerable victims and witnesses who participate within the justice system, and often would place, for example, in certain categories of domestic abuse cases, would place the power back in the defendant's hands as to whether or not remote access to the court was allowed. And I think that that would be a regressive step given how far we have proceeded over recent years in that regard. I hope that I have answered any questions or queries that members have and have satisfied them on the importance of this going forward for approval today. Members are aware that we often hear victims and witnesses comment that the criminal justice system doesn't focus or work well for them. I just want to reassure members that in this occasion, this is particularly targeted at those victims and witnesses to make their journey through the justice system as stress-free as it can be, and to make a positive difference not only to them but in terms of helping us address the challenges presented to the justice system over recent years, and also in contributing to the modernisation of our courts and a smart use of our resources that we have available. So I thank members for their support. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. The question is that the Coronavirus Act 2020, extension of provisions relating to live links for courts and tribunals, number 2, Order Northern Ireland 2023, be approved. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Members, the next items of business are motions to approve 3 statutory rules, all of which relate to protection of public health under the Coronavirus Act 2020. Clerk, please read the first motion.
That the Coronavirus Act 2020 Extension of Powers to Act for the Protection of Public Health No. 2 Order, Northern Ireland 2022 be approved.
I call on the Minister to move the motion.
I'll explain more in a moment, but at this stage I can confirm I will not be moving the first 2 statutory rules, that is SR 2022-224 and SR 2023-050, but I will be moving SR 2023-139.
Thank you, Minister. The motion has not been moved. We will move on to the next item of business. We will now move on to the second public health motion. Clerk, please read the second motion.
That the Coronavirus Act 2020 Extension of Powers to Act for the Protection of Public Health Order, Northern Ireland 2023 be approved.
Thank you. I call on the Minister of Health to move the motion.
Mr. Speaker, as I said earlier, I will move SR 2023-139, but I won't be moving SR 2023-050.
Thank you, Minister. The motion has not been moved. We will move on to the next item of business. We now move on to the third public health motion. Clerk, please read the third motion.
That the Coronavirus Act 2020 Extension of Powers to Act for the Protection of Public Health No. 2 Order, Northern Ireland 2023 be approved.
Thank you, and I call on the Minister of Health to move the motion.
Moved.
Thank you, Minister. The Business Committee has agreed there should be no time limit on this debate. I call the Minister to open the debate.
And thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and thank you for your indulgence. Firstly, just by way of clarification to members, members will note that there were 3 statutory rules on the order paper, and from first submitting them a number of weeks ago, late last Friday evening, I understand it was confirmed to my department by Assembly authorities that there's no legislative or legal need or indeed basis to move the first 2, not least due to the time frames involved. So whilst in the circumstances I would have preferred to have still moved them to allow a fuller debate, I understand that is now not an option that was available to me. But nevertheless, in relation to the third statutory rule, I would like to begin by briefly setting out the background to this debate. As members will be well aware, the current primary public health legislation in Northern Ireland, the Public Health Act Northern Ireland 1967, does not enable us to protect our citizens in the same way as other parts of the UK. So faced with the impact of the pandemic, the Coronavirus Act 2020 inserted temporary powers into the Public Health Act to enable my department to bring forward health protection regulations to the Executive and this Assembly for consideration. The purpose to protect our citizens was from infection or contamination relating to coronavirus in Northern Ireland. Members will also recall that whilst restrictions were ordinarily based on professional, medical and scientific advice, ultimately the decision to proceed or not was a matter for the entire Executive and the parties that were represented within it. So whilst the making of these regulations was something that we never envisaged having to do, they were crucial in the response to the pandemic. The virus changed rapidly over time, and the regulation-making powers enabled us to react quickly within days, sometimes even hours. Members will recall that the Schedule 18 of the CVA inserted powers into the Public Health Act, which enabled the Northern Ireland Department of Health to make health protection regulations for the purpose of preventing, protecting against and controlling or providing a public health response to the incidence of spread, of inspection or contamination in Northern Ireland. The CVA powers were due to expire on the 24th of March 2022. However, by way of contingency preparedness and in order that the powers provided by the CVA did not lapse, members will recall that the powers have since been extended on a number of occasions for a time frame of 6 months each time. Today's debate, therefore, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is about ratifying one of those such decisions, one of the 3 extensions that were decided upon in the absence of a functioning Assembly and Executive. So in particular, the third listed statutory rule is amending the expiry date of Section 48 of Schedule 18 to the CVA from the 24th of September 2023 to the 24th of March 2024. Ideally, I would not be standing here and having to ask for this retrospective approval, but the reality is Northern Ireland is uniquely legislatively disadvantaged compared to England, Scotland and Wales. They have legislative options open to them and that are not available to us in Northern Ireland. And with so much disruption in the stop-start nature of the operation of the Assembly and Executive, we regrettably remain in a major legislative disadvantage. Throughout the pandemic, the Chief Medical Officer and the Chief Scientific Advisor provided robust expert advice to support the people of Northern Ireland and to help us navigate the unprecedented challenges the pandemic presented to us all. Both have advised that today's extension until later this month is necessary. But I need to be honest with members and say that they are also very clear that until a permanent legislative change is made, putting Northern Ireland on a similar footing as the rest of the United Kingdom, further temporary provisions are likely to be required. Because not having the full range of public health interventions immediately available in the extent of a significant variant of COVID-19 emerging would pose a significant gap in policy and decision makers' ability to respond. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I have absolutely no plans and certainly no desire to introduce regulations, and even if the highly unlikely were to happen and restrictions were considered necessary, it would be a decision for the Executive to take collectively, and that should not detract from our responsibility to be prepared to respond to this disease. It is fair to say that the current level of risk from COVID-19 has significantly reduced, but the virus continues to evolve, so it is only right and sensible that we maintain the ability to respond to it. Locally, our Public Health Agency continues to monitor the situation. The UK Health Security Agency also monitors data relating to variants, both in the UK and internationally. Our genomic sequencing continues to be a key process in identifying new variants, but it takes time, potentially weeks of information before a variant can be determined to be common. Other more immediate indicators may require us to react swiftly to protect our citizens, but without the extended powers under the Coronavirus Act, there is a significant risk that we could not respond at the required pace. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I would remind members that during the pandemic, these regulation-making powers enabled us to react quickly, within days, even hours, to protect our citizens. And let me be clear, Mr. Deputy Speaker, if this House does not extend these powers, they do fall on the 24th of March 2024, and at that point Northern Ireland will then be at a disadvantage to other parts of the UK in terms of our readiness to respond to any significant variant of concern. Responding from this position would require new primary legislation to be brought forward before being able to then bring forward regulations to the Executive and this Assembly. Whilst this could be achieved, it is impossible to say with absolute certainty how long this process could take. Certainly any decisions in Northern Ireland could not be taken in tandem with those other parts across the rest of the UK or these islands. So extending the powers under the Coronavirus Act 2020 until we have a permanent solution in place will simply provide us with the ability to quickly bring forward health protection regulations to the Northern Ireland Executive for consideration, where the information is available to us and the public health advice indicates that we need to rapidly respond to a new variant. And as I've said, any health protection regulations would require Executive approval and then be presented to this Assembly. My department, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is now moving at pace to bring forward a permanent solution through a new public health protection bill, and I intend to seek agreement from Executive colleagues in the coming weeks to launch a public consultation on those policy proposals before the summer, with a view to introduction in the autumn of this year. I'm fully committed to delivering a permanent solution, but it will take time, and with no functioning Executive for almost 2 years, the opportunity to make progress until now was robbed from us, but I am determined to move as quickly as we can. Therefore, after due deliberation and taking into consideration the advice of the Chief Medical Officer and Chief Scientific Advisor, I advised the Health Committee and my Executive colleagues that, subject to today's motion being passed, there will be a need to bring forward further provisions whilst continuing to progress the now delayed permanent solution that I have set out. Finally, the extension of these powers is about being able to protect our citizens should the worst happen. It is merely our insurance policy to ensure that we can, if we absolutely have to, respond to protect our citizens. I therefore commend the order to the Assembly.
Thank you, Minister, for opening the debate. I now call Liz Kimmins, the chairperson of the Committee for Health.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I welcome this opportunity to outline the Committee for Health's consideration of these rules before speaking as a Sinn Féin MLA. As the Minister has outlined, Section 48 and Schedule 18 of the Coronavirus Act 2020 inserted powers into the Public Health Act 1967 to enable the Department for Health to make public protection regulations for the purpose of preventing, protecting, controlling or providing a public health response to the incidence or spread of infection or contamination in the North. In the last mandate, this allowed the Department to bring forward rules in relation to domestic restrictions, travel restrictions and use of face coverings. At the end of the last mandate, the Minister brought forward a rule to provide that Section 48 and Schedule 18 should not expire but be extended by 6 months to the 24th of September 2022. The result of that is that we have had 3 further extensions to provide those sections don't expire. The first 6-month extension was 24th of March 2023, the second was to the 24th of September 2023, and the current rule SR 2023-139 extends that period to the 24th of March 2024. At its meeting of 22nd of February this year, the Committee agreed to note the first and second extension as the time frame they had covered had passed. The Committee was then briefed on the third and current extension rule by departmental officials on the 22nd of February. At the briefing, members asked officials whether it was the Minister's intention to bring forward a further regulation to extend the date beyond the 24th of March deadline. Officials advised that the Minister had not decided at that stage whether to request a further extension and that any decision would be based on up-to-date public health advice. Members then asked officials for information in relation to the current trends in COVID, whether we are seeing any increase in hospital admissions or outbreaks in care homes, and how COVID is monitored and new variants picked up. Officials advised that the situation is constantly being monitored and there are no significant new variants or any significant increases in cases. Members also asked in relation to the alternative if this rule is not approved by the Assembly. Officials advised that legislation could be introduced at pace, but it would take a number of weeks to do so. Following the briefing from officials, the Committee agreed to defer consideration of the rule and write to the Minister to seek further information on whether it was the Minister's intention to bring forward a new rule to further extend provisions. The response from the Minister was considered at the Committee meeting on the 29th of February, and the response indicated that he was minded to seek a further extension until a permanent solution was brought forward in a new public health bill. At its meeting on the 29th of February, a number of members indicated that they felt uncomfortable supporting this extension and they felt that it did not have enough information to make a recommendation to the Assembly. Therefore, the Committee wrote again to the Minister to seek further clarification on the time it would take to bring forward legislation, whether new primary legislation would be required, the timescale for the public health bill to be introduced and the current level of risk in relation to new variants of COVID. The Committee considered the Minister's response at its meeting on the 7th of March and members felt it still did not have enough information. The Committee agreed that as the debate was taking place today and that Thursday was the last meeting of the Committee before this debate, that it would note SR 2023-139 as there was not enough time to get further clarification on some issues. I'm sure members of the Committee will raise those matters during this debate. And in relation to this legislation, should it not be approved, I would be grateful if the Minister could outline what advice he received in relation to bringing forward legislation and what discussions took place with the Office of the Legislative Council to identify possible options. I will now speak briefly as Sinn Féin Health spokesperson in relation to this issue. So, the COVID-19 pandemic was one of the most serious global health emergencies that we have faced. This virus wreaked havoc across the world and caused thousands of deaths across Ireland, north and south alone. The restrictions introduced to control the spread of COVID-19 were needed and were necessary to protect the most vulnerable in society at the time. However, as we have been advised, thankfully COVID-19, while still present, has largely been contained with the rollout of vaccinations and the hard work of our health and social care staff. From the Department's own briefing at the Committee, there are no significant new variants and no significant increases in COVID-19 related hospital admissions. And I understand that the Public Health Bill which the Minister is currently working on will have significant public health provisions to allow him or subsequent ministers to act in public health emergencies should they need to, which would potentially negate the need for these extensions. However, we also take on board that this public health bill will take some time, and it is also important that if we were to face a similar public health emergency again, it is crucial that this Assembly and Executive can respond in a timely and effective manner to protect the lives of our public. My last question on this issue for the Minister would be, whilst I appreciate he has taken into account what is happening across the water, have we any information on the preparedness across this island, as an all-island approach will be important in any future pandemics or similar incidents? So I look forward to hearing the rest of the contributions, and I thank the Minister for his contribution so far.
Thank you, and I call Colin McGrath.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Look, this is a difficult motion to support. Time and time again, all of us from all parties stood in this chamber, and when these regulations were being brought forward, we all said that they were anti-democratic, that they were against the normal process, but we accepted that we were in a worldwide pandemic and that therefore they were necessary. We got that then. We understood what we were facing at that stage. It was quite clear. But now we are where we are today. It's March 2024. Just in about 2 weeks, it'll be 4 years from we had that night whenever there was a whole raft of regulations that were enacted that had a serious impact on people's freedom of movement, people's ability to gather. It really seriously impacted people's lives, and all of our constituents were on the phones with us, were sending us emails, and they were telling us that they didn't like what was happening, but the majority accepted that there was a reason for it. But yet, we're now in this state. The World Health Organization last year downgraded the global pandemic so that it is no longer a pandemic that we are facing, and they've said that it no longer qualifies as a global emergency. The question has to be, if we're not facing a global emergency, why is it that we are looking to extend our emergency powers? And if we think about those powers, that means that a decision can be taken in a room which impacts everybody, that decision is enacted that probably very same day, and it will be weeks before we get an opportunity to discuss that or debate that in this chamber. And that just does not feel like it is the right way to do things, that we would be having a discussion in here after the decision, after it had been implemented, after people have been impacted in their day and daily lives. Several weeks later, we would then get the opportunity to come to this place to have that discussion. And if we look during the time of COVID-19, executive departments spent almost £5 billion in various initiatives, with almost £1.6 billion being spent by the Department of Health. And if those powers weren't in place and we were spending that level of money, I suspect that we would be having many deliberations in this room, discussing in committees, discussing here how that level of money would be spent. But we were in a different place then, and those decisions were taken quickly, and it was a result of having powers such as these. There was also 51 ministerial decisions or directions that were issued between March 20 and October 22. That was more than the previous 10 years put together. I mean, we absolutely were in a different place back during that period of time, and we're not in that place now. We have asked in the committee, and the chair of the committee has made reference to it, we have asked, why can an emergency piece of legislation not be brought to this House if it is required? We passed a budget spending £28 billion in 2 days. 2 days is what it took. And we know, whenever we reflect back on that period of time of COVID-19, we knew that it took weeks to build up to the stage of needing some form of legislative cover to be able to take the decisions. The World Health Organization will have referred to it as a global emergency. They'll have upgraded it to a pandemic. There will be time taken to go through that process If that process began, I'm quite sure that in here we could get through a 24 or a 48-hour process to be able to give our executive the ability to take the decisions that it needs to take. We all remember towards the end of the pandemic as well, countless people contacting us to tell us that they were not happy how we carried out the process of decision making. The short, the sharp, the immediate. And I'm going to finish, Speaker, on the fact that it was needed then. We don't need it now. We will get a number of weeks of a lead-in to the potential for needing it again. And we will have an opportunity, because this place can take decisions, and it can take decisions quickly if it needs to. And in the lack of that information, we will find it difficult to support this motion today. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Diane Dodds.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. First of all, before I address the issue of the SR that's before us, I do want to say that, I think that the Minister did an incredible amount of work during the COVID pandemic. And those were very, very difficult days, both for the Minister, for the wider Assembly and Executive, but most of all for our constituents, for people in Northern Ireland. And we're here today debating whether we should continue COVID powers. And I think that that is a really significant step forward for us, and that we have, in many ways, left some of this behind. But I think we're all mindful of those families who still grieve, and those who lost their lives during what was an extraordinary and a terrible time for our community here in Northern Ireland. So the SR that the Minister has moved asks us to extend the regulation until the 24th of this month. However, the Minister has made it clear, both in the Chamber here today and in his notes to the committee, that he intends to continue to extend these while there will be, I'm presuming, a more fulsome public health solution to the issue. And that, I think, is where a lot of our problems and difficulties lie in this. And certainly on these benches, we are very uncomfortable about extending this precedent, which was meant for extraordinary times, in a time when we are now talking about the lesser threat of COVID. And as the previous speaker has said, that the World Health Organization has downgraded that pandemic, thankfully. So on these benches, this is an extremely uncomfortable place to do. When these were introduced, these laws were introduced, we were told they were going to be time limited, and that they would not be extended for 1 moment longer than they were needed. And I think we should all hold on to that today, and it's very important that we do that. Many across this House, and the previous speaker has alluded to it, and I know many on these benches have indicated as well, that our constituents found that these were undemocratic and in many ways draconian in terms of our freedoms and liberties. And while I say they were necessary, and I do believe they were necessary at the time, I wonder why we would want to retain legislation like this on our statute book. During the committee, we did have some officials from the department who came to brief us on this particular issue. And they were asked very, very specifically about COVID. And they indicated that there had been no significant increases, and I'm reading for the Hansard of the committee, that there had been no significant increases, and that really what was more pressing on the health service at the moment was flu in our communities. They also indicated that there were no significant variants at this point, and therefore we are certainly in a much, much better position than we would ever have been. So, in summing up, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to confirm that on these benches we are extremely uncomfortable with this legislation. We find this incredibly difficult to support, and we would like a more permanent solution, but the Minister needs to address the issue and make the solution permanent and come at this as quickly as he can. And in the meantime, again, as in common with other speakers, we would not support this today. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Nuala McAllister.
Deputy Speaker, I also, like the previous speakers, rise to talk about the uncomfortable position that we all found ourselves in whenever the pandemic first came around back in 2020. We recognise that these decisions were taken on very difficult terms, but it was necessary in order to deal with the situation that we did find ourselves in at the time. And it was all parties around that executive who did feel that we were in these uncharted territories, but that we had to best manage it as we could. But like the previous three speakers, I also want to highlight the fact that we do now live in a almost post-pandemic era, so to speak, and that whilst there are some departments that make an everyday use out of the Coronavirus Act, we are in a different situation here with regards to the regulation that the Minister has moved. And one question that I do want to seek from the Minister when he whines is to the effect of if just one's moved, have to remember that, the effect of the fall of this regulation and what consequences that they will actually have on lives here in Northern Ireland, and importantly as well on the Health Department in particular. The reason why I do focus on this is because there are a lot of departments who do rely on the regulations that were made in the past few years that have become part and parcel of everyday life within the departments. And we just spoke about the previous live links issue in the Justice Department, but also hybrid meetings within the Department for Communities, and there are others that could be added to the list. And that's more in terms of living in that post-pandemic area where we have had cost effectiveness and where we have had effects positively out of the regulations that were put in place, things that have benefited not only society but also the executive and how it can now manage itself. I do recognise that we have had 2 years where we have had a suspension, and I respect that any bill that must come forward is not ready to come forward. But I hope that, like the other speakers that have spoken, that the Minister can understand that there is an uncomfortableness and an unease in which we find ourselves in to essentially approving these powers which would enable a decision to be taken that would enter us into some sort of pandemic response again. Now, at the committee, whenever we did have officials there, we did ask direct questions around the effect of COVID and the variants that currently are in place here in Northern Ireland, and we were told that there are no variants that cause immediate concern. So I would also ask if the Minister could outline what difference or impact it would have with regard to bringing forth enabling legislation if they did not have these regulations. What difference would it make if they did not exist in sort of dealing with any future pandemic that may arise? Because we have moved on from where we were in 2020, and I do think, especially for us as a Liberal Party, that imposing any type of regulations on society cannot be taken lightly. They must be considered in its full impact, and therefore we would like to see primary legislation brought on. But I do understand the position that the Minister has been put in with regards to not having an assembly. So I'm looking forward to hearing a response from the Minister to the questions that I have outlined. But I also want to further reiterate as well, alongside those on the Health Committee, that these are uncomfortable regulations. They do not sit lightly, especially with the party that does value and the role that everyone plays in society when it does come to freedom of movement and restrictions on everyday lives. But I look forward to hearing the Minister in his mind. Thank you.
Thank you, and I call Alan Chambers.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. As many of the members who served in the last Assembly will be able to confirm, there's often quite a sense of déjà vu whenever these sort of extension orders are being discussed. And whilst it may seem rather odd discussing extension orders not long before they expire, that is the rigid legal and legislative cycle that we find ourselves in. For as the Minister has set out, we here in Northern Ireland are in a legislative deficit when it comes to the adoptability of our current public health legislation. Whilst other nations can respond at pace, if needs be, it is a simple matter of fact that without these extension orders, Northern Ireland could not. And whilst thankfully the risks most associated with the previous pandemic remain low, we equally have a responsibility to maintain a level of preparedness and resilience to protect our citizens should a significant variant emerge. Indeed, the public inquiry is rightfully examining the overall UK response to the pandemic, and I can only imagine that it would take a dim view if we were to deliberately leave ourselves legislatively exposed at this point. The Health Committee has received a number of both verbal and written briefings over recent weeks, and it is clear that it's the view of the Chief Medical Officer and the Chief Scientific Advisor that these extension orders are both necessary and prudent. And whilst MLAs are right to push and probe, many of us took a united position throughout the pandemic that we would respect the integrity of that expert advice. Ms. Dodds has quoted there from Hansard, where we received a briefing from officials of the Department of Health, and the officer that's reported in Hansard as saying that there was no variant of virus on the horizon. He was given an honest answer to a fair question, but he's not the Chief Scientific Officer, nor is he the Senior Scientific Advisor, and that's who I would tend to take advice from. I sincerely hope that none of these Department of Health extension orders need to be ever utilised. But if they are, we need to be clear on the process that will be undertaken. Despite what a small cohort of members in this House might believe, or at least try to make others believe, absolutely no restrictions could be introduced without them first being discussed and agreed within the full executive. These extension orders are merely enabling powers that could permit decisions to be taken at future meetings. Whilst we are right to be sensible and have the ability to respond to all eventualities, which isn't helpful, or what isn't helpful are high tales and misinformation as to what decisions such as today do or don't mean. And whilst I know some people like to portray themselves in a certain fashion or by speaking to an echo chamber, ultimately, as legislators, we need to be mature in our deliberations and reasonable in our public commentary. Sweeping statements and exaggerated claims may generate some Facebook likes and social media retweets, but they do little to actually contribute to what should be a very serious topic. I appreciate that some will argue that legislation can be introduced quickly, if ever needed, but surely due diligence would dictate it is better to have it in place, ready to be utilised if and when required. Others will argue that there is no sign of a new COVID variant on the horizon. This building that we stand in today has fire extinguishers dotted throughout the corridors and rooms. Why are they in place? The answer is simple. They're there to help fight and contain the hopefully unlikely outbreak of a small fire that might grow into something more serious. Equally, we have defibrillators dotted around the building. Why are they there? They're there to provide urgent medical intervention in the event of someone suffering a cardiac arrest. It is all about being prepared for events that we all hope are unlikely to occur, but if they do,
Order.
We have the means
Order.
to hand to respond.
Order. Member. I'm afraid I have to interrupt the member. As question time begins at 2 p.m, I suggest that the Assembly takes its ease until then. The debate will continue, of course, after question time, and the next member to speak will be Alan Chambers to continue his remarks. Thank you. Take your ease, members.
Members, it's time for questions to the Minister for Justice, and we will start with a list of questions. Just to inform you, the question 12 has been withdrawn. I call on Sinead Ennis.
Question 1.
I'm pleased to advise that the Stalking Protection Order provisions contained in the Protection from Stalking Act Northern Ireland 2022 came into operation on the 19th of October 2023. Consideration of the circumstances under which applications may be made to the courts for an SPO are an operational matter for the police. Although I cannot comment on operational matters, I understand that each incident of stalking that is reported to the police is assessed to determine whether an SPO application should be progressed. I also understand that while an order has not yet been made or imposed by the courts, there are currently 8 cases that are under active consideration for an SPO at this time. In line with reporting requirements in the 2022 Act, my officials will be working with operational partners to coordinate a detailed report on the operation of the new offence of stalking, the new offence of threatening and abusive behaviour, and the operation of the Stalking Protection Order provisions of the Act for publication later this year.
Call Sinead Ennis.
Minister for her response. Can I ask the Minister, we know, obviously having sat in the committee last time round, the serious psychological effect that stalking can have on the victims. And can I ask the Minister, could she outline what wraparound services there are for people who either apply for a stalking protection order or people who have been the victim of a stalker? What wraparound services and protections and supports are in place for those people?
Minister.
The issue of wraparound services wouldn't be directly the responsibility of the Department for Justice. However, there are, as you're aware, other advice and guidance and support institutions for victims of crime, some of whom give priority to victims of domestic abuse and stalking. However, as part of the domestic and sexual abuse strategy that I hope to bring forward shortly with the Minister of Health, there is the possibility, obviously, for us to look into that space, and hopefully also the Executive Office Ending Violence Against Women and Girls strategy will also be able to feed into that conversation, but it would normally be a matter for other departments to take forward the support services rather than the Department of Justice itself.
Connie Egan, or sorry, Connie, go ahead.
Minister, I was speaking with PSNI officer last week who was telling me how effective this new legislation on stalking has been. You had mentioned domestic and sexual abuse strategy. Could I have an update on that, please?
Minister.
Yes, in terms of the domestic and sexual abuse strategy, obviously, as members are aware, that was in development just, I think, prior to the collapse of the Executive, and it's now well advanced. The intention is that we would bring forward a cross-departmental strategic response to domestic and sexual abuse, led by my department, the Department of Health, with input from education, communities and TEO. We hope to publish jointly in the next financial year, so later on in this calendar year. It will take forward a range of work to protect and support victims and to address abusive behaviours which will benefit all victims of domestic and sexual abuse. The actions under that strategy will be funded by a cross-cutting DSA ring-fence budget set aside by the Executive and will cross over with the Ending Violence Against Women and Girls issue to make sure that there isn't duplication but that it's streamlined.
Thank you. Cara Hunter.
Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her response so far. Can I ask the Minister if she has had any conversations regarding laws and legislation with the Data and Digital Infrastructure Minister on the role of social media stalking and unwanted messages and the impact that can have on victims within Northern Ireland?
Minister.
I have not had such conversations since I've returned to office, but I had extensive discussion with my colleagues in Westminster prior to that, to the collapse of the Assembly, and obviously the Online Harms Bill was one of the mechanisms identified to deal with online activity. I personally did not think it went far enough, and I encouraged them to strengthen it still further, but unfortunately that didn't happen. By and large, social media and communications is a reserved matter, and therefore it's really only around the notable offences that can be undertaken either online or in real life that we would have that crossover.
Doug Beattie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, you'll know I've raised the victims and witness experience of Northern Ireland criminal justice system previously. Can I ask if she will be engaging with NISRA to make sure that cases of domestic abuse, sexual crimes, including stalking, are now contained within their reports?
Minister. So, Diane Forsyth. Sir.
I'm committed to supporting the Chief Constable in delivering high-quality policing across Northern Ireland. A key component of this is a properly resourced and fairly remunerated workforce. In this context, I was pleased to secure an additional allocation from the Executive in February to allow the relevant pay settlements to be taken forward. I can confirm that I have considered and approved the recommendations for pay award made by the PRRB, and my officials have invited the PSNI and Northern Ireland Policing Board to bring forward pay remits for their respective cohorts. However, while that additional funding was very welcome, it does not address the recurrent pressure that will arise in future years as a consequence of an award this year. Going forward, I will continue to work with the Chief Constable to develop and present a case to the Executive for additional investment in both policing and the wider justice sector. This is not just about policing, but rather is an essential foundation of the just and fair society we all aspire to.
Trevor Clark.
I'm sure the Chief Constable will welcome your support in relation to that. However, like most of the officers who have waited a long time for their pay rise, I suppose what they're hearing now is there's no recurring nature in terms of that budget. So it's what those continuing conversations you're going to have with the Chief Constable and the Policing Board in terms of giving them the assurance that that budget will continue for the future. And maybe we would like to say more in terms of the nature of the pay rise for the civilian staff, many of them who do much more, different jobs and different risks than those associated with the civil service.
Minister.
I'm aware, obviously, of the challenges, but I can't give reassurance on recurrence because it's simply not my gift to do so. It will depend on negotiations that are ongoing between the Minister of Finance and Treasury in terms of what may be possible. So whilst I would be very keen to see that money added to my budget next year so that we can give that reassurance, I am not in a position to do it this year. However, in the interest of stabilising the workforce, which I thought was critical, I believed it was important that we moved on the pay even though it creates an unmet need next year in terms of our finances, because as I said at the beginning, we cannot have a decent police service unless we pay both the staff and our police officers a reasonable salary. But it will raise challenges for us next year in terms of the pressures on the DOJ budget, and I look forward to members of the Policing Board and others in the Chamber giving us full support in that.
Thank you, Minister. Mike Nesbitt.
Deputy Speaker, if the Minister will allow me a bit of a stretch from Mr Clark's original, what's her attitude to the proposed review of the Policing Board?
Sir.
Well, that is indeed quite a stretch, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. However, I am currently looking at the terms of reference of that because I have spoken with the Chair and Vice Chair of the Policing Board recently and agreed that with the return of devolution, it would be for the Department of Justice to take that review forward. So we're now finalising the options around that.
Thank you, Minister. Jim Allister.
Is there any relief on the holiday pay issue arising from court cases which said that it had to be based on year-round overtime, and yet for many years now officers, some of them, have been waiting for those holiday pay payments?
Minister.
Process is still ongoing in terms of the final resolution of that matter, and obviously it's in all of our interest to resolve that as swiftly as possible, but there will undoubtedly be financial pressures as a result of that.
Stuart Dixon.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, would you agree with me that the Department of Justice, your department, has been chronically underfunded relative to other departments, and indeed that has been publicly commented upon? And therefore, Minister, would you also agree that it's incumbent on all those parties in this chamber who are part of government to ensure that justice has adequate funding?
Minister.
Well, it is absolutely essential. My own department has seen a 3% uplift since devolution in comparison to a 68% uplift from the same year for health, and I think a 43% uplift for education. So we're talking about significant differentials. And unfortunately, whilst we have been very effective at doing more and more with less and less, there comes a point where that is no longer possible. And even within the Department of Justice, where we make savings now, they are not savings, they simply push up costs for other parts of the justice system. So we've gone beyond the stage of being able simply to discuss efficiencies, which I'm always keen to do. We're now in a situation where we're actually discussing whether we want to have a justice system that is capable of delivering for people in terms of public safety, preservation of life and delivery of justice, or whether we're willing to continue to asset strip it and not allow it to continue.
Thank you. Minister Nick Matheson. Minister.
Sorry. The Northern Ireland Troubles Legacy and Reconciliation Act 2023 will end investigations by the PSNI or the Police Ombudsman, as well as inquests not yet at filing determination stage in respect of Troubles-related incidents. The Act also prevents new civil claims being brought forward from the 17th of May 2023. Instead, an independent Commission for Reconciliation and Information Recovery will review deaths and/or other harmful conduct during the Troubles period. There continues to be considerable legal uncertainty around these new arrangements following the judgment handed down by the High Court on the 28th of February, which is now being appealed by the UK Government. The judgment included declarations that a number of the Act's provisions, including those relating to immunity from prosecution, are incompatible with the European Convention on Human Rights and should be disapplied. It also concluded that the ICRIR is capable of carrying out investigations that are compliant with Articles 2 and 3 Convention rights, and the Secretary of State for Northern Ireland has said he remains committed to implementing that new Commission. There, however, remains a lack of clarity around what the operating model for the new Commission will be, how it will interface with justice organisations, what the costs associated with this work will be and how those costs will be funded. I've therefore written to the Secretary of State for Northern Ireland seeking confirmation as a matter of urgency of the costs that may arise, especially for the 24-25 financial year and the funding arrangements for these. I've also made him aware that while the Act will shut down a number of investigations and future civil claims, there will be a continuing resource burden on justice organisations in relation to remaining legacy cases not caught by the Act's provisions, including inquests and other investigations that fall outside the timeframe of the Act, as well as several hundred civil cases that predate the legislation. There are therefore likely to be additional costs for justice organisations for as long as they are expected to both service the Commission and continue to deal with outstanding legacy cases. It remains a matter of real regret to me, Madam Deputy Speaker, that this legislation passed in Westminster. It has caused huge problems with the justice system.
Okay, Nick Matheson for supplementary.
And I thank the Minister for her answer so far. Given the extensive financial and resource pressures on your department that you've already outlined this morning, does the Minister have any clarity on the precise cost implications of the Legacy Act on the criminal justice system?
Minister.
Currently, there are very limited information available on how the RCRIR will deliver its role, and therefore it's very difficult to know what the costs associated with DOJ matters will be. There may be additional costs for justice organisations in servicing the ICRIR and dealing with matters not caught by the Act's provisions, but also there is the wider issue in terms of being able to handle the data and other sensitive issues which would need to be passed across for the ICRIR to take forward their investigations. The Legacy Act was not supported by executive parties. It remains a UK government policy change, and so I believe the costs associated with the outworking of that policy should fall to other than the executive.
Patsy McGlone.
I thank the Minister as well. Minister, in regard to the recent use, or I should say abuse, of PII certificates to frustrate the inquest process, particularly into that of the murder of Sean Brown, Will the Minister endorse the comments by Mr Justice Kinney in regard to the establishment of a public inquiry into his murder?
The issue of PII certificates are not a matter for the Department of Justice because they lie within the reserved domain in terms of security. However, I do believe that there will be many families, either as a result of the legacy bill or as a result of other issues that have arisen in recent weeks, that will not be able to get the inquest that they wished and expected. And I do believe that those families deserve to be treated with more respect and dignity than is currently the case, and to be able to access truth and justice in their cases.
Doug Beattie.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, in dealing with the wider legacy issues, have you written to your counterpart in the Irish Government expressing your disappointment that the Irish Government will not hold an independent inquiry into the Omagh bombing?
I have not written to my Irish counterpart on that matter, but was due to meet with her a number of weeks ago, and unfortunately that meeting was not able to take place, but I hope to be able to raise it with her when I meet with her next.
Ciara Ferguson. Minister.
X-ray body scanner technology was introduced within prisons in Northern Ireland in March and April 2023. Female staff and visitors are not scanned in line with the use of this technology in England and Wales. Since their introduction, there's been a marked reduction in the trafficking of drugs and other illicit substances into prisons, which means that those who work and live within prisons are safer. A positive indication from a scan is likely to result in restriction of association under Prison Rule 32. This allows prison staff to monitor the prisoner and for rescans to be completed until the risk of secreted items to the individual and the prison population at large can be mitigated. The Northern Ireland Prison Service also notified the Healthcare in Prisons teams from the South Eastern Health and Social Care Trust when a prisoner gives a positive indication from a scan in case there are any health concerns which need to be monitored and addressed.
Ciara Ferguson for supplementary.
Just in relation to those that are scanned and something is found, there has been concerns in relation to the duration and period of time people are kept in isolation. Could you provide any further detail on that?
Minister.
Well, as I said, people are kept in the current supervision unit until such times as they have either passed the individual that is secreted inside them, passed the individual item, or have otherwise disposed of it. We have no authority to remove items from within a person in prison service, so it is a matter for them to remove it until scans are clear. The alternative would be to put them back into the prison population and potentially be taken contraband into the prison system, which would cause more disruption and harm to other prisoners.
Thank you, Minister. Joanne Bunting.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. A significant problem remains over prescription drugs in our prison, specifically those which prisoners look after themselves and about which prison services are not entitled to know because of patient confidentiality. Through you, could I ask the Minister what conversations she has had with the Minister for Health to address this serious issue?
Minister.
This is an ongoing problem that we've had now for some years, but we have no role in terms of administration of medication within the prisons. That was handed over to the Department of Health and the South Eastern Trust quite a number of years ago. Obviously the protocols, we're trying to refine the protocols for conversations to be able to take place between prison service and the health service. It is important not just for the issues of prescription medication, but also where people have complex needs, which is increasingly a factor in the prison population, but that has to be very carefully managed around data protection and privacy for the individual prisoner, and that can create real complexities in terms of us being able to respond to those issues.
Minister Alan Chambers.
Thank you, Madam Principal Speaker. To ask the Minister if she has any concerns that if prison numbers should outstrip capacity within the prison estate, what plans does she have to deal with that?
Minister.
Well, I believe the member has asked this question actually as a substantive question later on the table, but at the outset I want to say that there are real challenges in terms of the size of the prison population. In March 2021, the total population was 1,401. On the 1st of March this year, it had risen to 1,879, a 34% increase. And within that, about 36% of the prison population are unsentenced, so they're on remand. It is a real challenge, but we have already reopened 2 of the square houses which we closed when Davis House was built, and a third is now being prepared for reuse. When we get to the end of that, the frank reality is we have no space left. but we are working with others in terms of a prisoner population oversight group to look at what we can do to manage better the prison population. But ultimately, those remanded to our custody need to be housed.
Thank you, Minister. Deborah Erskine.
Principal Deputy Speaker, question number 5, please.
Minister.
With your permission, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, I want to answer questions 5 and 11 together. I recognise that antisocial behaviour in rural communities and any community can be a source of great anxiety and suffering to those affected. It is very rare for community safety issues such as antisocial behaviour to be resolved by the criminal justice system alone. ASB requires partnership working across all the relevant agencies together with local and central government who have the levers to put in place joined up long-term solutions to prevent incidents arising and to tackle its impact. With that in mind, there are a number of different strands of work being undertaken by my department on a collaborative basis. We led a multi-agency cross-departmental review of antisocial behaviour legislation which considered 9 areas of potential change, policy responsibility for which fell across the Department of Justice, Communities, Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs. On foot of the review and having identified 4 areas where legislative change may prove beneficial, my department, together with the Department for Communities, have launched a joint public consultation on proposals to amend legislation with a view to ensuring that the relevant authorities have effective and proportionate powers to tackle ASB and its effects within our community. We're now analysing the responses and policy options will be developed for inclusion.
Thank you, Minister. Deborah Erskine for supplementary.
And I thank the Minister, and I just want to congratulate her. I haven't formally had the opportunity to do that into her post. Antisocial behaviour is a real scourge on communities, and this hasn't helped with the reduction of neighbourhood policing teams and the pressures that are within policing. Can you detail what you're doing and ensure that neighbourhood teams are retained in areas? And also, could you, I do welcome the fact that you're working cross-departmentally in relation to this. Can you detail any specific work that is happening with the likes of the Housing Executive to deal with antisocial behaviours, or indeed any other community and voluntary agencies as well? Thank you.
Well, on the first question of the two you've asked, the supplementaries, the first one is that it frankly is not my job to direct where the Chief Constable deploys resources. That is a matter for the Chief Constable and him alone. So with regard to neighbourhood teams, you would have to ask him where he's going to put his resources. However, I will say that I will work with him to try and ensure that the police is properly resourced, and I've made that case very strongly today. In terms of the other work that we do, both in rural and in urban areas, it is cross-cutting. It does involve people from the Department for Communities and Housing and others. It also involves, for example, in the case of rural crime, people like the Ulster Farmers Union, NFU Mutual, Young Farmers Club, and lots of others who have a contribution to make in this space. It is something that we need to work together on, I think, collectively, rather than simply within the Department of Justice. We have very few operational levers. That is generally down to policing and justice agencies beyond our control.
Diane Forsyth, please.
And thank you to the Minister for her answer so far. Specifically on antisocial behaviour in rural areas, it's my case experience that in the wide rural areas, people are tending to not wanting to bother the police with some issues that they see as less severe crimes, and the underreporting of these then leads to, when myself raises things with local police, they don't know of these issues. So I was wondering, would the Minister consider an awareness raising campaign in terms of reporting the disturbances, antisocial behaviour and minor road traffic collisions to help assist our local rural police planning?
Minister.
Well, I think that there are a number of things I would say to that. The first is that obviously we're a member of the Rural Crime Partnership, and I mentioned some of the other members of that in terms of what we're able to deliver within a rural setting. There is also a role in this for the PCSPs that are funded by my department to do that local awareness raising and encourage people and encourage schemes to encourage members of the public to report what they see in incidents that they may feel they don't need an immediate response. You can use the non-emergency line. You don't have to dial 999 when you see an incident, but you can use the non-emergency line in order to let the police know what's happening in the area, and hopefully allow them to factor that in when it comes to actually doing the rest of their work. It's also important to have to say that the PSNI and other partners within the National Rural Crime Unit have been working together looking at things like recent thefts and how they can be more innovative around protection and prevention of crime as well as reporting.
Patrick Brown.
Principal Speaker. Principal Deputy Speaker, is that? Apologies.
Does the Minister agree that antisocial behaviour is an incredibly complex area that cannot be tackled through legislation alone, and we need to focus on trying to deal with the root causes of the behaviour?
Minister.
I think it's a very valid point that my colleague raises. There are really complex issues that underlie most offending behaviour, but no more so than when it comes to antisocial behaviour. On foot of the review that we have undertaken in the consultation, we're obviously then looking to bring forward some proposals for consideration. I think police and community safety partnerships are also well placed to be able to bring forward some of the operational response to community safety and antisocial behaviour across communities in Northern Ireland. It is also important that we recognise the important work that's done by other agencies, but also by the voluntary and community sector in this space, because they play a huge role in terms of just not only developing appropriate actions to reduce the impact of ASB, but actually engaging long-term with some young people at risk of offending in order to deflect them away from that.
Colin McGrath.
Deputy Speaker, we're moving perilously close back into the territory of the Minister saying she's not the Minister for Police. But if it's a case that the Chief Constable is looking at additional resources, are you working with him to gather resources to address antisocial behaviour, or does he simply ask for resources and you don't know what he needs to use it for?
Minister.
Well, I have to say I'm rather shocked that somebody from the SDLP would want the Minister of Justice directing the police on operational matters, because you were some of the most outspoken when it came to the Patten review that no Minister of Justice in future should ever direct the police or interfere in operational matters. So it's a very bizarre take. I'm not the Minister for Policing. My title is the Minister of Justice. We don't have a Minister for Policing in Northern Ireland. That's what the Policing Board does. In terms of my conversations with the Chief Constable, they are constructive and they are helpful. He is working on proposals in terms of what he needs. I am working with executive colleagues and try to ensure that we can get as much resource for the department, but I will not be stepping in and directing the Chief Constable, nor would anybody want me to.
Linda Dillon.
I got privilege can call you question number 6, Minister.
Minister.
My department has no current plans to introduce legislation or amend existing legislation to remove injury on duty and pensions from the Policing Board's responsibilities.
Linda Dillon, for supplementary.
Thank you, and I want to wish the Minister well in her new old post, and also glad to hear that your husband's health is improving. Just in relation to this is an issue that's come up repeatedly in the Policing Board. I'm sure you're well aware of the issues around this. It is not appropriate for this to be in the Policing Board. That is not the place for it to be. It should either be with DOJ or the PSNI. Would the Minister consider going forward looking at these issues, because it is causing great consternation for those officers and ex-officers and their families?
Minister.
Well, I'm very conscious of the issue. I have not received any such request from the Northern Ireland Policing Board. Were such a request to be made, I would have to consider the implications of that request set against my department's current business priorities, but we'd be happy to do so.
Neil McAllister.
For your answers so far. The Minister will recognise that alongside the Policing Board, the Department also has a backlog of cases when it comes to the independent medical referees. So just want to ask the Minister, how will the Minister address the backlog and the independent medical referee appointments in particular?
Minister.
I think it's a really important issue. I'm pleased to inform the Assembly that the independent referee assessment process recommenced on the 4th of March 2024. We're also in the final stages now in the Department of Procurement with a supplier for further resource to carry out this function, so we can resolve the backlog that has built up in the interim, and are hopeful that we will be able to get started on that soon.
Trevor Clark.
Principal Deputy Speaker, in response to Mr McGrath, you said you weren't the Minister for Justice, the Minister for Policing, which you're not. But of course, it's a tripartite arrangement. And following on from Linda Dillon's question, then, or the member's question in relation to the injury and duties. I mean, we have come across this many times. Sorry, I should declare as a member of the Policing Board. We have come across this many times where we are being asked to make decisions on medical grounds where none of us have medical training. And we are told that this has been discussed with the Department, and it's the Department that should be bringing forward the legislation. And as far as we're aware as a Policing Board, the Department are aware of this. Is
Minister.
that true?
If the issue is about reform of the injury on duty scheme, that's a separate issue. I was asked a specific question as to whether or not my department intended to relieve the policing board of its duties under the current injury on duty scheme, which is the running of the initial scheme, and the department runs the independent appeals. And I said we have not discussed that issue, but we have obviously, and I have it in front of me, Trevor. I have your correspondence from the policing board.
Claire Sugden, please.
Speaker, question number 7, Minister.
Minister.
Many people come into our prisons with long-established addictions from years of drug use in the community, and that results in the prison service, along with their partners in the South Eastern Health and Social Care Trust, investing heavily in supporting and indeed challenging these people to address their addictions, which all too often is central to their offending behaviour. As part of this approach, McGilligan currently operates 2 units within the prison whose entry criteria requires an individual to be drug-free or to be engaging in programmes that support recovery from addiction. These supportive environments help to reduce demand while promoting the individual's self-esteem, family contact, release planning, and through care with key partners in the community. These individual units provide 88 beds, and against a backdrop of a significantly increasing prison population, there are no plans to expand provision within McGilligan at this time.
Claire, you just got a quick supplementary, please.
Minister, I appreciate there are people who come in with a drug problem, but there's an awful lot who come out with a drug problem. Do you think there's been enough being done to address the use of illicit drugs within prison?
Well, it's very clear if you look at the interim review report that whilst a lot of progress has been made, and indeed a new drugs response strategy has been implemented and embedded in McGilligan, there is still much work to do.
So that ends the period for listed questions. We'll now move on to 15 minutes of topical questions, and I now call on Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Minister. The Canova report is a shocking indictment of the brutality of both the British state and the Republican movement. In the words of the lawyer for the families, the state and the IRA were effectively co-conspirators in abduction, torture and murder, in many cases of people entirely innocent. Both John Boucher and Ian Livingston have expressed surprise that despite the new evidence uncovered by Canova, not one prosecution of either a British soldier or an IRA person have resulted. Minister, do you have confidence in the PPS?
Minister.
Well, I would like to remind Mr O'Toole that the PPS is a non-ministerial department, entirely separate from the Department of Justice. I don't answer for them, I don't provide their funding, and I don't deal with their issues. You asked me a very specific issue. Do I have confidence in them? I do.
Supplementary for Matthew.
Thank you. Minister, this is an extremely important subject. You, as Justice Minister, in relation to the 10 recommendations that have resulted from Canova, by my count, and you can correct me if this is wrong, at least 3 of these recommendations would, if they were enacted, relate to your department. So, can I ask, will you commit to taking forward legislation to provide procedural time limits in relation to judicial case management, reviewing the PPS and ensuring the PPS has due regard to the victims and their families in legacy cases?
Minister.
I think I've already made it clear that I have no powers to review the PPS. I have no powers to direct the PPS. They are entirely independent. They are funded by the Department of Finance, directly from the Finance Minister, and they are not part of the landscape within the Department of Justice. I recognise the seriousness of the issues that have been raised with Canova, and I welcome the publication of the interim report. I hope that it provides the families with some measure of comfort and value. What will not provide them with comfort or value is coming in here and asking me to do that which I have no power to do.
Tom Buchanan.
Speaker, Minister, can I ask you for your assessment of the long-term and short-term sickness levels within our prison grade staff?
Minister.
Can I check? Did the member say prison grade staff? Yes, thank you. The issue is an ongoing concern, as you will understand, and as prisons become more and more crowded, it becomes a higher stressed environment. I want to pay tribute, first of all, to the work that our prison officers do on a daily basis in terms of both looking after some of the most complex and often difficult individuals in society, but also in providing them with a rehabilitative environment. It is incredibly challenging, and as a result of that, often people will either be injured when they're at work or suffer from significant stress. We have put in place a number of measures, including access to the Police Retraining and Rehabilitation Trust, and also Prison Well, which is actually about looking after the mental health and well-being of officers in order to try and address challenges around attendance, but it is a challenging area.
Tom Buchanan for supplementary.
Thank you, and thank the Minister for her response. Is this as a result of a shortage of prison-grade staff within our prisons that has brought about this particular situation that we're facing today?
We continue to recruit actively within prison service, and indeed on an almost bi-weekly basis we have passing out parades actually in the Long Gallery for any of you want to go and celebrate those people who have committed to work in the prison service. So it isn't an issue of simple lack of staffing. The challenge is that the numbers of people in prison have increased. I think I said earlier it's around 34% of an increase in the prison population. That leads to people having to double up in cells. So by contrast, during COVID, we had nobody doubled up other than where they'd requested it, and now we have a significant proportion of the population doubled up. All of that provides a challenge to those who are looking after people in our prisons. We've also had, as I mentioned earlier, to reopen the square houses, which we had hoped would be demolished by now in order to provide additional accommodation, and those are more resource intensive. But the issue is not with lack of officers, because we're continuing to recruit and train.
Alan Chambers.
Thank you, Deputy Principal Speaker. Minister, can I ask you what your assessment is of current police numbers?
Well, again, it is not my job to assess current police numbers, but I'm not going to demur from the assessment of the current Chief Constable, who has said that he believes police numbers are too low, and I think most of us, in terms of our own experience, would agree.
Alan Chambers for supplementary.
Thank you, Minister. I'd just like to ask you if you are aware, or indeed have you received expressions of concern from business and community leaders that are calling for higher police numbers on the ground. Do you share these concerns, and will you support all efforts to increase police numbers? Thank you.
Minister.
The recruitment of police officers is an operational matter for the Chief Constable, who is accountable to the Northern Ireland Policing Board, and I'm committed to respecting their operational independence in this matter. I will continue to work with the Chief Constable to ensure we have a police service that is properly resourced in all aspects of the challenges that it faces. I haven't had particular representation from the business community, but I am aware on other issues where the business community have made representations about, for example, assaults on shop workers and the increase in those. And there are some measures that I believe the Department will be able to bring forward as part of a sentencing bill to address some of those concerns.
Claire Sugden.
Well, Deputy Speaker, I appreciate that you have no operational responsibility when it comes to policing, but I would like your view on the prevalence of PTSD within the police and their inability to access occupational health services and therefore also mental health services within their own community, given that it will affect numbers which will affect public safety generally.
Minister.
Well, again, the provision of support services for the PSNI is a matter for the Chief Constable and the Policing Board, not a matter for the Department of Justice.
Claire Sugden for supplementary.
Thank you, Minister. I will reiterate the second part of my question. Given that sickness absence levels will affect policing numbers, which will then affect the ability to keep our communities safe, does the Minister have a view on the level of sickness absences within the police in relation to work-related stress, PTSD?
Minister.
Well, it isn't a matter for me to have a view. The issue is whether I have any responsibility or levers to control those matters, and I don't, because as Minister of Justice it wouldn't be appropriate. I am sure that the colleagues who are sitting in the room, who are members of the Policing Board, will be more than happy to follow up. But what we have been able to do is ensure that things like, for example, the Police Retraining and Rehabilitation Trust and a number of other initiatives in order to support officers are in place. That isn't something that I can do. It is something, however, that the Policing Board and the Chief Constable are acutely aware of.
Danny Donnelly.
Principal Deputy Speaker, the Minister will be aware that hate incidents and hate crimes are all too common in Northern Ireland. This has led to calls for the creation of a hate crime bill. So I'd just like to ask the Minister to outline her plans with respect to hate crime legislation.
Minister.
One of my key priorities as Minister of Justice has been to improve support and legislative protection for victims of hate crime. If somebody is targeted because of who they are, where they're from or what they believe, I think that is unacceptable to us all. Obviously, the Department has been working to implement Judge Marinen's report on his review of hate crime legislation and plans to modernise and strengthen a robust response to this through the introduction of a hate crime bill. Obviously, in terms of the legislative programme and the time that is left available to us, it's going to be quite difficult to achieve as much as I would have hoped to have achieved had we had a full mandate of 5 years. However, I believe we can bring forward a foundational hate crime bill and hopefully we'll be able to introduce that to the Assembly in 2026. We're also looking at the scope of some additional victim provisions that may be able to be included in that bill.
Danny for a supplementary.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. Thanks to the Minister for her answers. Can the Minister clarify what this bill will seek to do?
Well, the main aim of the bill would be to ensure that legislation represents the most effective approach for the justice system to deal with criminal conduct motivated by hostility, and also to assist victims to seek redress through the criminal justice system. It will introduce a new statutory aggravation model which will see specific hate crime offending recognised in law, recorded on criminal records, and will ensure recognition of the hate crime element of any offence from the start of the process. It will also provide necessary powers to ensure that action can be taken against offenders. Current protected groups, race, religion, sexual orientation and disability will be retained in legislation, and the bill would allow intersectionality to be recognised and other protected groups to be added to that at a later date should the evidence emerge, and we're already exploring some potential additions that may come forward as part of that bill.
Cheryl Byrne-Lee.
Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. Minister, I would ask, in light of the shocking statistics about PSNI attacks, what can your department do to address this?
Minister.
Well, there are a number of things I think that we can do in terms of the department. The first is that I'm intending, as part of the sentencing bill, which I've planned as the second bill in this mandate, to bring forward new provisions for those emergency and frontline workers to ensure that the maximum sentence is increased for offences where someone has attacked a police officer, a member of the ambulance service or a member of the fire service. It's not right that anyone going about their daily job and to try and protect people's lives are subject to abuse, and I think that we need to give the courts the space to be able to apply higher sentences in those cases.
Supplementary, Cheryl.
And I thank the Minister for her response. In terms of a time frame for that, do you have any idea of when this legislation will be enacted?
Minister.
Well, with the cooperation of your colleague who chairs the Justice Committee, hopefully we will be able to get that bill to them, I hope, next spring, and then it will be a matter of working through the consultation on that, and hopefully towards the end of next year we'll be in a position to have that on the statute books.
Here, Ferguson.
I welcome, obviously, that you'd mentioned about the strengthening sentencing, and you hope to move that forward. And you're committed to bringing stronger legislation around it. Can the Minister commit to ensuring there is a stronger sentencing around knife crime and dog crime in particular?
Minister.
Well, there are a number of complex parts to this. First of all, sentencing lies with the Lady Chief Justice and with the judiciary, who are independent of my office. We can certainly, through a sentencing bill, set what the maximum sentences can be for an offence, but it's then up to the judiciary, based on what they hear and what they learn through specialist reports that are brought in front of them, to be able to bring that through to a conclusion in terms of the actual sentence given. I would hope, though, that by indicating with stiffer maximum sentences the severity to which this Assembly attaches to those crimes, that the judiciary will take account of that. In terms of issues around drug crime, I have to say that I believe that the best way to deal with issues around drugs is through a harm reduction model and through a health-based approach, not necessarily through stiffer sentences. Often the people who come before the judiciary are people who have relatively small amounts of drugs, but it is their drug taking and their drug dependency which has fueled acquisitive crime and other petty crime in society. What they actually need is to be drug-free and to be supported through rehabilitation and harm reduction rather than criminalised further by the system.
Ciara Ferguson for supplementary.
Thank you for that update. In relation to, as you mentioned, the harm reduction model and rehabilitation, how effective do you think it currently is at this moment in time?
Minister.
I think there is space for additional cross-departmental working between ourselves and the Department of Health. Many of the people who come into the Department of Justice and into our purview come there as a result of the fact that they've fallen through the education system net, they've fallen through the health service net. They come to us with increasingly complex mental health and drug complications. They come to us often with learning difficulties, speech difficulties and communication difficulties. And so what we need to do, I think, as an executive is look at how we're going to tackle something like drugs and drug dependency in a different way that allows us to maintain the legal position that these are Class A, Class B, Class C drugs, which is not in our gift to change here because it's UK-wide policy, but also allows us to do the most effective thing because, I mean, basically it can't be effective if actually the drug crime situation is increasing. And many of the people, as I say, who end up coming into contact with the justice system, the last thing they need is to be in prison. What they need to be is in a medical facility where they can get detoxed and where they can get the support and guidance that they need.
Militia McHugh.
Minister, I know that in the past that you've actually met with the family of Arlene Atkinson, who was murdered by the notorious child killer Robert Howard, and that a request was made for a full independent inquiry into the botched police investigation of that murder. Will you confirm either way if and when the Minister will issue a decision on this request?
Minister.
I will write to the member because it is a sensitive issue and I did meet with the family and I had a very detailed discussion with them and with their legal representatives. There are complex issues at play here in that the original case and how it was handled has contributed to that distress, and so I'll write to the member with my thoughts on that issue.
Militia for supplementary.
And Minister, would you agree that a full investigation could potentially lead to the discovery of Arlene's remains?
One of the things that I have done as a result of meeting both with Arlene's family, but also meeting with the families of Charlotte Murray and Lisa Dorian, is to look at how we can incentivise through the criminal justice system the early return of the remains of individuals who have been murdered. It is a very challenging space, but we intend to bring forward Charlotte's Law in this mandate and a very bespoke form of it, which will allow us at each stage of the criminal justice system to apply more pressure on offenders in that space. The difficulty, of course, is that my understanding, my recollection is that in Arlene's case, the individual who was ultimately thought to be responsible has now passed away.
So we must move on. Thank you, Minister. We must move on to questions for the Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs. I'm just going to talk away here to let Andrew get into his seat. So it's just to say that question 1 has been withdrawn, and when Andrew gets into his seat, I'm going to call Gary Middleton next. Okay, I call Gary Middleton.
Principal Deputy Speaker.
Minister.
Thank the member for his question. My department has a contract with 6 rural support networks to deliver the Rural Community Development Support Service across all rural areas of Northern Ireland. Since 2020-2021, my department has provided additional financial assistance to rural support networks through these contracts to work with community and voluntary groups in marginalised rural border communities where capacity is weak. This financial assistance has enabled the rural support networks to provide tailored support to build capacity of the community and voluntary groups in a rural border area to play a full and active role in helping their communities grow and flourish. My department has also piloted a marginalised minority border communities digital access pilot scheme, which completed in March 2023. The main aim of the pilot was to support community groups to enhance digital access for those living in a rural border area. All these initiatives are ongoing through policy evaluation. I will be giving careful consideration to the needs of marginalised minority communities as I inform my thinking and take decisions on future policies. You'll be aware that the Department of Communities has statutory responsibility for all communities, and it is my intention to engage with executive colleagues to help inform future policy direction to ensure a better outcome for rural dwellers. Thank you.
Gary for supplementary.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker, and can I thank the Minister for his comments and welcome the fact that the policy and the position will be reviewed. Would the Minister agree with me that many rural communities do feel disadvantaged in comparison with urban communities in terms of funding, particularly for community development? And will the Minister commit to working with those communities to ensure that they get their fair share of funding and support?
Minister.
I thank the member for his question, and I do agree with the member. And I met with officials last week just in terms of a role for all rural development programmes and policies around this. And as Minister, I intend to bring a fresh approach to this to see what more we can do to ensure that the rural needs are fully reflected by all government departments, because very conscious this doesn't just rest with myself. In terms of the rural development programme, which ran from 2014 to 2020, that is obviously of concern to members within this House and also rural communities, and I want to reassure the member and the rest of the House that despite the cessation of the rural development programme, the Department continues to invest in and support rural communities through a range of initiatives, and it is responsible for other departments to step forward, but I want to take a lead in this and see what we can do in terms of rural development, and I want to ensure we refresh our policy on this.
Car Hunter.
Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, Minister, coming from a rural constituency, I welcome discussion around this fund. Can I ask, how is the effectiveness of this fund being measured to ensure your department is best supporting marginalised people within isolated rural communities?
Minister.
I thank the member for his question. I think it's important that we evaluate a lot of these funds and see what their effectiveness is. Some of them were cast in a previous era around when we were members of the EU, so we need to make sure that we're meeting the needs of rural communities. And what I'm seeing, particularly in terms of rural communities, is a sense of isolation. And Member Patsy McGlone raised at committee last week, rightfully so, the issue in terms of health service transformation and how we can ensure that we are reflecting the needs of rural communities as part of that. So we need to do this evaluation, and we need to ensure whatever we're doing is fit for purpose going forward.
John Blair.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answers so far. Can I ask the Minister what plans he has, if any, to review the Rural Needs Act 2016, and if such a review were to take place, what this might look like?
Minister.
Thank the member for his question. In terms of the Rural Needs Act, I'm very conscious that there's a public duty upon public authorities to have due regard to the social and economic needs to people in rural areas when exercising their functions. My department continues to provide support to public authorities to help ensure that the Act is implemented effectively and delivers better outcomes for rural dwellers. The Department of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs is not the only department responsible for addressing issues in our rural communities, and I intend to work with executive colleagues. I'm very conscious of the Act, but I would want very keen to review it to see if there's anything more we can do in legislation within what's left of the mandate to ensure that the needs of rural communities are better reflected, and whether the Rural Needs Act is actually fit for purpose.
Well, Stephen Dunn.
Principal Deputy Speaker.
Minister. I thank the member for his question. The High Hedges Act Northern Ireland 2011 is intended to provide a mechanism by which a complainant can resolve a problem caused by a high evergreen hedge through their local council if they have approached their neighbour and asked them to reduce its height, but have been unable to resolve the issue through discussion. I recognise the problems that hedges can cause if neglected or allowed to grow unchecked, which can have a significant impact on householders. Information gathered on the initial functioning of the Act between 2012 and 2016 showed only a small proportion of initial inquiries received by councils progressed to formal complaints. Further information for the period of 2016 to 2020 indicates the number of formal complaints remains low. In addition, the number of queries received by department annually is also small, with no significant issues regarding its operation having been raised. At present, I have been presented with no evidence to suggest a review of the High Hedges legislation is needed at this time. I will, however, be meeting with Council Chief Executives in due course through the representative body, which is Solace, and will be happy to discuss any issues they have with the application of the Act.
Stephen Dunn for supplementary.
Deputy Speaker, and thank the Minister for his answer. Given that it can be quite a complex and long drawn-out process for residents, does the Minister agree that the process could be made more effective and streamlined, as well as widened to deal with single problem trees over 2 metres, which it currently doesn't?
Minister.
I thank the member for his question. The legislation that's drafted is meant to be a last resort to resolving these issues, and has been given in statistics to me. A very small percentage of people actually go towards using the actual legislation. I'm happy to meet with the member if he has got any particular concerns around expanding the legislation, but currently I see the legislation as working, and really some of the discussion perhaps needs to be with the councils in terms of their operation of that. And I know someone who's representing North Down constituency, some of the particular instances where the member might be dealing with.
Mark Durkin.
The Minister's interpretation of what constitutes a high age might be a wee bit different to mine, but I wonder if the Minister could answer if there's been any analysis of the complaints and the reason why so many don't make the cut, for want of a better phrase, due to the non-inclusion of problem trees in the definition of high age.
Minister.
I thank the member for his question. The legislation states that the complaint only progresses if the Council considers that the complainant has not, and I'm quoting from the legislation, that the complainant has not taken all reasonable steps to resolve the matters complained of without proceeding by way of such a complaint to the Council. So that's the bar that's set before it can go. And often I think in life, if you try to discuss things before going towards a complaint, it can resolve things, and that's why the number of complaints haven't progressed.
Connie Egan.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, would you agree with me that overgrown hedges can cause real obstruction and issues in terms of accessibility when they're blocking a footpath or a road? And could you confirm who would be responsible for addressing that?
Minister.
I thank the member for her question, and perhaps that's one of the biggest correspondence we receive as elected members, and the default go-to is in terms of the Department for Infrastructure, and we need to find a way to ensure that those can be moved along much quicker, because there's public safety concerns when that occurs.
William Irwin. Minister.
As members will be aware, last September the Secretary of State for Northern Ireland directed my department to consult on a proposal to reduce the compensation rate for cattle removed under the bovine TB programme. My own party's position in relation to the Secretary of State's stance in relation to this and his intervention on revenue raising is completely on the record. The consultation closed last Friday, the 8th of March. My officials have now begun the process of analysing the responses, and when this work is complete, they will provide a detailed summary for my consideration. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, I am acutely aware of the devastating impact that a TB breakdown can have and the financial challenges this causes for farmers and farming families. I therefore appreciate that any proposal which suggests reducing TB compensation will be extremely difficult for the farming community. The budget settlement for the next financial year will have a significant bearing on what my department can do in this and many other areas.
William Irwin for supplementary.
Minister accepted if the department goes ahead and cuts compensation for 75% of the value of the stock, this will create financial hardship for many families.
I agree with the member, and it was not my proposal, it was the Secretary of State's proposal to consult about reducing the compensation rate to 90% and then 75%. That was the consequence of this place not sitting and us being able to make our own policy decisions in relation to this. I'm determined to bring a fresh approach to this issue to see what way we can have a sustainable future for our farming community and also then for my department, but the focus is upon the farming community. As members be aware, we have now appointed a new Chief Veterinary Officer, Brian Dewar, and I'd like to congratulate him upon his appointment. And I have been engaging with my Permanent Secretary, and one of the first tasks I've asked Brian to do is take a fresh look at this whole issue in terms of bovine TB and how we can provide a new way forward for Northern Ireland, and that's something that he'll be getting to work with in the very few weeks ahead.
Patty McClone.
And could I concur with your congratulations to your new Chief Veterinary Officer, Brian Dewar? I've met him on a number of occasions, and I'm sure he'll prove to be very capable and effective public servant. Minister, in light of, we're talking about compensation here, in light of addressing the real problem, which is the spread of TB, can you advise just what advice have you taken, what methods have you sought to establish how TB has been addressed in other jurisdictions, and what conclusions has the department come up with as to what is the best and most effective way to attempt to eradicate this disease?
Minister.
I thank the member for his question. I've engaged with my counterparts in Ireland, Charlie McConalogue. I met with him just recently, and also my Scottish counterpart last week, and this is one of the issues we have discussed. The whole issue of bovine TB is multifaceted. It is quite complex, but I'm very conscious that whilst our herd infection rate would be about 10%, in Ireland it's 5%, and it is well below 1% in Scotland. So there's different lessons to be learned from across the UK and Ireland in relation to this, and that's why I've asked Brian to look at this and see what way we can provide a way forward. And I get the members' concern around this in terms of the devastating this impact can have upon a farm. The mental health upon the farming community when this arrives, not just within that farm but in the wider community, is really significant, and we need to find a way that we can bring that and turn that around.
Jim Allister.
It may not be the Minister's proposal, but he is the one who will make the decision. Can I ask him in that context, can he think of any justification for paying less than the market value?
Minister.
Thank the member for his question. I'm very conscious that whilst we have a 100% compensation rate, actually it doesn't cover the full consequential losses to the farm business, and also the fact that it's referred to as compensation actually doesn't actually fully understand the impact this has upon the farming community. What I would say to the House here today is the budget I receive for next year will determine an awful lot in terms of what I can and can't do. I do not wish to change the compensation rate, but if the budget is slashed to the effect that I cannot statutorily undertake my duties, then I will be left in no other place to move.
Robbie Butler.
Principal Deputy Speaker, the Minister showed last week that he's very keen to act and bring forward policies and legislation that he takes a position on. With regard to bovine TB, it's been a problem that's been around for many, many years. Would the Minister like to outline what his ambition will be and what his likely policy changes will look like?
Minister.
My overall ambition would be to eliminate it in Northern Ireland because of the impact it's having upon the farming community and upon our budget. But what I need to do is I need to be science and evidence led, but also need to bring stakeholders with me. So that's why I'm not coming here today announcing initial decisions on this. That's why I'm engaging with the new Chief Veterinary Officer in terms of options available, and I will bring options back to stakeholders and make it clear that we need to find a way forward in relation to this. This has been a real problem, but I know that it's now got a situation where it's really, really critical, particularly in the counties of Fermanagh, for example. So we need to find a way forward in relation to this, but we need to make sure whatever we're doing it right, and we're not then subsequent to legal challenges where we were, for example, in relation to the wildlife strategy, and then those legal challenges were successful.
Danny Donnelly.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. Question 5, please.
Minister. Progress has been made on key requirements of the Climate Change Act in Northern Ireland 2022, but in the absence of a sitting government for 2 years, this has had a real impact in terms of what I can do and what the government can do in terms of implementing the obligations set out within the Climate Change Act. Extensive consultation exercise took place last year on public body reporting regulations proposed 2030 and 2040 emission reduction targets and also carbon budgets. I plan to bring proposals on public body reporting regulations and carbon budgets to the Executive and Assembly colleagues for their agreement very soon. In addition, DAERA is leading the development of Northern Ireland's first climate action plan in collaboration with all other departments. This plan will set out our collective approach to delivering the emissions reductions required to achieve our first carbon budget. The draft climate action plan will be consulted on for 16 weeks. The first climate action plan for which we want to consult upon is dated 2023 to 2027. The fact that we're in 2024 and consulting upon a climate action plan that started in 2023 perhaps gives members an impact of collapse of these institutions. Work is also progressing around the establishment of a Just Transition Commission. I hope to issue proposals for this consultation later in 2024. I want to ensure that climate change and green growth considerations are central to all policy and budgetary decisions taken by all departments across Northern Ireland. It is essential that an assessment of climate, environment and just transition impacts is embedded in decision-making processes. This is something I have already spoken to the Finance Minister about. Delivering the transformational change that an Act requires will be extremely challenging, but it also presents significant opportunities for our economy, society and environment.
Danny Donnelly for a supplementary.
Thank you, Principal Speaker. Just to ask the Minister what role climate change should have in a future programme for government, and if he would be happy to accept an invite to a future meeting of the Climate Action APG.
Minister.
Thank the member for his question. The whole issue of climate change must be central to the next programme for government. This is my top priority as Minister, but it should be the top priority across government, because there's opportunities arising out of this, but if we don't do the investment associated with that, we'll not be able to realise that. And I'd be delighted to go to one of the next meetings of the APG. I think it's an important APG, and I know you chair it, and I'm glad to attend.
O'Toole.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. Minister, I welcome the fact that you have commitment to this, and also that you have said clearly that this should be a collective climate action plan, that all departments have responsibility, and you will encourage them to take their responsibility. To that end, the Infrastructure Department, in a written answer to me, did not confirm that they would meet their obligation under the Act to deliver 10% of their budget to be spent on active travel in the next financial year. Will you commit to writing to the Infrastructure Minister and encouraging him, further to what your previous answer, encouraging him to ensure that that 10% is spent on active travel?
Minister.
Thank the member for his question. It's important that all departments live up to their legal obligations arising from that, and I think that is across all government departments in Northern Ireland. I will be engaging with the Minister for Infrastructure alongside the Minister for the Economy and the Minister for Communities, who have a significant input in terms of the Climate Action Plan, and in addition then to the Executive colleagues once we're able to bring it to the Executive. So that engagement will be ongoing. I know what my responsibilities are, but these are responsibilities across government and society, and I think it's important we all live up to them.
Jim Allister.
The Minister knows what his responsibilities are. Has he costed them in terms of meeting the 2030 targets? And if so, what are those costings?
Work is ongoing to scope and refine the costs associated with delivering the commitments which will set out in Northern Ireland's first Climate Action Plan. Some of these will fall to DAERA, but other departments will bear costs too. The Department of Finance commissioned a Budget 2024 to 2025 exercise around departments on the 18th of February. My department is currently firming up its projected costs and bids for next year as part of that exercise. These will be considered by the Executive along with bids from all departments in due course. Projected costs for 2025 to 26 and beyond will be worked up as part of the budget exercises covered in those years. It is important that the costs and opportunities of addressing climate change are embedded within economic appraisal processes. It is also important to emphasise that these are upfront costs and they represent investments in improved society for future generations, and the cost of delaying action will ultimately be much greater. I would also add that the UK Government's financial settlement to Northern Ireland, which allows us to live up to our climate change obligations and to take advantage of those opportunities, falls well short in Northern Ireland, and it is about time the UK Government realised that Northern Ireland is funded below objective need, and we're allowed to be able to invest in our public services for the good of all the people in Northern Ireland.
Keith Buchanan. Minister.
With your permission, I would like to group together questions 6 and 12. Both questions ask for updates on the opening of the Rural Micro Capital Grant Scheme. My officials have completed an evaluation of the 2022 Rural Micro Capital Grant Scheme. The findings, lessons learned and recommendations from the 2022 evaluation and the independent evaluation of the schemes delivered between 2016 and 2021 have been considered, and a business case proposing to launch the scheme in 2024-2025 is at an advanced stage. Subject to my consideration and, importantly, budget availability, I anticipate being in a position to make an announcement regarding the scheme early in the new financial year.
Keith, for supplementary.
Thank you, Minister, for your response, and that's obviously positive news that it's going to be launched this year, and I take that as that it will be launched, I assume. Obviously, Minister, that was to be launched last October, and I had met your officials on several occasions to forward that, and I want to just emphasise we don't want to miss any more time to get that launched and out in the community. It's good. It does amazing work for a small amount of money in a lot of areas, so I just want you to stand up to your commitment and release it as soon as possible.
Thank the member for his question and his engagement with me in previous weeks with regards to this. I met with officials last week and we talked about this, and it's my desire not to delay on this, and we can get this off the ground as soon as possible.
Colin Gildernew.
Minister, and thank you for the answer. So this is a key scheme for some of these small groups. It's the only one they get. no schemes received support last year. Will you, along with the timeline, look at putting in a second scheme in this financial year to support some of those hard-pressed groups? Thank you.
I'll try to do whatever I can to ensure that financial support gets out to rural communities. The budget for next year will be quite determinant in terms of what I can do in regards to this. I also want to have a fresh approach. This scheme needs to go ahead. We need to get the money out in relation to this, just in terms of how we do grant schemes to rural communities, because I want to make sure that we're reducing the amount of bureaucracy associated with this, because I know that there's an awful lot of work has to be done for what are relatively small amounts of money. But let me add, those small amounts of money have a great impact upon communities, and it's important we get that money out to areas because these have a real transformational impact in villages and towns across Northern Ireland.
Patrick Brown.
I thank the Minister for his positive response regarding the Rural Micro Capital Grant scheme. Could I ask the Minister to outline how this scheme will help rural community and voluntary organisations?
Minister.
I thank the member for his question. Let me give you the correct answer. The Rural Micro Capital Grant Scheme will make small capital grants available to rural community and voluntary groups to purchase capital items which enhance or provide new services that can help to alleviate poverty, reduce isolation and improve health and well-being in the local community. This is a bottom-up approach which allows the applicant organisations to determine what they require to enhance the provision of activities in their local area.
Liz Kimmins.
Shocked. Question number 7, please.
Minister.
Thank the member for a question. I'm aware that water quality is not what it should be. It's a bit of an understatement, frankly. Work to improve the water quality of rivers will require collective action across government, the public and private sectors, but also wider society. I intend to bring the draft Environmental Improvement Plan to Executive for consideration later this month. The plan, the first for Northern Ireland, lays out my commitment to improving water quality. As well as the Environment Improvement Plan, my department also has other relatively statutory obligations, including the requirement to publish and update a river basin management plan. This takes an integrated approach to the protection, improvement and sustainable use of the water environment. Before bringing the third cycle river basin management plan to the Executive, I will need time to consider the outworkings of other relevant reports, for example from the Office of Environmental Protection, that are due to be published in the near future, as well as the Water Quality Review on Lough Neagh. Additionally, I am keen to hear views of key stakeholders, but also mindful of our budgetary position to determine the most appropriate course of action for the River Basin Management Plan. My vision is to have an environment where our water bodies are at good status or better, and which support biodiversity and contribute to the health and well-being of everyone.
Liz Kimmins for supplementary.
Thank the Minister for his answer. Minister, in addition to finding that none of the North Rivers had an overall good quality rating, the State of Rivers report also found that they only achieved a moderate chemical status due to the presence of toxic chemicals in the water. Does the Minister then have any other plans then to address the presence of these chemicals, such as PFAs, by, for example, following the European Commission's strategy to phase non-essential ones out, or at least by bringing it into line with the EU Drinking Water Directive?
Minister.
Thank the member for her question. When I met Charlie McConalogue as the Minister in the South 2 weeks ago, it's something we talked about, because there is learnings we can take from European Union policy and how we can ensure that our standards in terms of the environment are good in Northern Ireland. In terms of the State of our Rivers report, this was concerning but sadly not surprising reading. In terms of Northern Ireland, the Northern Ireland Environment Agency published the Water Framework Directive Statistics Report in December 2021, which included this information that no river water bodies in Northern Ireland achieved overall good status. At the time, my officials explained this was due to the inclusion of so-called forever chemicals in the assessment. Due to the bioaccumulative and persistent nature of these forever chemicals, they are present in waterways across the world. They were detected at all monitor stations and resulted in failures of all those stations. These failures were extrapolated to all water bodies, and hence no surface water body achieved good chemical status. This is an area of priority for me, and if we get a chance at question time today, I've got a few more things I would like to say about Lough Neagh.
Deborah Erskine.
And I thank the Minister for his answers so far. Recently, Northern Ireland Water came to the Infrastructure Committee And during that evidence session, the Chief Executive said that we are currently overspilling into our waterways at a significant amount. In fact, she couldn't detail how many overspills there are within the NI water system. That's hugely concerning. I would like to know what his department is doing in relation to speaking with the Department for Infrastructure, and what NIEA are doing within his department to tackle and deal with this issue urgently.
Minister.
Thank the member for her question. I do have concerns in terms of the levels of overspills and the fact that we don't have reliable data when that's occurring, and I will be seeking a meeting with Northern Ireland Water to discuss that. The issue in terms of wastewater infrastructure in Northern Ireland is a very concerning matter. It's not fit for purpose, and what we're doing is that we're polluting our environment again day after day on many occasions because the system isn't up to scratch. We're also inhibiting house building and economic development in Northern Ireland. As executive, we need to face up to that, and we need to ensure that we're making the capital investment to ensure that we're not polluting our waterways.
Steve Aiken.
Yes, thank you very much indeed, and may I thank the Minister for his comments so far. Minister, you were referring earlier to Lough Neagh, and one of the major concerns we have Lough Neagh is about the zebra mussel population. Is there anything specifically about water quality and the issues you're going to deal with that to deal with this particular challenge?
I thank the member for his question. Zebra mussels are part of a mix of problems that are affecting Lough Neagh, and I hope to, as I said, this month launch an environmental improvement plan for Northern Ireland, and that reflects the fact that this isn't just the soil and bed of Lough Neagh that are affected. This is the catchment area that's going into Lough Neagh that is causing those issues. So we need to launch this strategy, and hopefully the executive will support me at the next meeting so I can get that progressed. And then in April, I hope to launch an action plan associated with Lough Neagh. There's currently about 100 different areas in terms of recommendations. We're distilling those down. Hopefully we'll be able to progress that next month. So this isn't the fact that we're moving slowly in this, we're moving as fast as we can. But the issues that are affecting Lough Neagh, we all know what they are. There's a significant issue in terms of agricultural runoff. There's also an issue in terms of wastewater infrastructure, which we've just talked about. There's an issue in terms of ageing septic tanks. We have zebra mussels, which are contributing to the issue, and we also have climate change. So what this is going to require is extremely difficult decisions to turn this situation around. I'm up for playing my role in relation to this, but it's also going to require a cross-governmental approach, working in conjunction with non-governmental organisations, so we can actually see a way forward. The scenes that we saw at Lough Neagh last year are very likely to occur again this year. Actually, in some cases, we've already had 2 reports of blue-green algae in terms of Lough Neagh. So the situation is it's presented itself to me, but I'm prepared to provide the leadership to try to steer a course out of this.
Alex Eason.
Right, Principal Deputy Speaker.
Minister, quick answer.
The Test and Vaccinate or Remove, or TVR, research project was carried out over 5 years between 2014 and 2018. The project sought to capture badgers, test them for TB, and then vaccinate those with negative results or remove those infected with the disease. It encompassed an area of approximately 100 square kilometres near Banbridge in County Down. During the project, 824 unique badgers were captured, some of which were captured and tested more than once. 1,520 badger captures were made in total, 146 of which tested positive for bovine TB at the Settleside dual path platform blood test. This equates to 10.3% of total tests over the course of the project. 781 unique badgers were vaccinated at least once, while 108 infected badgers were euthanised in years 2 to 5. The data indicated that the intervention had little effect on the badger population size, while this combined with GPS recordings and badger geotyping all consistently show no increased movement of badgers, indicating that trap-side testing was a viable intervention. It is very important to note that whilst valuable field data and deployment experience was gained through the project results, it was not intended to be evidence of the effectiveness of TVR as a means for reducing TB in cattle.
Sorry, Alex, there's no time for supplementary. The Minister's run over listed question time. So it's now over, and we'll move on to 15 minutes of topical questions. Question 4 has been withdrawn, so I'd like to call Patsy McGlone.
Minister, could I ask, during committee evidence on Thursday, we heard that your department was going to use the veil of the Small Business Research Initiative to look at methods of dealing with the blue-green algae on Lough Neagh. Could you give us some more details around that, please, Minister?
Minister.
So there's probably two aspects around this. AFBI have been doing a research study in terms of just actually giving particular statistical evidence in terms of what's contributing to this, because we've got rough percentages in terms of what's contributing to the issues in terms of Lough Neagh. The one issue that you're referring to will be a 2-year study, I understand, to try to find scientific interventions that could happen around Lough Neagh, which feeds into the idea that there is no quick wins in relation to this, but we're using all what we can to find a way forward in terms of Lough Neagh.
Patsy for a supplementary.
Minister, could you just give us some idea as to what the process will then be? Will it be the case that the research will be done, and then if there are potential resolutions identified or good resolutions identified within that research, will there be invitations then to companies that might fit the bill for those resolutions?
Minister.
Thank you. I don't want to prejudge what it will say, and in terms of the action plan, which we hope to launch next month, we'll give a bit more information in relation to that. But also, this will require funding in terms of the interventions required. So there's been many people who have been in correspondence with my department bringing forward technical solutions or suggestions around this, and we are evaluating those as well. But there is sort of key fundamentals around this in terms of agriculture runoff, wastewater infrastructure and old septic tanks. We're going to need to take action in relation to, and I'm very keen that we do this through a process of bringing people with us in terms of education and incentives, but ultimately it will be required that we have to do enforcement around this, because those who are polluting our waterways need to stop.
Alan Robinson.
Madam Deputy Principal Speaker, would the Minister agree with me that it is bitterly frustrating for those residents and business who have to live and trade beside unsightly and derelict buildings, especially when local councils have very weak powers to address such buildings?
Minister.
I understand the member's questions and the concerns that local residents would have in relation to that. District councils are often the area for enforcement around this. If there are any particular concerns, I would ask them to write with me, and we can correspond and see what we can do in relation to that.
Alan for a supplementary.
Thanks, Minister. Minister, I was going to ask you if I write to you, would you consider visiting East Londonderry, where I'd be very happy to accompany you and allow you to meet with some businesses who have to trade beside such buildings?
Minister.
I'm happy to consider the member's invite. If there's an ongoing investigation and enforcement action, we obviously need to tread carefully in relation to that, but I'm happy to speak to the member even after the chamber here today in terms of any particular issues you may have.
Thank you. Minister, could you please outline what plans you have to ensure that more trees are planted across Northern Ireland?
Minister.
Thank the member for a question. This is something that's quite important to me, and it's quite important to the area associated with climate change. Increasing the area of forests and woodlands is a key challenge and focus for my department. We need to significantly accelerate annual planting rates to reach 12% of land area by 2050. It's currently at 8.6%. I intend to take this forward as a critical element of DAER's contribution to climate change mitigation and the legislative obligations for a balanced pathway to net zero carbon emissions by 2050. In line with the CCC recommendation, the Department launched its 10-year Forests for Our Future programme from 2020 to 2030, which aims to plant 9,000 hectares of new woodland over the period.
Connie for supplementary.
Thank you, Minister. That's very encouraging. In our own constituency of North Down, volunteers have recently been replanting a community orchard in Hunts Park, Donaghadee. Would you join me to meet those volunteers and see the brilliant work they've carried out?
Minister.
Thank the member for her supplementary. I would be delighted to. There's many examples of community interventions that are taking place here. With a small amount of grant funding, they're able to achieve quite a lot, not just in terms of forestry cover, but also the benefits to the local community. So delighted to get along to Hunts Park, and it's an area which is obviously being revitalised as a result of this work. So very, very keen to take that up.
Question 4 has been withdrawn, so I call Kelly Armstrong.
Deputy Speaker, Minister, later this week there will be a report coming out on the impact of poverty. One of the key issues is the cost of food. What role do you have to play with regards to food poverty?
Minister. Thank you. Primary responsibility for addressing poverty rests with the Department for Communities. It is, however, anticipated that the forthcoming anti-poverty strategy will make specific reference to food poverty and insecurity. Food poverty is a multifaceted issue. It is recognised that no single department has all the policy tools required, and it is not simply a financial issue. A cross-departmental approach will be required when agreeing actions to address this issue, and will seek to link to all relevant strategies, including the food strategy framework. My department currently provides assistance in areas such as redistribution of surplus food through organisations such as FareShare, as well as providing a subsidised school milk scheme to contribute to efforts to alleviate food poverty. My department is also leading on the Northern Ireland Food Strategy Framework, which proposes a new whole-of-government approach to food in Northern Ireland. This new collaborative approach is about government working together to deliver better outcomes for the people of Northern Ireland. I look forward to receiving briefing from my officials on the food strategy framework and how my department can work with other departments to address the fundamental issue of food poverty.
Kelly, supplementary, please.
Thank you, and thank you, Minister, for your answers so far. Minister, you've mentioned there that the Department for Communities would be responsible for the anti-poverty strategy. We haven't yet seen a draft of that strategy. Could I ask if you could write to the Minister for Communities to ensure that the work that you're doing with food poverty can be included in that?
Minister.
I thank the member for a question. I was at an event alongside yourself with Ards and North Down Community Advice, and it was concerning to see that the level of pace that should be associated with an anti-poverty strategy is not occurring, and I will be writing to the Minister about the need to urgently progress this. It is a matter of shame upon government in Northern Ireland that people are forced into poverty, and we need to find a way forward around that, and what we need to do is have this anti-poverty strategy progress without any delay whatsoever.
Diane Forsyth.
Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, and thanks to the Minister for his conversation so far. I just wanted to ask, does the Minister have any structures in place or plans for solution-based joined-up working with other departments and public bodies to deal with crossover issues of importance?
Thank the member for a question. I think it's important that where there's issues that there needs to be a collaborative approach, that we do that, and Lough Neagh will hopefully be the example where we can do that. I think government in Northern Ireland, the way it's structured in terms of each department being legally separate, can provide a barrier associated with that. Also, the issue of financing can become an issue where each department holds its own budget. But I'm not going to be someone who's going to hold back and wanting to work with other departments in relation to a myriad of issues, whether it's Lough Neagh, coastal erosion, climate change, so many other issues, because together we can achieve a lot more.
Diane for a supplementary.
And thank you. And would the Minister agree that where issues are considered dangerous, urgent, or in the interest of public safety, like the issue of the rapidly collapsing cliffs in Kilkeel, which I have liaised with the Minister on, and I thank him for his engagement on that. For this, the focus should be on recognising the issue and putting an action plan in place, and where other bodies are passing around responsibility, we don't want to end up in a position where there's an ultimate crisis here. And collaborative work, and you did mention the coastal erosion there, but I would hope that we could have some sort of action plan structure in place.
Minister.
I'm aware of these issues. There's been correspondence and assembly questions on that. If the member is free this afternoon, I'm happy to meet with her around this and see what more we can do around this, because public safety must be the priority of every minister in government.
Call Michelle McElveen.
The Minister will be aware that bovine viral diarrhoea is still prevalent, and its existence could disadvantage Northern Ireland in terms of trade. Could I ask the Minister when he will move to enforce the compulsory removal of infected animals?
Minister.
Thank the member for a question. This is something I talked with the Ulster Farmers Union at a recent meeting. It's something I've been engaging with veterinary colleagues about, and I want to be able to move in relation to this matter without any delay.
Michelle for a supplementary.
For his answer. The Minister obviously referred to the appointment of the new CVO, but I understand that there is a challenge within his department in recruiting vets. The salary is less competitive, and there are obviously issues with recruitment to other regions and to the private sector. Given the importance of the role to his department, will the Minister commit to doing a salary review for those positions?
Minister.
Very conscious of this issue in terms of their headcount. We're significantly below what we need in terms of vets in Northern Ireland. It's something I discussed last week with my permanent secretary around this. It's something I'll have to engage with the Department of Finance around this issue, because we need to be able to attract and retain the best talent we can. We have fantastic people working with us, but we need more people to come on board. And I know this is something that I spoke to my colleague in the South, Charlie McConlogue, that people are leaving from Northern Ireland to go to the South because of better pay terms and conditions. This isn't something unique to my department. It's also an issue in terms of health and education. So what we need, and this is very fundamental, is for the UK Government to understand the unique circumstances of Northern Northern Ireland and ensure our funding settlement allows us to reflect that. Let's be clear, for every £1 that's spent in England, Scotland gets £1.45. We're getting about £1.21. There's a problem there, and what's happening is that we're not able to pay people the correct salaries.
Nick Matheson.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for all his answers so far. Could the Minister outline what protections are in place to protect fallow deer in and around the Clandyboy estate area?
Minister.
Thank the member for his question. I know this is something that he has raised with me previously, and it is a matter of concern. The Department has some powers in relation to this, but also it does relate back to district councils. Fallow deer are protected across Northern Ireland under the terms of the Wildlife Northern Ireland Order 1985. This makes it an offence to kill, injure or take the species during a specified close season or at night. It also prohibits the use of certain firearms and ammunition to shoot deer. Additionally, it is an offence to take or remove any live deer or to mark or attach tags to any live deer. The Police Service in Northern Ireland enforce the terms of the Wildlife Northern Ireland Order 1985. My officials in Northern Ireland Environment Agency, working closely with the PSNI, jointly chair the Partnership for Action Against Wildlife Crime Northern Ireland, which brings together statutory, non-statutory agencies and interested parties with the common goal of combating wildlife crime through education and publicity. Whilst Clandyboy is a private estate, my officials are not aware of any reports of listed offences occurring, and that would require additional protections for its fallow deer herd. Any concerns should be reported immediately to the police.
Nick for supplementary.
I thank the Minister for his answer and for his engagement on this issue. Could the Minister provide an update on the plans to redevelop the White Spots Country Park situated in the area in question?
Minister.
Thank the member for his question. This falls within the complementary fund and it's sitting within my department. This is progressing well, and I'm happy to meet with the member around this to see what more we can do, because this is a real area of potential, not just for Bangor but also for Newton Ards.
Harry Harvey.
Madam Speaker. Minister, further to the response to my colleague from North Down regarding the bovine TB testing, I just wondered, could you tell me, the Department had previously plans to enhance testing. Could the Minister comment on whether he plans to do this?
Minister.
My desire to do that. What happened within this current financial year as a result of the punishment budget which was inflicted upon Northern Ireland by the Secretary of State. My Permanent Secretary had to try to live within the budget limits required, and as a result the testing regime was reduced, and that had a real consequence. And I think bringing us back to where the testing was previously is a fundamental thing we need to be able to do, and that's what the budget for next year hopefully will enable if I get the correct settlement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Minister, for your answer so far. Minister, maybe you could provide me with an update on the challenges presented by the outbreak of blue tongue disease on the mainland. Thank you.
A quick response, Minister.
I'm aware of the challenges associated with that, and I've had lots of correspondence in relation to that. I do get a mixed variety of correspondence on this, and there is a significant proportion of people who are concerned about ensuring that blue tongue does not come into Northern Ireland. I do know that there's been financial hardship associated with that in terms of the restrictions in terms of movements, but what I need to do as Minister is ensure that we keep blue tongue out of Northern Ireland.
Point of order.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. I wanted on a point of order to correct the record from earlier. I was asked specifically when we felt that the legislation to have live links as part of the primary legislation would become operable. And I had said, I think, summer 2026. I can actually report it will be summer 2025 because it did seem like a long way away when I said it. So I went back and checked, and it's summer 2025. So members who were concerned about the extension of the coronavirus cover for that may be relieved to hear that it will be sooner than I had anticipated.
And I thank the Minister for raising that point of order, and I'm sure the record will be corrected. Could members take their ease, please?
Okay, members, we can resume our debate on the Coronavirus Act 2020, extension of powers to act for the protection of public health. Number 2, Order Northern Ireland 2023. And I call on Alan Chambers to continue the remarks he was making before we suspended.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Chapter 2. The pandemic changed lots of things. It changed how many people worked and how businesses traded. It is almost 4 years on from the time we were told to stay at home to save lives. As a society, we were asked to do things that only weeks before would have been considered totally unimaginable. I never again want to experience a period such as that, and thanks to the brilliant work of our scientists and medical experts, the pandemic has been well and truly in retreat for some time now. But we must remain in a position of maintaining a level of preparedness and resilience to protect our citizens should circumstances change. And that brings me back to an earlier point. Here in Northern Ireland, we find ourselves in a legislative disadvantage. Whilst England, Scotland and Wales could all move at pace if needs be, if today's extension order is not granted, we could not. Indeed, in recent months, the main talking point has been the sea border that makes the movement of goods between Great Britain and Northern Ireland more difficult. The argument has been it makes us different from the rest of the United Kingdom. If this extension is not granted, we will have created a health sea border, and that our preparedness for a potential COVID outbreak will be different from the rest of the UK. I wonder, do some see the irony in this position? In the briefings to the committee, it has been quite clear that some of our public health legislation is in major need of updating and amending. Thankfully, a public consultation on these changes is about to launch. And whilst ideally the new public health bill would have already been introduced and scrutinised long before now, that unfortunately hasn't been possible following the latest 2 years collapse of this Assembly. So to those who speak loudest against today's extension order, I simply ask them what their alternative is. Do they want to see people in Northern Ireland potentially left behind when compared to their peers across the rest of the UK? Or if they believe other solutions should have been found, do some see their contradiction in supporting the collapse of the very political institutions that would have been able to deliver them? Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
I thank you, Mr. Chambers, not only for your contribution but for your patience. And I now call on the Health Minister, Robin Swan, to conclude and wind up on the debate.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I will refer to some of the members' points in regards to the debate that we have just had. In regards to, I think, the number of general reports, points that was raised by the Chair of Committee, and can I thank the Health Committee for the collaborative working in regards to bringing forward these SRs in regards to the numbers of questions they've asked and the engagement they've had with my officials in regards to the due diligence that I welcome from the Health Committee. But in regards to the specific points, I think, and it has been covered by and asked by a number of members, what happens if today's motion doesn't pass? Could emergency legislation be brought forward if needed? And I think that was the point raised also by the Health Committee member from the member of the opposition. But I think he misses the point of the difference in bringing forward regulations, which could take 2 to 3 days, and having the ability to bring forward regulations. And today's motion is about having the ability to bring forward regulations, not the regulations themselves. So I think the member is slightly at a misnomer in regards to comparing this to the budget debate that was brought forward in 2 weeks. So in regards, after the 24th of March, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the provisions would fall, and Northern Ireland would then be at a disadvantage compared to other parts of the UK in terms of readiness to respond to any significant COVID variant or concern actually emerging. So responding from this position would require actually primary legislation to be brought forward before being able to bring forward regulations to the Executive and indeed this Assembly. And I would remind this House that during the pandemic, the regulation-making powers enabled us to react quickly as and when needed. In regards to the specific bill and the public health bill, and when would it be, indeed, when would it be ready? And I think that was a point raised by Mrs Dodds as well in regards to that question. I intend to seek agreement from executive colleagues in the coming weeks to launch a public consultation on the policy proposals underpinning a draft bill in April or May of this year. I then hope to be in a position to introduce the draft bill to the Assembly in autumn of this year, and we'll see how quickly the opposition can bring that legislation through all processes of this House. Because I think, Mr Deputy Speaker, the reason that I'm not bringing it forward for consultation actually in this month and having to delay it for a short period of time is that there are a number of important issues that I want to take on board, and that's there is a Four Nations review on the list of notifiable diseases and notifiable causative agents specified in our public health legislation, and I want to make sure that we align with the rest of the UK. There's also a Four Nations border health legislation subgroup which has been established to look at a review of border health provisions across the United Kingdom in regards to public health legislation, and that's with a view of Four Nations alignment. And well, yeah.
Well, it's just a question on the point you raised around and the clarity. Thank you for providing the clarity around bringing the regulations forward, and then the difference in actually having to bring primary legislation. In terms of how quickly that could be done, are you able to give any sort of indication? Because I think that's where a lot of the committee members have had difficulty in trying to establish how quickly that could be done if needed.
You know, and I think the committee chair, and we did engage earlier today in regards to this. When I bring forward the public consultation, I hope to be able to do that in April and May of this year, which will allow, once the consultation takes place, we'll actually bring the legislation forward to start for debate in the autumn of this year. But that still won't give me the power to bring forward regulations. It's about starting the legislative process.
I appreciate you're talking about this piece of legislation. I'm not talking about that. I'm saying that if it was required and these current regs fail, what is the timescale that it would take you to come in here with another piece of legislation to enable you to take the decisions that you do? Not the one that's gone out for public consultation, not the one that's going to take the autumn to go through its processes. If there was an emergency and it was being declared, you could come up into this House and lay a piece of legislation if it was prepped now and sitting ready to go, and it could be passed within days. Is that not correct?
Can I, Minister, before you respond, remind members to address the Chair at all times?
Mr Deputy Speaker, for that reminder. Actually, Mr Deputy Speaker, it's not as simple as that in regards to bringing primary legislation through this House, and the member knows that. The member knows that well, to be able to move at speed in regards to what is needed. So this is about enabling us the power to bring forward the regulations. It already has the overarching framework for the piece of legislation actually to do that in regards to the ability that we need. And I don't see the cause or the concern in regards to being able to move at pace in regards to that, if it's necessary. And as I said in my opening piece, or my opening comments, that I hope this is never needed again. In regards to could that bill be expedited, my officials are working with other department officials and key stakeholders, given what will be a cross-cutting nature of a bill, and prior to draft proposals being brought to the executive colleagues for consideration. So that work requires careful consideration of the issues and how we manage future health security issues of threats. The dedicated bill team in my department is working to bring forward the draft bill on public health legislation to update our 67 Act, which does need dramatic changes so that we can make the changes that we do.
Minister, thank you for that. Just for clarity, it is something we discussed at length in committee. You could come to this chamber and bring a piece of legislation very quickly should an emergency situation arise. Is that fair?
In regards that we could bring it forward, but it would take a number of weeks rather than a number of days, which this enabling regulation actually allows us to do. So it allows us to bring forward the regulations rather than bringing forward legislation, which will enable us to make regulations. So in the case the member is talking about, we would need the overarching draft bill, primary legislation, that would give us the power to make regulations, and then we'd have to bring regulations. Whereas extending this power allows us to go that shorter step and going straight to regulations in regards to that. So the chair of the Health Committee also asked in regards to what else was being done across all, in regards to specifically across this island. And my officials have ongoing engagement with their Republic of Ireland counterparts in relation to the proposed health protective legislation framework. So whilst the bill that is coming forward can't make provision for border issues as the reserve matters, that ongoing engagement is important to us and always has been. So in regards to, I think, a number of other points in regards to why the bill has been delayed, I've already covered that from Mr McGrath. In response to Mrs Dodds' point, and I appreciate the member's position in regards to this, because I did spend considerable time with her when she was on the executive, taking these issues through, and she was diligent and passionate as the Minister of the Economy in regard to raising the concerns that her stakeholders were raising with hers. But I'll always say this, Mr Deputy Speaker, I appreciate the respectful nature in which we were able to disagree during that time. And I know where she and her party comes from in regards to today's issue, and I think it is with more sorrow than anger that I appreciate her members' position in regards to this. In regards to Mrs McAllister's point in regards to where we currently are, in regards to bringing forward the other legislation, and I think what we have to look for, as the Justice Minister was speaking, in regards to what is our ultimate aim in regards to public health legislation, and that's why I am hopeful that when we do bring forward and launch our public consultation in April or May this year, that it does allow us to address all those peculiarities and actually then align us with the rest of our UK counterparts in regards to having that primary legislation. So in regards to Mr Chambers' comments, and in closing, I thank him for his support in regards to realising we're doing this because we need to do it to make sure that there is alignment across all four nations, and we can act in tandem should an emergency present itself.
Would the Minister give way?
I will, yeah.
Could I ask the Minister, if an emergency was to occur and this legislation wasn't in place that we're looking at today, how big of a distraction would it be to your department and your officials to prepare legislation during such an emergency?
A significant piece of work. It would also involve taking everybody who is currently involved in drafting what our public health bill will be and diverting them away for a number of weeks and producing emergency legislation for what may be a very short needed period of time in regards to responding to a very specific issue, whereas allowing these regulations to go forward, which allow enabling regulations to be brought, is a far better use of time and resource. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, in closing, I would just ask members to be conscious that the decision of this House is whether it wants to maintain a level of preparedness and resilience to protect our citizens should a significant variant of concern emerge. It's my firm view that we must retain these regulation-making powers, and we cannot risk being in a position where, taking account of the public health advice, we cannot immediately respond to protect the public health of the citizens that we all represent. And I hope members agree that this is the responsible approach, and I ask you to approve the order tabled for debate today. Mr Deputy Speaker, I commend the order to the Assembly.
Minister, thank you for those concluding remarks. Members, the question is that the Coronavirus Act 2020, extension of powers to act for the protection of public health, number 2, Order Northern Ireland 2023 be approved. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. 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 Clear the lobbies. The question will be put in 3 minutes. You set a timer then, do you? Order. Members, resume your seats. Members. Order, members. The question is that the members. Thank you. The question is that the Coronavirus Act 2020, Extension of Power to Act for the Protection of Public Health, Number 2 Order, Northern Ireland 2023, be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. Do we have tellers? Order, members. Order. Order, members. Tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers for the ayes are Steve Aiken and Alan Chambers. Tellers for the noes are Matthew O'Toole and Cara Hunter. Clear the lobbies. The Assembly will divide. Ayes to my right, noes to my left.
I'll talk to you later.
Secure the doors. Secure the doors. Order. Order. Members will resume their seats. Clerk, read the result.
72 members voted, 7 members voted aye, 65 members voted no. The motion is negatived.
Members, the motion is negatised. Unfasten the doors. Members, just take your ease for a moment. Taking these currently, Mr. Butler, can you wait until the Assembly business resumes?
Mr. Butler, do you have a point of order?
Mr. Deputy Speaker, could the Speaker's Office rule on the standing orders around ministerial statements? It's my understanding that if the plenary is sitting, if this Assembly is sitting, that ministerial statements are heard in this House.
Thank you, Mr. Butler, and I'll make sure that it's passed on to the Speaker's Office. And just to reiterate, ministerial statements should be made to this House first. Understood that. Okay, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the next item on the order paper is an all-party motion on International Women's Day 2024. Can I ask the clerk to read the motion, please?
That this Assembly recognises that International Women's Day is a global celebration of the social, economic, cultural and political achievements of women. Believes that this day both serves as a powerful reminder of the progress made towards gender equality and highlights the work that still needs to be done, and supports action to break down barriers, challenge stereotypes and create environments where all women are valued and respected.
And can I call on Cara Hunter to move the motion, please? Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. All other speakers will have 5 minutes. Cara, please open the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I rise to move this motion put to the floor today with respect to International Women's Day 2024. It is imperative that we not only reflect on the progress that we've made in advancing women's rights, but also acknowledge the challenges that still persist, both here at home and across the globe. Today we reflect and we celebrate not just International Women's Day, but to honour the strength, resilience and achievements of women everywhere. This day holds immense significance as it not only acknowledges the progress that we have made so far, but underscores the journey ahead towards true gender equality in Northern Ireland. In the North, as in many other parts of the world, women have played key, pivotal roles in shaping our society, our culture and our history. From leaders in politics to pioneers in the arts, from activists on the front lines to caregivers in our homes, women have continuously broken barriers and defied expectations placed on them so often by society. That's why I welcome the time today to contribute today on this debate. I welcome contributions today that will take place from this House, from diverse women, from diverse backgrounds, with different beliefs and different lived experiences who are here today across this chamber. Diversity makes us who we are. It strengthens our places and our policies, and we must have women at tables where decisions are being made. Mr. Deputy Speaker, for generations here, women in our society have carried so much on their shoulders. Transgenerational trauma has been carried on the backs of women for generations here. And I particularly note, during years of the conflict, women, during what was an extremely difficult time, kept on going as mothers, grandmothers, community leaders, entrepreneurs and politicians. In every documentary about the Troubles I have watched, there is always quietly a woman in the house, keeping things going, out on the streets, fighting for peace as well, despite the horror and violence on our streets during what was an unbelievably difficult and tragic time in our history. As we reflect on strides made, we cannot ignore the challenges that continue today. Inequalities do still exist, barriers still stand, and injustices still prevail. Women continue to face discrimination, harassment, and violence simply because of their gender. Misogynistic attitudes sadly continue to over-sexualise and objectify women, and these realities remind us of the urgent need to continue our collective efforts toward gender equality and early intervention in our education system, in our schools, to tackle these mindsets early and to ensure that women are respected and celebrated within the classroom, the home and wider society. International Women's Day serves as a reminder of the work that remains for us here left to do. It's a call to action for governments, institutions and individuals alike to commit to tangible change. We must strive for equal representation in decision-making positions and processes, equal opportunities in education and employment, and equal access to healthcare and resources. This House must continue to use our platforms as women to tackle the grave issue of violence against women and girls in Northern Ireland. And I welcome that in the most recent weeks, since this place has been back up and running, that we've used that opportunity to talk about tackling violence against women and girls and to touch on the lives of those bright, talented, loved women whose lives were so tragically taken. And I think that's really important, whose lives were taken from their family and their loved ones. And today, when we reflect on celebrating women and what it is to be a woman, I'd like to remember them too, because I know across this House we certainly won't forget them and their stories. Mr. Deputy Speaker, given its proximity to this motion, I would also like to include the point of last week we know funding was cut briefly for Nexus NI, and 80% of their victims who have survived a sexual assault or sexual harassment or sexual violence are female. And I'm just mindful, when we talk about celebrating women, we want to ensure we're doing all we can to support women and girls who are victims and survivors of sexual violence. So I think it's really important that we all use our platform to ensure that counselling continues without lapse, is available to all without delay and denial for both victims and survivors. And I'm so happy, and I'm sure other members across this House are, that funding has resumed, and so that victims of all genders who have survived these traumas will continue to be seen. Women face many challenges in life, but period poverty is often a silent crisis that affects millions of women and girls across the world, including here in the north. And sadly, what we have seen since this Assembly has come back is the cut of up to 40% behind the period poverty bill. And we know no woman and no young girl should suffer the indignity of being unable to access those products. And I would urge that we collectively across this House continue to raise this issue to ensure that we have adequate funding necessary to change lives and maintain dignity as well. Women and girls are forced to choose between buying menstrual products and meeting other basic needs such as food, heating and eating. This should not be the reality in the 21st century. Menstruation is a natural biological process, and no woman or girl should feel either ashamed or disadvantaged as a result of it. We must work together to dismantle the stigma around menstruation and ensure that hygiene products are available, accessible and affordable to all women and girls, regardless of socio-economic background. As policymakers, we must prioritise health as a fundamental human right and take concrete steps to address period poverty once and for all. And I really do welcome, in the initial few weeks, the past few weeks, we have talked at length about women's health. And I think that's a huge pillar of when we talk about the quality of life and celebrating women, what it is to be a woman. Health is such a huge aspect of that. And what we've continued to both see and hear in our constituency offices and in this Assembly is stories of women going weeks, if not months, struggling to get a diagnosis for things like endometriosis, PCOS, and even issues around infertility and issues wider to do with reproductive health. I think we really must make this effort across this House, not just women, but men also, to push that to the forefront of ministers' minds and making sure it's well funded by the executive. And I really appreciate that stories across this House of difficulties with those challenges, with things like miscarriages, baby loss, members here have been so brave in opening up and talking about those issues. It's educating me, it's educating members across this House, and it actually, it opens up discussions which were once quite sensitive in society and people would hide and were quite stigmatised, but now we're seeing this wonderful open discussion, and I think it will greatly help women and girls who are listening to us feel comfortable in sharing their stories, and on the wider issue of women's health, know what signs and symptoms to look for as well. So I just really wanted to include that. And lastly, Mr Deputy Speaker, as we celebrate International Women's Day, let us recommit ourselves to the fight for gender equality and for justice. Let's work tirelessly to eradicate violence against women and girls in the North in all its forms, to ensure that every woman and girl living here can do so and can live with dignity, freedom and a sense of equality that they so rightfully deserve. Thank you.
Thank you. And may I call on Emma Sheeran, please?
I'm delighted this afternoon to stand in support of this cross-party motion celebrating International Women's Day, the theme of which this year was to inspire inclusion. And when you think of what inspiring inclusion means, it's to involve everyone, it's to include everybody, to ensure that we can all access prosperity, that nobody is excluded from that. No woman or girl left behind, regardless of background, and that means including our rural women, including our women of colour, our LGBT women, our disabled women. Because the glass ceiling isn't really broken if it is just cracked for some. This weekend was an opportunity to celebrate not just ourselves and our mothers or sisters or friends, but to acknowledge the work of those who came before us and of those who worked so hard to achieve gender equality. From Mary Ann McCracken and Winifred Carney to Rosa Parks and Angela Davis, and women across the world united in that struggle. And our own assembly here reflects the change that we see across wider society. Obviously in Sinn Féin we have more female representatives than we've ever had before. We're led by two brilliant women in Michelle O'Neill and Mary Lou MacDonald, and a majority of our MLA team are women. And that is the same across society. We see women taking top jobs across all sectors across the North, and that brings a perspective to the table that previously wasn't there. And all of that is to be welcomed, but we still have problems. There is still work to be done. We still have a pay gap. We still see women held to a higher standard than men, and we still see misogyny and sexism normalised every day. Across the world, we have a presidential hopeful with multiple allegations of sexual misconduct held against him, and yet he is still deemed a worthy candidate for presidency. Women are supporting him. Here in the North, I'm delighted that we're going in a different direction. We're going in the right direction. And some of the very first commitments in this new mandate go to the very heart of what you would consider women's issues. The North has a domestic violence endemic. It's the second most dangerous place in Europe to be a woman, and so I'm glad that all parties have committed as a priority to delivering and fully implementing the Violence Against Women and Girls strategy, and I know that is a particular priority for my own party. The childcare strategy that again we're all united in delivering, we know that disproportionately impacts women. The crisis in domiciliary care and respite services, again, it is the women in most homes who pick up the burden of that care. If we work together to prioritise gender equality, fixing these problems will come about naturally, and therefore I welcome this motion to the House and urge you all to support. Gormagat.
Thank you. And may I call on the Deputy First Minister?
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I just wanted to add some short words to this debate today. International Women's Day is an opportunity to take some time to celebrate women, to mark the achievements of women, but also to call out the continued harms and challenges many women face. I am deeply proud of being a woman, and as I said last week, I am proud of being a strong woman. I am proud of being a feisty woman. I am proud of being a fierce woman at times. But of course we know that all women come in many shapes and sizes, many different views and perspectives. I also hope that as a woman, I'm also a kind woman and a compassionate woman, and I think that we all know so many different people. We don't all, of course, have to be the same. And it's one of the issues that I have highlighted over the course of last week as we celebrated, I know it's called International Women's Day, but it really felt like International Women's Week last week. I think that's a great thing, and hopefully that will continue to grow, perhaps even into International Women's Month as we continue to have events. Because it is a great opportunity to highlight so many different aspects. It was fantastic to see so many of our community organisations and groups and communities have all of these fantastic events. You know, I come from a very long line of strong women who have shaped families, our communities, the politics and the very fabric of this place we call home. And I often say that sometimes conservative women or women of faith may not always feel the most welcome with some of the women's movements. So sometimes we may feel that we are the wrong type of women for some of the movements. And I have always stepped forward and said there should never be a wrong type of woman. Women I know that are also conservative or of deep faith, women of all different types of faith or perhaps none at all. All women should be welcome as part and parcel of this campaign as we drive forward for a greater understanding and recognition of the incredible work that women do. When I look back to my own history, you know, the Ulster Women's Unionist movement was the biggest movement of women on the island of Ireland of its time, but actually one of the biggest movements across the world. By 1913, the Ulster Women's Unionist Council had an estimated membership of around 115,000 up to 200,000 women. Now, these were women who led the way on a pre-partition island of Ireland, north and south, pushing for votes for women. These were women who were very often well connected, who used their position and their education and their opportunity to push for votes for women. And it was the Ulster Women's Unionist Council that really secured significant wins in Ireland, north and south, for votes for women. And of course, they didn't just stop there. The Unionist women of that movement, the biggest female political movement across these isles, went on in terms of the Ulster Covenant. And again, a lot of people don't realise that, but of course the men signed the Ulster Covenant and women had their own Ulster Covenant Declaration. And an incredible 234,046 women came out to sign that declaration right across this island. And again, that was an incredible role that these women played, shaping the politics of today, stepping forward at a time where many women were probably told to sit back and be quiet. And again, you know, I'm incredibly proud of that history and heritage. That is something I want more of our young people to understand and realise about this place. That I will indeed.
I thank the member for giving way, and I'm sorry for interjecting such a good speech. I met the Deputy First Minister on Saturday at a breakfast, and I had two of my young children with me. Would you agree with me that one of the ways of breaking the barriers and killing the stereotypes is with our young people, and the introduction I made, which was you're one part of the two most powerful women in this country at this moment, to the two kids?
Thank you.
And the member has an extra minute.
Thank you very much. Look, absolutely. I think one of the things that we have to do in this place, and it's so fantastic to see so many women elected across all different political parties, is because while I am incredibly proud of the heritage and history that I have, and the incredibly strong women who played that role in shaping Northern Ireland, in standing up for their politics and stepping forward, it's also that message that we can be absolutely proud of who we are. I am not just proud of being a unionist, I'm proud of being a woman. But of course that means, of course, that we should have the confidence to embrace the stories and the heritage and traditions of others. And I love to hear the stories, some of which we've already touched on. I've no doubt we will hear many more about the history and heritage that we have. But of course this is about moving forward. I just want to recognise in closing that I want to champion all of our mummies, our grannies, our sisters, our friends, the people who are there for other women doing incredible work. They are the bedrock, absolute bedrock of our schools, of our community groups, of our families, of our churches. And today, absolutely, this week has been a recognition of that, and I pay tribute. And as we move forward together, I hope we give that confidence to the new generation. We see plenty of little female politicians coming up through the ranks in all parties. Thank you.
Thank you, and I call on Kelly Armstrong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. International Women's Day is a global celebration of the remarkable achievements of women across the world, and I would like to thank the Speaker for an inspiring event on Thursday evening when we heard from civic female leaders about the roles that they have in the judiciary, in universities, in the arts, in sports. It was a very inspiring event. But it does serve also, International Women's Day, as a poignant reminder of the progress we've made towards gender equality, but it also sheds light on the significant work that remains ahead of us. The people elected us to this Assembly, and it's our duty to advocate for policies and initiatives that break down barriers, challenge stereotypes and foster environments where all women are valued and respected. Emma Sheeran, MLA, has already highlighted the debates that we've already had in this Assembly since it finally started up again, and it has been wonderful to see women's health being discussed, violence against women and girls has been brought up, and childcare has been talked about. In our Alliance manifesto, we outlined concrete commitments to address the systemic challenges facing women in Northern Ireland, and one crucial aspect is that childcare piece that others have brought up already. Accessible and affordable childcare is not just a woman's issue, it's an economic imperative and a fundamental pillar of gender equality. The importance of investing in high-quality childcare services ensures that every child has access to the care and education they deserve, while empowering women to fully participate in the workforce. But let's not forget carers. 60% of carers are older women, like myself. I'm a carer. I believe that all carers should be respected.
There's a lot of noise here in the back of what's going on here, and I can hardly hear you, and that's disrespectful to you, so I'm just going to get that sorted out before I ask you to speak again. But I will not take any extra time off, obviously. Have we got the door shut? Sorry. My apologies. Continue, Kelly. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. As I was saying, let's not forget carers. 60% of carers are older women like myself. I believe that all carers should be respected and recognition given, like there is for mothers and fathers, to provide help and support for them. In the Carers Northern Ireland report, Care or Careers or Care, it confirms that 1 in 3 women with unpaid caring responsibility have had to give up work. How is that equality? Furthermore, we cannot ignore the stark reality of poverty affecting women in Northern Ireland. Statistics due to be released by the Northern Ireland Audit Office are expected to confirm a significant number of women are living in poverty, struggling to make ends meet and provide for their families. This is unacceptable in a society that prides itself on fairness and equality. We must take decisive action to address the root cause of poverty, including inadequate wages, lack of affordable housing and limited access to essential services. I have to ask, Deputy Speaker, why the anti-poverty strategy is not being prioritised. The draft is sitting waiting for publication. Adopting an anti-poverty strategy as an underpin of the next programme for government would help to lift so many women out of poverty. International Women's Day serves as a call to action for all of us to redouble our efforts in advancing gender equality and empowering women from all walks of life. By supporting initiatives like childcare and addressing the pressing issue of poverty affecting women in our communities, we can create a more just and inclusive society for future generations. And I say to all to remember that in this House, not all women are treated equally. Because of the way that our system is built up, some of us, like myself, my vote is not counted in the same way. If we are to be true to the spirit of International Women's Day, then let's bring forward reform so that everyone is treated equally in this House. Let us seize this opportunity to reaffirm our commitment to building a world where every woman is valued, respected and given the opportunity to thrive. Together, let us break down the barriers, challenge stereotypes and pave the way for a brighter, more equitable future for all. Thank you.
Thank the member, and again I apologise for the disturbance behind the chair. It was disrespectful and we'll make sure it's not happened again. I call on Robbie Butler.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I need to put an apology on the record. First of all, I gate-crashed the Women's Caucus last week and they treated me very, very kindly. I was midway through a handful of sandwiches and I thought I was in an APG, but I was treated very kindly but told to please leave the room, which I did, so thank you. But, Mr Deputy Speaker, it's my pleasure to speak today on this motion, which recognises International Women's Day 24, and to give the full support of myself and the Ulster Unionist Party. International Women's Day is a global celebration of the social, economic, cultural and political achievement of women. And whilst I know that here in Northern Ireland, right across the United Kingdom, and indeed here on the island of Ireland, much has been achieved in that battle to see gender equality and fair treatment, there is still much more to be done, and there's more that we should do. The motion before us today recognises the fact that the journey is still not complete. It identifies 3 areas for priority. These are breaking down barriers, challenging stereotypes, and creating environments where all women are valued and respected. So in fully recognising the journey and steps that still need to be taken to ensure our young women in particular face no barrier to accessing their full life's potential, it would be remiss not to recognise the path that has been forged and the considerable walls that have already been demolished. Mr Deputy Speaker, I have had the privilege to work with many amazing women in many guises over the years. From those women who put on the uniforms of the Northern Ireland Prison Service and faced the same risks as I did, to those women who put on their fire kits in the Northern Ireland Fire and Rescue Service and would have risked their lives to save others in the manner that I did. And I just want to read, I'll probably get into trouble for this, but 3 names onto the record. Governor Amanda Allenby, who was fantastic and the best governor that I worked under, and then 2 firefighters, Kirsty Niblock. I was thinking she got married recently to Thomas Niblock, but Kirsty Niblock and Linda McCain in Portadown, 2 of the best firefighters that I ever had the pleasure of working with. In this chamber, I've had the pleasure over 8 years of also working with some absolutely fantastic women, and in those 8 years, the Executive Office has had at least 1 woman leading this place, and more often 2, and that is to be celebrated. And it is good to note that we have 38% of our members are now women, but that's not enough. That should be seen as a floor and not a ceiling. However, I think it would be remiss not to take this opportunity to remind ourselves of a trailblazer and a pioneer who was fearless in her day, and I would go as far as to say a revolutionary. The title goes From Linen to the Lords, and it's a descriptor that some have given to the late Baroness Mayblood. Baroness Blood was a woman who led an extraordinary life and is a leading example for all girls and young girls and women across Northern Ireland. She is the first female peer from Northern Ireland, and she used her title to help those from disadvantaged communities. It was a title that I don't think that she sought. Baroness Blood left school at 14 years of age and began working in her local linen mill. Then she joined the Transport and General Workers Union, which I think was fundamental in fashioning her trajectory. Therefore, from a young age, Baroness Blood epitomised the struggle and fight as an advocate for women's and workers' rights, and had a proven commitment to improving lives, which set her on her remarkable path. In 1996, Baroness Blood helped set up the Northern Ireland Women's Coalition, giving women a voice in politics, which played a pivotal role in the peace talks leading to the Good Friday Agreement in 1998. In 1989, Blood became a community worker on a project for long-term unemployed men. She also worked with the Greater Shankill Early Years Project as an information officer from 1994 to 1998. Here she helped to establish 3 community centres in the Greater Shankill area, and as chair of the Early Years in Belfast from 2000 to 2009, she contributed to the well-being of many, many families and children. Similar to myself, Baroness Blood was passionate about early years intervention for children, and she knew the importance about giving children the best possible start to life. Baroness Blood made significant contributions to the political landscape here in Northern Ireland, and her tireless efforts in community work and political activism laid the groundwork for initiatives like Sure Start. Baroness Blood was not simply a forerunner for workers and young people. She was a women's activist who challenged the status quo and male-dominated environments, and she managed to inspire future generations to show up and speak up. I support the motion, Mr Speaker, and in Baroness Blood's own words, and by way of encouragement to all women in Northern Ireland, I suggest a line worth learning. Watch my lips, I'm speaking.
Thank you, and I call on Sinead Ennis.
Gurmagit Last Cancorla, and happy International Women's Day or Women's Week to everybody, and hope everybody had a positive and enjoyable time over the weekend, celebrating not only our achievements but also advocating for greater equality. And I want to use my time today to highlight the inequalities that still exist for women in sport, but I also want to acknowledge and pay tribute to the organisations here in Ireland and across the globe working to end those inequalities. I grew up playing competitive soccer and football at a time when there was little or no infrastructure or facilities for women and girls to encourage us into the sports that we loved. That is why I'm forever thankful to my parents who encouraged and supported my talents. While thankfully things have moved on and improved since I was a kid, we need to make sure that girls being encouraged into sport becomes not a matter of luck, but a reality for all girls. In recent years, we have seen the positive impact of national campaigns like the 2020 National Initiative for Women in Sport, which seeks to highlight the impact of seeing and being role models and the essential part they play in encouraging women and girls into sport. We know that representation matters. It matters in sport, it matters in politics, and it matters in all aspects of public life. And I'm a firm believer in the adage, if she can't see it, she can't be it. I think I was probably in my late teens or early 20s before I clearly remember seeing competitive women's sport on TV. And even now, no matter what it is, no matter what team's playing, even though I'm an ardent Man United fan, if I see women's sport on the TV, I'm transfixed. I have to watch it because it just wasn't the norm. The importance of visibility cannot be overstated when it comes to the future of sport in Ireland and across the globe. If women and girls don't see themselves reflected in the sport, they may not realise their potential and recognise their talent, which is part of the reason there's a high rate of girls dropping out from sport in their early teens. We need to address why this is the case. There is a fundamental lack of understanding about women's bodies, the effect menstruation, for example, has on athletic performance. The confidence something as simple as having the right kit can give a young girl cannot be overstated. I wish I had more time to go into my own personal experience and give some more examples about historically the sports that I've played and how the teams I played for, how we were treated as somehow less important than our male counterparts. From hand-me-down kits, no access to proper training pitches, having the added burden of fundraising for basic essentials such as jerseys, to transport to games, and the list goes on and on. But I think the biggest indignity... I will, go ahead.
The member is already is aware too, but would you agree as well that in terms of some local government areas that the decision to actually remove pitches for the women's sports in order to facilitate the men's is a policy that should absolutely be done away with, because we do have knowledge that this is taking place through local government, but also private sporting arenas too.
And the member has an extra minute.
Not entirely over the specific area you're talking about. I think it is incumbent, especially when government contracts or government money is being used to build facilities, that is built into the contract, that it's not the preserve of males, of men, that it should be for everybody. So yeah, as I said, probably one of the biggest indignities was being denied access to our prestigious county grounds for championship or national league games. And while I'm glad to see that more and more women's matches are being held in our county grounds, it wasn't that long ago that we had to rely on the generosity of individual clubs to provide their facilities so that we could fulfil championship fixtures. That is both embarrassing and unacceptable, and I fully support efforts being made to amalgamate both the men's and women's codes within the GAA, and I hope that we will finally see fair distribution of finances and resources. Equally, I'm delighted that women's soccer teams, both North and South, are finally and rightfully playing their games in both the Aviva and Windsor Park, and hopefully not too soon Casement Park. That should be the norm and not the exception. We need to take every avenue open to all of us to promote the importance of representation for women in sport in all areas where decisions are being made as well. And while we are using this International Women's Day, this occasion, to speak about the issues that matter to us as women, we need to make every day about recognising integrity, authenticity and excellence in whatever form it takes. And maybe we could start by changing our language around how we speak about women in sport. For example, why does it matter what women wear? Maybe we could question why women gymnasts wear skimpy leotards where men wear trousers. And maybe we could all make an effort to attend at least one female-specific sport every month. Maybe we could read more female journalists. Maybe we could ask our clubs, no matter what sports we're involved in, how many training sessions, how much equipment and support and access do the women get in comparison to their male counterparts. And maybe it's time for all of us to recognise our own sheroes, because after all, if you can't see it, you can't really be it. Gura Maigat.
Thank you, and I call on Pam Cameron.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I rise to wholeheartedly support this motion before the House today. And I'm speaking as a DUP woman, as a unionist woman, an MLA for South Antrim since 2011, I should be aware, Mr Deputy Speaker, and still the only female MLA elected to this House in the constituency of South Antrim. At 39 years old, I became the youngest and the only ever female to serve as Mayor of Antrim in 2010-2011. And these facts clearly tell us that there's much more work to be done in terms of ensuring that women are properly represented in political life here in Northern Ireland. It is vitally important that we do take part in this global celebration of the social, economic, cultural and political achievements of women. And Mr Deputy Speaker, sadly there is still much misogyny around, and even on International Women's Day posts we will all have seen too many examples of how some still simply cannot cope with the very idea that women are out of the kitchen and in the workplace, let alone in government. We do need to support each other, and we need to push ourselves forward. We do need to ensure that our voices are heard, and they're heard loud and clear. I'm glad that this Assembly has committed to really urgent priorities, such as dealing with pay parity and pay gaps within our public services, such as affordable childcare, such as the need for a women's healthcare strategy, and such as the all-important issue of dealing with violence against women and girls.
Would the member give way?
I will indeed.
Thank you for giving way. We all sit here in relative comfort, and some of us will feel that more than others, but there are many women across the world, and you speak of women who suffer violence, and there are many women across the world who suffer violence for their faith. Last week in northern Nigeria, 200 women were kidnapped by Boko Haram terrorists. Those women will suffer violence, rape, forced marriage. Would the member agree with me that we also need to look outside of Northern Ireland and look at the issues that face women in many countries today where they are persecuted for their faith?
And the member has an extra minute.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank the member for a very valuable contribution. And of course this is a global movement, International Women's Day, week, possibly month, maybe we'll just take the whole year in future. So I think it's vitally important that the members' points are taken aboard. Absolutely, it's a global movement, and we want to see, you know, we can complain about issues here in Northern Ireland, and they seem quite pathetic when you hear of the sufferings that are happening across the world. So we absolutely have to support all of those women across the world in their plight. In closing, Mr Deputy Speaker, I want to give my mother a shout out for setting the example to me of what a hard-working, strong, fierce, caring mother should be, and my three sisters for their unwavering support that we all have for each other and for my daughters. And I include my daughters-in-law, all of whom make me proud each and every day. So I want to say to all of them, Happy International Women's Day week. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I call on Connie Egan.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'm glad to speak on this motion today, and I really welcome that it's been signed from members from across parties. I spent last Friday, International Women's Day, at an event organised by a local organisation, Kilcully Women's Centre, in my constituency. The atmosphere and the spirit of the event captured everything that International Women's Day should be about. Local organisations and women from all backgrounds came together, not just to celebrate how far we have come, but to discuss what more we need to do and the challenges facing women today. We heard from a senior PSNI officer who had overcome a historically male-dominated working environment, juggled the demands of training with a young family, and prevailed over gender stereotypes to excel in her career. She now uses her role to help women and children who have been victims of sexual assault and rape. I was heartened to hear how legislation surrounding coercive control, stalking and cyberflashing introduced by Justice Minister Naomi Long last mandate were being effectively used by the PSNI to apprehend offenders. We also heard from a woman who ran a successful local family business, but had also overcome adversity of coercive control and now used her experience to help others in our local community. We are so lucky in Northern Ireland to have a strong community and voluntary sector who do the legwork when it comes to supporting and uplifting women in our society. Whether it's an affordable social enterprise model of childcare, providing therapeutic support to those who've been subject to domestic abuse, or through education and employment courses, we owe them the recognition they deserve for their transformative work in communities. There can be no doubt we have made progress over the last century. Women now have more legislative protections than ever before. We have the most representative assembly in our history, and we enjoy freedoms that those in previous generations had to fight for. But there is so much more to do. Absolutely, I'll give way.
I thank the member for giving way. Would she agree that we're so lucky that we have now more than ever more female representatives, and to ensure that we keep that momentum and increase that number, that issues like public safety of members and the lack of an efficient maternity leave for members across this House play a negative role in putting women getting into politics? Would you agree?
And the member has an extra minute.
Absolutely, thank you, and I thank you for your intervention. Advice that was given to me before I became an MLA was that you cannot be what you cannot see. And if we really want to have a representative society, whether that's in local government, in this chamber, or in Parliament, we need to make sure that this place is accessible for women, and that includes security provisions and also maternity provisions. I know there are women in this chamber today who did not avail of those, and it's been a massive challenge for them. So I thank you for your intervention. As I was saying, there is a lot more work to do. One illustration of this was research that was published by the Royal College of Psychiatrists on International Women's Day. This research showed the leading cause of mental ill health in women in the UK is violence and abuse, closely followed by relationship issues such as coercive control. I hope with more women than ever before elected to this Assembly, we can come together and use the rest of this mandate to make progress. We have many outstanding issues. The strategic framework to end violence against women and girls has still not been published. We're the only part of these islands to not have a strategy to end gender-based violence. Last month, we passed a motion supporting a women's health strategy, something desperately needed for women in our society who are facing health inequalities such as delays in their cervical screening tests, inadequate diagnosis and care for endometriosis, and treatment pathways for menopause. This is certainly not an exhaustive list of women's health issues that need actioned by this Assembly and Executive urgently. One of the biggest barriers to women accessing employment opportunities is accessible and affordable childcare. I was heartened to hear recent commitments from Executive Ministers on this issue, but for many families, they need intervention and support now. I also want to speak about the women in our society who have faced unimaginable abuse. Those who are victims and survivors of the mother and baby institutions and Magdalen laundries. These women in Northern Ireland have been left behind. While the Republic of Ireland have made some progress in addressing this shameful part of our past, we still have not introduced a redress scheme for those subject to the trauma of these institutions or installed a memorial for the victims and survivors. I sincerely hope that we can come together and deliver for these women as a matter of urgency to recognise and address the horrors that were inflicted upon them. Mr Deputy Speaker, I could talk about so much more, but I am constrained by time. I hope that the women in this chamber work together with common goals to address historical injustices faced by women, the current challenges in our society, but also to celebrate and uplift each other and how far we've come. Thank you.
Thank you, and I call on Declan Kearney.
Friday, International Women's Day was marked at Belfast City Hall with the unveiling of monuments to both Mary Ann McCracken and Winifred Kearney, and two iconic Belfast women whose lives were dedicated completely to the opposing of slavery, exploitation, injustice and oppression. And both were champions of gender equality and anti-sectarianism, and also social and national emancipation. The struggle for women's rights is hundreds of years old, and many, many brave women through the ages have challenged patriarchy, class and inequality. Those achievements and that sacrifice deserves to be celebrated in appropriate and significant ways. But International Women's Day also points us towards what more needs to be done. Because in today's world, women continue to be denied economic, social and national freedoms. And nowhere, Alias Ceann Comhairle, is that more stark than in Palestine and particularly Gaza. This year, there will have been no celebration of International Women's Day or Mother's Day, particularly on the Gaza Strip. By the 8th of March, last Friday, Israel's war will have killed 9,000 Palestinian women, with over 54,000 injured. 5,200 Palestinian women have lost their babies. 50,000 Palestinian women who are pregnant cannot give birth in a safe place because there are no hospitals, medical centres, or safe places to give birth. 65,000 breastfeeding Palestinian mothers cannot feed properly or look after their children safely. And in the north of Gaza, 350,000 women and girls are starving. 500,000 Palestinian women are currently homeless. The women of Palestine need to hear, see and feel our solidarity.
To conclude, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I will recite now this reflection dedicated to the courage of the women of Palestine, the heartbeat of women, the happiness of women, the kindness, creativity and imagination of women, the slavery, suffering and struggle of women, dedication and determination for the rights of women, the echo of women, a new era for women without discrimination or suppression, the hope and vision of women in our time. But there can be no freedom for the women of the world until there's freedom for the women of Palestine. Thank you.
And I call on Mike Nesbitt.
Speaker, thank you. Very happy to say a few words on the motion, and begin by thanking the Deputy First Minister for mentioning the Ulster Women's Unionist Council, who produced some fine parliamentarians, not least Dame Deirdre Parker, who became the longest-serving female in the Northern Ireland Parliament, and like Robin Swan, spent time as Minister for Health. Just at the end of last week, as the International Day was coming up, I got quite nostalgic thinking about my first job and my first boss. The job was a sports reporter with BBC Northern Ireland, and the boss was the formidable Joy Williams. And you know, if you think about a woman becoming head of a sports department in the 70s, it always seemed really quite a remarkable feat. But given what we now know about some of the attitudes and behaviours in the BBC at the time, you know, when you think about people like Stuart Hall, Jimmy Savile, Rolf Harris, I think her achievement was just all the more remarkable as a woman to reach that position in such a kind of testosterone-filled environment. And she, like nothing more than encouraging and mentoring young talent. You think of George Hamilton, who had a stellar career with the BBC in London and then RTE in Dublin. Think of Alan Green, for a long time, one of BBC Radio's top 2 football commentators. Mark Robson, who no doubt commentated on the semi-tragic events at Twickenham over the weekend. And Jim Neely, who's been going on forever. And there, members will have noted 4 men. And once again, it was a woman, an outlier, who brought them on. What I'd like to do, Mr. Speaker, is just talk about a concept that I think will eventually come to how we do government in this place. And the concept is gender budgeting, which is a way to promote equality through fiscal policy. By analysing and disaggregating data so that we understand the impact of our spend separately on men and women, and that we can take, therefore, corrective action against it. There will be an update on this on the 21st of the month with the Northern Ireland Women's Budget Group, but just to illustrate, I have some figures which are maybe 4 or 5 years old. So, for example, if the UK government invested 2% of gross domestic product in construction, they would create hundreds of thousands of new jobs. 180,000 of those jobs would be for women, but men would get 560,000 new jobs. If, on the other hand, you put that 2% of GDP into care, either social or child care, men would get 48,000 new jobs, the number of new jobs for women would be 1,070,000. That's a swing of nearly 900,000, depending on where you're making your investment. So I would hope to bring a debate to this chamber within the course of this mandate to start the process of gender budgeting. And by start, I mean let's start disaggregating the data. So, for example, a couple of years ago, the All-Party Group on Sport took an interest in gender budgeting after a horrendous occasion when the Connaught senior women's rugby team had to get changed for an interprovincial match in a car park, surrounded by rubbish and rats, because there weren't any changing facilities for them. So we started asking governing bodies about disaggregating their spend, and they weren't able to tell us. They were able to say we have spent money specifically promoting our code, or Gaelic football, Association football, rugby union football, in schools for women. But in terms of where the money goes into clubs, what percentage goes to the men's game, what percentage goes to the women's game, they were not able to tell us. So the first step has to be to encourage government departments to start disaggregating the spend so that we understand the impact we are having differentially on men and on women. As I say, I hope to get the support of the House before the end of this mandate to start that process.
Thank you. And I call on Linda Dillon.
And I appreciate the opportunity to rise to support this motion today. And this motion is celebrating social, economic, cultural and political achievements of women. But what we must remember is that much of what we celebrate was very hard won and hard fought for. And on many occasions it was fought for and won by victims and survivors, both here in the north, across this island and right across the world. Victims, many of whom were victims of state and church. Women and girls have suffered unimaginable abuses and repression, often at the hand, as I say, of state and church across this island and across the world. These are not abuses that were suffered in our historical past. These women and girls are here today. They are still fighting for justice. They went through mother and baby homes and Magdalene laundries, and they're still waiting on legislation to implement the recommendations of the Truth Recovery Design Panel. And there can be no further delay. This must be implemented with urgency. These women and girls have laid bare the most horrendous abuses that they suffered. It is these women speaking up that has started a conversation that will ensure that all of the stigma and shame of what happened belongs to those who inflicted it, not those who suffered it. They were mothers. Yesterday we celebrated Mother's Day. Those mothers didn't get to celebrate with their children because their children were ripped from them. Those children didn't get to say Happy Mother's Day because they never knew that mother on many occasions, never met them, and those that were lucky enough to meet them very often were so traumatised that they were never able to build a relationship. These are the women and girls that we must remember on International Women's Day. And I want to put on the record our acknowledgement and thanks to them. We want to see the progression of the legislation. We must all support the women and girls around us and speak up when something is not right, because people knew what was going on and they did not speak up. They did not support those women and girls. The silence of all those who do not speak up for women and girls suffering abuse, whether it is in their home, their place of education, their workplace, or anywhere else for that matter, they offer protection for and compliance with the abuser. We keep saying no more. Well, no more means no more silence. Support women, speak up, and report abuse. I want to take this opportunity to acknowledge also the women across the world that are suffering as a result of conflict, and as has already been referred to, particularly those women in Palestine. And for all of those children, again, who yesterday did not have their mummy to say Happy Mother's Day, and for all of those mothers that were not able to hug their children and enjoy being a mother, we think of them today. There is a movement out there that says now, nothing about us without us. That means all women. All women need to be involved in conversations about what this place will look like and what every society right across our world will look like. We need to ensure that women are heard here and everywhere else. That is our responsibility. It is not only our responsibility to make sure that we have a good life and our daughters and sisters have a good life, it is our responsibility to ensure that every woman has a decent standard of life, that every woman has equality, that every woman has hope, that every woman has a chance of just having a good life, not suffering abuse, not suffering at the hands of oppressive regimes, and not suffering at the hands of genocidal governments.
Thank you, and I call on Claire Sugden.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to take part in this cross-party motion to recognise International Women's Day. While a global celebration of the remarkable achievements of women throughout history and acknowledgement of the persistent challenges that women continue to face, International Women's Day is an opportunity to voice day-to-day issues that prevent advancement of gender balance in my constituency and across Northern Ireland. Despite the progress we have achieved, women still confront systemic barriers that obstruct their full participation in society. Gender-based violence, unequal access to healthcare and education, and limited economic opportunities because appropriate infrastructure simply does not exist. Inspire Inclusion, this year's theme, directs us to invest in women to drive forward progress. Progress is something that we must do for gender equality, but also across all aspects of society. When we invest in women, everyone benefits: individuals, families, communities, our public services. Imagine if we truly invested in childcare, as well as creating opportunities for women to participate fully in the workforce. We yield a wide range of benefits for wider society, including promoting early childhood development, stimulating economic growth, furthering social equity and inclusion, supporting community well-being, and advancing gender equality. Childcare is a vital social and economic investment that will create a more prosperous and equitable society for all. And I appreciate the commitment of the Executive to devise and fund a childcare strategy, but it is not happening quick enough, and I would encourage the Executive to implement interim measures to support women and their families until a full strategy can be realised. Investment in women's health is also key to progress. Often we forget that our role as MLAs is to improve public services for everyone in Northern Ireland, and half of that everyone are women, yet our services, in particular health and social care services, are not serving them. We need to improve in areas such as mental health, reproductive health, family planning, menopause, understanding conditions such as autism and ADHD, which present differently in women and girls, but research has typically focused on men and boys, therefore symptoms are not necessarily picked up. And I expect there are many more examples where inequality in research has meant that women are treated less. Specifically, we need services which recognise and support the significant changes that pregnancy does to our bodies and minds. I became a mother last year, and I am so blessed with my beautiful Indy, but she did not come with a manual, or at least she left it in there. A lot of experiences are unexpected. Societal expectations for mothers are high, and every day is a palpable worry. Yes, this is life. Babies are born every day, and many women have come before me, and many more will come after. But surely that's why we should support mothers, because of their immeasurable impact on all of us. And happy Mother's Day to all the women who love and care for us. But maybe our gratitude should start with public services that they have long needed. Finally, investing in women requires us to address the root causes of gender inequality, including harmful stereotypes and discriminatory practices. It involves challenging societal norms that limit women's potential and perpetuate gender-based violence. It is a powerful statement that our Executive, who is led by two very capable women, has prioritised a strategy which aims to change attitudes, value women and girls, and stop abuse and violence. And it's not every man, and indeed men who abhor this behaviour as much as I do, are so important in speaking out and supporting this strategy. And I appreciate the male members of this House who have taken the lead to support this work. They must be role models for boys and younger men. And there are great examples of this already, including the White Ribbon campaign, where local football teams, including Korean Football Club, have worn a white ribbon to send a positive message. Investing in women is not only a moral imperative, but also an economic one. When we invest in the education, health and social and economic empowerment of women, we unlock significant potential to contribute meaningfully to our communities and wider society. Studies consistently show that societies with greater gender equality tend to have higher levels of prosperity and competitiveness, and I want that for my constituency in Northern Ireland. I support this motion. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. And can I call on Deborah Erskine to wind? And Deborah, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. On Friday, obviously, we celebrated International Women's Day, and yesterday we celebrated Mother's Day. This morning I woke up with Spice Girls on the radio, so it just shows what I listen to in the morning, but it certainly was apt given this motion today in the Chamber. And it takes me back to that 90s movement of girl power, and it might seem a bit frivolous talking about that, but there is something in that actually, in realising your true potential as a girl and as a woman, and the positive force for nature that can be. It's important that we make sure that we have aspiring role models within our society for young girls and women, and that's on all of us in this chamber as well, both male and female, to ensure that. For me, I want to ensure that there is true, genuine equality. I just don't want to be a tick box because I'm a woman. I want my own merits to shine through, and I think that that's important to recognise that. It was very positive last week to see the photograph of all the female MLAs from the Chamber. In 1998, just 14% of MLAs were women. Today, 38%. And today we have the first all-female executive office, and that's a very powerful statement to have. I couldn't stand in this chamber today without recognising two women that were very influential in my own life and shaped my life, both in the home and politically. My Granny Armstrong, who taught me the value of fighting for my place in the world and never giving up in the face of barriers that may exist. And the first female First Minister for Northern Ireland, Arlene Foster, who recognised something in me that I didn't. And without her encouragement, I wouldn't be here today. Women looking out for women. And I hope that continues to grow, not only in this chamber. It's important that we foster a legacy of mutual understanding and a willingness to work together. And I hope that that will feed out of this chamber into the rest of society, and that we deal with issues such as childcare, which are an important issue outside of this chamber and inside it as well. And we need to deal with that, and I hope we can for all of our families in society. So I just want to move to some of the contributions that were in the chamber today. I thank Cara Hunter, who moved the motion today, and she pointed to the barriers that have been broken down and the need to do more in society. She also recognised period poverty, which is a huge issue that still needs tackled in society. And she pointed to the open discussions now that we have around women's health, which are brilliant to see, and particularly on topics that were once taboo. And I think that's really important. Emma Sheeran, she pointed to the theme of International Women's Day, which is to inspire inclusion, and pointed as well to the change that there is in society, but there's still more work to be done, and of course the strategies that are coming forward to support and help women. The Deputy First Minister, she pointed out, the fact that we're celebrating and marking International Women's Day in so many different ways. It's okay to be feisty and to be strong as a woman and put forward your point. I'm probably in that category as well. And she also made a very valid point in relation to women of faith who sometimes feel that they're on the margins of some of the women's movements. And also the Unionist Women's Council, which some of my family members were actually part of as well, which also helped shape my political life. Kelly Armstrong highlighted the issues around carers and childcare and poverty and the need to tackle stereotypes. And I welcome Mr Butler's contribution as well. And we welcome and we should actually recognise that whilst it's important that we as women tap ourselves on the back, we also need to stand up and say thank you to the men that also encourage inclusion and support women as well. Yes, of course.
Member Givenway, but the member agrees with me. It's actually really important that men, in terms of creating that role model, particularly for young boys, is instrumental in breaking through the ceiling and challenging those stereotypes that many of us indeed grew up with.
And I thank the member for his intervention because he's absolutely right, because that helps in terms of education when it comes to tackling issues around violence against women and girls. And I also want to thank him for pointing out the contribution that Baroness May Blood made to life in Northern Ireland, and also some of his colleagues that he raised as well in the chamber, so thank you. Sinead Ennis, she raised about, she really highlighted sport, and I want to thank her for bringing that into the debate today, because we've all been there. And, you know, I enjoyed sports as a teenage girl, but after that, it didn't really go anywhere. As you can see by the look of me, I don't go running as much as often. But, I mean, you laid down the mantle in terms of, for us, turning up and supporting women's teams. And I think that's an important challenge for all of us to take on. The Junior Minister, Miss Cameron, she pointed out how she was the first female mayor in her council area, and she also raised how some people still believe that women's place is in the kitchen. And unfortunately, I've also had those comments made to me whenever I became an MLA, asking how my husband copes without me. My husband copes very, very well. I want to move to Deanne Dawes' intervention, which was a very poignant and valid point to make. Whilst we're talking about the issues that we face here in Northern Ireland, there is a wide world out there, and we have to recognise that we also have to work on ensuring that women and girls elsewhere have the same rights and opportunities that we do. So I thank you for that. And Connie Egan, she referenced about events in her own constituency, and I thank you for pointing out to the challenges that some women in her own constituency have overcome in relation to her own area. Declan Kearney, he referenced about Gaza and the Israel situation, and I hope he will join with me in condemning Hamas and the torture and rape of women that Hamas carried out as well. Mike Nesbitt, he highlighted the TV industry and how difficult it was for women in that industry, and actually still is, even in terms of sport. You know, whenever women are commentating on sport as well, and the commentary that can be on social media. He also raised an important point about gender budgeting, which I thought was interesting, and something that we could look at in different departments. Mrs Dillon, she pointed out about historical and institutional abuse, and I thank you for your very powerful contributions in relation to that. And I know she feels very strongly on this issue, and she's been a very powerful advocate in the chamber for quite some time on this issue. And the importance of speaking out with our voice for other women is really, really important whenever they don't have a voice. And lastly, Claire Tugden, the need for investment in women in all aspects of our civic society is a very important point. And just to say, I've seen a lovely photograph of her in Indy at the weekend, and we do, as a chamber, want to put on record our thanks to the many women across our daily lives that have helped and supported us and got us to this point. So I thank the members for their contributions today and for the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. The question is that the motion standing in the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Members, I have received notification from the members of the Business Committee of a motion to extend the sitting past 7 p.m. under Standing Order 10 (3 alpha). Clerk, could you please read the motion, please?
That, in accordance with Standing Order 10(3)(a), the sitting on Monday the 11th of March 2024 be extended to no later than 8 p.m.
Can I call on Sinead Ennis to move the motion? The question is that the motion standing in the name of the Business Committee be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The motion is carried and the Assembly may sit until 8 p.m. this evening if necessary. Please take your ease while we hand over the top table. Thank you.
Okay, members. The next item on the order paper is a motion on backlog in MOT testing. Clerk, would you please read the motion?
That this Assembly stresses the importance of fair and timely access to fecal testing across Northern Ireland, believes it is unacceptable that many motorists are facing lengthy delays to secure an MOT appointment, notes with concern the impact such delays have on those living and working in our communities, including in rural and hard-to-reach areas, as well as many businesses, regrets the costly and protracted delays in opening new test centres at Mollusk and Hydebank, expresses alarm at increased fees for MOT testing in the absence of tangible progress toward ramping up capacity, and calls on the Minister for Infrastructure to bring forward an ambitious and costed plan to tackle the backlog in tests, cut waiting times, deal with no-shows, and ensure fair access for those who are currently disadvantaged as soon as possible.
Thank you, Ciara, and I call on Deborah Erskine to move the motion.
Moved.
Okay, Deborah, thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour and 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. As an amendment has been selected and is published on the Marshall list, the Business Committee has agreed 15 minutes will be added to the total time for the debate. Please start the debate on the motion, Deborah. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. First of all, I want to declare an interest as someone who's waiting for an MOT test appointment, and also my husband's relations work within DVA system. I'm also making my comments today as a Fermanagh and South Tyrone DUP MLA and not as chair of the committee. I propose this motion today, which is of extreme importance to the thousands of people in Northern Ireland at this moment in time. Fairness and timely access to vehicle testing across Northern Ireland is a simple ask. How we ensure that happens needs to be dealt with. We can no longer hide behind the fact that our MOT system is not fit for purpose anymore as it is. Change and an overhaul is now due. I like to think of myself who's fairly on the ball when it comes to my own affairs. However, to remember when my MOT test is due is something, I have to be honest, I never thought of until very recently when the letter dropped through my door. For months and indeed years now, I've been dealing with constituents who are unable to get their MOT test on time. So I duly myself went online to book a test, and at that stage none were available anywhere. And we do have to ask the question, why have we got to this situation? Not to mention the fact that drivers in Northern Ireland have seen an increase in pricing, yet they're not seeing bang for their buck, so to speak, when it comes to getting the access to a test. Last week we found out that cracks have now appeared in MOT lifts, and while we await further testing, it raises a number of questions. Again, how have we managed to get into this situation? A crack is a crack in testing equipment, and it isn't good enough, no matter what gloss people try to paint over it. And for the DVA Chief Executive to come out and say that 72-day wait for MOT tests is now the normal, well, it shouldn't be, and we shouldn't just accept that. When we compare the number of full tests conducted at each of DVA's testing centres in January 2024 with the situation in January 2019, we see that 10 out of the 15 test centres of those sites were operating at a reduced capacity compared to 5 years ago. And last week we were told by DVA that 1.15 million tests have been carried out, the highest on record, but we still have an issue within our MOT testing service. And let's be honest with ourselves, the crisis in MOT testing has been brewing before the pandemic, with long-term neglect of the DVA estate initially led to suspension of testing services in December 2019, January 2020 due to problems with lifts. And in February 2022, I spoke in this chamber about the effects and problems with getting MOT tests, and I'm still raising those issues in this chamber today. And the issues facing in particular rural drivers going further to access an appointment. How have we got to a stage in our system in which we have drivers which may or may not be driving a car which is not roadworthy, but may unknowingly find themselves on the wrong side of the law because they have to travel distances for a test due to no fault of their own, really? It's quite frankly appalling. Where also is a regional balance? MOT test centres in the West have not had much investment in the last 10 years. There's genuine concern around regional inequalities, given that often public transport routes are less well developed in those communities, and the implications of not being able to secure a test are more profound. The role and value of this public service has been undermined by a failure to show the right leadership to tackle this issue. And at this point, I just want to say and put on record thanks to the DVA testing staff for the work that they do. They are carrying out tests 7 days a week, and we appreciate that, but something has to change. Many have asked themselves whether a framework based on private vehicle testing would provide better and fair outcomes. And I recognise there is a challenge in that for DVA and DFI. They must, however, be in a position to respond to that criticism and demonstrate why these services ought to be managed and regulated in this way, rather than, I know the Minister has ruled it out in the media within the last day. So we need to understand why, because there is an awful lot of public commentary today around privatisation and what that looks like. In relation to the SDLP's amendment, whilst I welcome what they're saying in relation to it, I do wonder why there needs to be another call for evidence on biannual testing. Their own Minister, Nicola Mallon, brought forward a call for evidence in August 2021 on the matter, and in February 2022 the results were published. Interestingly, in overall terms, the outcome was clear for private cars and motorcycles, with some 80% and 77% respectively of respondents believing that MOT testing for those vehicle categories should be done on a biannual basis. But yet, it was interesting at the Infrastructure Committee last week, because officials came and stated that they aren't looking into biannual testing at this moment in time. So what is the department doing to tackle this issue? A survey by Northern Ireland's largest price comparison site, CompareNI.com, found that over half of Northern Ireland drivers, 58%, admitted that they were driving on roads past their MOT date as a result of booking issues, meaning over half of our vehicles here could be unroadworthy. The survey also found that 42% of drivers in Northern Ireland had to wait for a cancellation just to book an MOT slot. When it was possible to book a slot, 43% had to wait over 3 months for their appointment. Those figures point to a critical situation. Some drivers have also stated that they've had to visit their local repair garages for safety checks and other measures, which is right, and we welcome the fact that they are doing that to keep their cars roadworthy. But this effectively amounts to having to pay in lieu as well, as another added on to a valid MOT. Simply stating that Mollusk and Hyde Bank will be open and all our problems will disappear is, in some respects, wishful thinking. First, we need staff and capacity in the system, and second of all, we need the plan going forward. I recognise that there was some 50,000 no-shows, and that is a problem as well. And from this chamber, we have to say, if you have an MOT appointment, please turn up, please go. And we should be drilling down into those figures to find out why such huge numbers were not turning up for their MOT appointment. Was it that those people got earlier appointments and the system didn't correct the cancellations? Is it genuine no-shows? And if so, what can we do to address that number? Not least, do we need a public message campaign in relation to this? I want to see improvements happen, and I am in solution mode, and I want to see an ambitious costed plan come forward. Whether measures need to be introduced temporarily or whether we need to see measures, and we do need to see measures implemented for the long term, we must grasp this issue in the here and now before the situation gets any worse. So I commend this motion to the House. Thank you.
Thank you, Deborah, and I call on Mark Durgan to move the amendment. Thank you. Mark, you have 10 minutes to propose and 5 minutes to wind, and all other speakers will have 5 minutes, so please open the debate on the amendment.
Vehicle testing as a topic, always guaranteed to spark debate. Bizarrely, it seems to stoke greater furore than access to healthcare or the bit-by-bit dismantling of our welfare system. I've received more messages ahead of today's debate than I did on school uniform costs or tackling health waiting lists. But I suppose that's down to the frustration caused by the current process, and the chances are, if you own a vehicle, you've been affected by these issues. The new normal of a 72-day wait has been bandied about, and that's for the lucky ones. But it isn't normal. Just last night I received an email from a constituent who'd been trying for weeks to get an MOT appointment for their elderly mother's vehicle, but has finally had to settle for one in Enniskillen, many miles away, 5 months away as well. The current system is proving stressful, time-consuming, and forcing people to take time off work to travel further afield for appointments. Now, these problems aren't new, and I mean there are several. They've been compounded by a multitude of issues, be it cracks, COVID, cost of living, and wider global economic issues. And while significant effort and investment has been made to increase capacity, problems persist. Since 2009, Northern Ireland has consistently had more private light goods vehicles pro rata than Great Britain. We're a more car-dependent population, which is problematic in itself. That said, it's clear that the number of cars on our roads is growing year on year, and the required infrastructure, be that our actual road network or, in this instance, MOT testing centres, can't and are not, or is not keeping up. Staff are working as full pelt, trying to get as many appointments through the doors as possible. Each year, the DVA are conducting record-breaking numbers of vehicle tests, and I'd like to, like the proposer of the motion, place on record our appreciation of the additional work that they've undertaken, particularly over these past few years. But despite workers' Herculean efforts, the waiting lists remain too long. Doing the same thing over and over again, but expecting different results, is insanity. We need government to at least try and do things differently. Over the course of the weekend, the Minister has ruled out the use of private garages, and while I actually share the Minister's view on privatisation, I would urge him just not to jump to any decisions until he listens to all the arguments put forward. It's evident that major change is needed, even on a temporary basis, to tackle lengthy delays. And on that note, I wish to move or propose the SDLP amendment calling for public consultation on biennial MOT testing for vehicles under 10 years old. 2 years ago, DFI was to consult publicly on biennial testing, but that hasn't happened. There was overwhelming support, as Ms Erskine has said, for the move, and summary findings published in February 22 following a call for evidence issued by then Infrastructure Minister Nicola Mallon. The next step was to be public consultation on specific proposals. The wheels were in motion, but it seemed from committee on Thursday we learned that someone has put their foot on the brakes. I wonder if the Minister could clarify if he knows why the department seemed to have U-turned on this issue. Even if this measure was introduced temporarily, it would help massively to clear the current backlog. I'm aware that there were dissenting voices from the automotive industry opposing two-year testing on safety grounds, and of course no one in here would wish to do anything that would compromise safety. However, the extent to which vehicle roadworthiness is involved as a primary or even contributing factor in collision causation is relatively minuscule. The bulk of road traffic collisions here are as a result of driver distraction or excessive speeding, and according to the police figures for 2022, vehicle defects were cited as causation factor for just 1.2% of all collisions. Moving to a 2-year cycle could act as a pressure release valve to allow the completion of the new testing centres and an assessment of new testing capacity. Cars over 10 years old could continue to be subject to annual inspection given their higher risk profile. We believe this to be constructive and relatively easily implemented proposal that will provide immediate relief to staff and motorists alike. But at least let's have the conversation, and I hope members across the Assembly will support us in this call. Solving these problems requires new thinking. DVA continue to promote the new testing centres at Hydebank and Mollusk as their great white hope, the fail-safe solution. And notably, again, as the proposer said, we hadn't been comparing notes beforehand. There's been no recognition of need west of the ban, despite the heavier reliance on private vehicles as a result of poorer connectivity and access to public transport in this locality. That said, I can't accept that investment in these continually delayed projects will prove a panacea. Many questions remain unanswered. We've heard that DVA staff are conducting more tests than ever before. So how will these new centres be able to meet that demand? Will staff vacancies be filled by staff redeployed from elsewhere? Will this result in a knock-on impact that will see the closure of other existing test centres? How will these centres effectively improve capacity if we can't recruit and retain the workforce that's needed to run them? It would be short-sighted, or it is short-sighted, to throw more money at an issue without a comprehensive plan. But hey, that's the way this place rolls. Furthermore, it's envisaged that these centres will facilitate, or is it envisaged that these centres will facilitate the introduction of diesel emissions testing. It would be remiss of me not to mention DVA's 17-year failure to comply with this legal requirement. I know it's a case of ongoing legal action, so the Minister will be curtailed in terms of what he can say about it, but it is unacceptable in anyone's book that this serious failing has been allowed to continue, compromising air quality, public health, as well as the natural environment. The Executive does need to live up to its environmental obligations, never mind its aspirations. Action on the big issues is one thing, but there does seem to be a general reluctance or recalcitrance to embrace even apparently simple solutions or improvements, like earlier notification that an MOT test is due. Reminder letters are issued 6 weeks prior to an MOT expiry date, yet the online booking system permits customers to book for 3 months in advance. At last week's committee meeting again, it was inferred that issuing earlier reminders would place even greater demand on the online booking system. But and I don't think it was alone among committee members, would tend to disagree and would be of the view that affording more time would allow motorists to plan and would save people from scrambling at the 11th hour. It could also help to reduce the extraordinarily and unacceptable high number of no-shows, certainly.
It might also help people that, like those who are in my constituency, older people who find driving long distances extremely difficult, and therefore when they say that they need to travel, for instance, from Newton Ards to Enniskillen, that they're not going to go to do that MOT and instead will sit at home without a car.
I fully concur with the point that the member has made. There are not just older people who dread the use of the virtual highway in the first place to try and navigate the appointment system, let alone then the having to travel unacceptable distances and intimidating distances for those who are unused to it. Lastly, the challenges with testing infrastructure, including hairline cracks on hydraulic equipment, could present serious logistical problems. Action is needed now to combat any fallout and further pressure on the system down the line. The MOT process in its current form isn't working. It's clear that resolving it requires a cocktail of measures, from putting in more resources, recruiting more staff, to potentially introducing biennial testing. I'd ask the Minister and his department to employ new thinking. We need to drive change, not stunt it.
Thank you. Margaret Call on Donny Baker.
It is vitally important the MOT backlog is addressed and people can get their vehicle tested in a shorter time frame. Many people have been left frustrated trying to get their vehicles tested since 2019, when cracks were found in 48 of the 55 vehicle lifts across the north and the outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic causing further delays. My office, like many MLA offices, are dealing with complaints and have helped to advise constituents on the best way for them to access an MOT service. Many constituents worry about being penalised because they don't have their MOT in time, and it's worth stating that the PSNI has agreed that those drivers whose MOT has expired will not be penalised, providing their vehicle is roadworthy, doesn't have an off-road notification declaration, that their vehicle is insured and a test appointment has been booked. The lack of an MOT certificate would not necessarily invalidate your insurance, but it's important to check with your insurer. And I have had many elderly constituents who have needed help with the online booking system, especially when needing an emergency MOT when people's tax is running out. And my office has been more than happy to help in these situations, and we have managed to get constituents emergency appointments. At the committee last week, we heard from the DVA that they conducted nearly 1.2 million vehicle tests last year, which is the highest number ever recorded. Last year, there was only 7 days in which the DVA did not offer MOT appointments. The increase in capacity had been achieved through a range of measures, including recruitment of additional vehicle examiners, the use of overtime to provide cover for leave, and offering vehicle test appointments on Sundays and bank holidays when testing was not normally available. And I would like to thank staff who have been working hard since the backlog began, as well as during COVID, to tackle the challenges people face in getting MOT appointments. We also heard from the committee that further recruitment went live in February to fill the staff vacancies across the DVA's network of test centres. Meanwhile, the plan for the new test centre at Haybank in Belfast is nearing completion. The construction contract for the second new test centre in Mollusk has been awarded, and that new test centre is expected to be open in 2025. The DVA did highlight their frustration that the number of vehicles that failed a booking appointment in 2022-23 was the highest on record at over 50,000, and that's nearly a month worth of bookings. While measures have been taken to increase capacity and tackle backlogs, and that the effort by the DVA staff must be commended, it is clear that the backlog is still frustrating drivers and learning drivers across the north. My office will continue to support constituents struggling to get a booking, and in particular those in need of an emergency appointment to get their vehicle taxed. I do hope that these new sites and recruitment will go some way to reduce people's frustrations and help that the backlogs and waiting times across the north.
Thank you, Donna. I call Peter McReynolds.
Thank you, Deputy Principal Speaker. I rise to welcome today's motion, and I'd like to start my remarks, similar to others, by putting on record my gratitude to DVA staff who have consistently gone above and beyond during periods of significant disruption and rising demand. As we've just heard, 1.15 million MOTs were carried out in the last year, a 25% increase on the year before and the most on record, and I commend the commitment and dedication of our staff across Northern Ireland. Deputy Principal Speaker, today's motion is important and it is welcome. And like all members here, my inbox and social media has been flooded with messages and emails of concern and frustration at how difficult it has been to get access to a reasonable and timely appointment for vehicle testing. This has led to concern and anxiety for individuals and families who rely on their car for living and working in our communities, their motion, but also completely unnecessary and lengthy car journeys in the face of increased congestion and cars on our roads. For example, just yesterday, a friend messaged to say he was booking his annual MOT, but there were no appointments in any of our centres across Northern Ireland. They joked how they were now considering a ferry to Stranraer, and that's something that I've heard a lot over the weekend. Another, they were able to obtain one at new buildings from where they lived in Ballyclare. Another, that they had to cancel their appointment due to illness, but were required to drive an hour from where they lived to get a last-minute appointment. Another recurring issue has been that of those unable to get an appointment, therefore unable to renew their car tax and subsequently being unfairly fined. And I fully appreciate that this is the responsibility of the DVLA, but perhaps the Minister can tell us what he and his officials are doing to make the case to them, to reiterate our different circumstances here and the challenges that many have been facing. Two further key issues that have been brought to my attention in the last few days, specifically on this, has been the date of the renewal letters, as we've heard already today, and if they can be issued sooner so that people can be better prepared. Moreover, I'd be keen to know if temporary exemption certificates could again play a role in reducing waiting times if used in a specific and limited circumstances. I'd also be grateful to the Minister if he could respond to that point whenever he's closing later as well. Deputy Principal Speaker, as someone new to this Assembly and the Infrastructure Committee, I've spent my time over the last few weeks reading up on the issues facing the Department and the Minister, meeting with officials and groups, and looking back over the work of the last committee who did great work providing suggestions on how to improve the MOT testing system. I was pleased to see the last Minister, as we've heard from Mr Durkin, Nicola Mallon, conducted a call for evidence on today's amendment, the introduction of biennial testing. There were some good points in that document, and I think moving towards a consultation and potentially even a pilot would be a welcome and reasonable approach to explore, as it's clear that there are many adaptations to the current system to improve things. Deputy Principal Speaker, as we've heard, there are various reasons for the current lengthy waiting times, from cracks in lifts to people driving older cars, more people driving than ever before, and it would be remiss of me not to speak to this last point given our reliance and dependence on private vehicles here in Northern Ireland. I hope to always be a voice for public transport and active travel in this chamber, and a key part of this debate and discussion should always be addressing our reliance and dependency on private cars and ensuring that the public have good access to good quality multimodal transport to be able to move around, not least in the face of a climate emergency. Deputy Principal Speaker, I welcome today's motion and amendment. I look forward to working on this matter within the Infrastructure Committee, and I look forward to the later response from the Minister. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. I call John Stewart.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker, and I want to thank the proposers of both the motion and the amendment for bringing it forward today, and just to say that from the outset the Ulster Unionist Party will be supporting both. Principal Deputy Speaker, has already been alluded by all the speakers so far. This is a massive issue in terms of the amount of correspondence that we get from constituents, both by telephone and by frustrated messages, and it has gone from frustration to fury for many of them as they continue to seek to get an MOT in a timely fashion. And I think the big question they ask is just, why can it be so difficult? And I've said before, particularly at the committee last week, that in the rest of the United Kingdom, an appointment time or a wait time is measured in hours or a day or two, and here it's measured in months. We heard last week it was 72 days on average, but anyone who tried to get on today will see that there's not even one available. And last week it was quoting August, although you couldn't book it because it's too far in advance. So that frustration has grown to fury, and people just want to know that this solution, there will be a solution found, and that we're working tirelessly to find that. And I look forward to hearing the Minister later going forward as to what that will be. There are some, Principal Deputy Speaker, who are trying to pitch this as a battle between those who are suggesting alternatives and those who want the status quo as a battle between public sector workers and not in privatisation. That is not the case, and I've said on record, as is everybody here today, that those workers who are in our 15 sites are working tirelessly around the clock, 15 hours a day, 7 days a week, to do 1.1 million MOTs. But it's not enough, because the backlog's continuing. There are more cars on the road year on year, and unless some of us in here can invent a 9-day week, the current system will not resolve the backlog, even with the proposed changes and new sites at Highbank and Mollusk. And I think that's why, Principal Deputy Speaker, we need to see some alternatives and not just rule them out, but actually engage and look at what can be potentially done. And at last week's Infrastructure Committee, I suggested, having corresponded with a number of those within dealerships, to see whether they could do it, not in a privatised way, but they send tens of thousands of cars each year to MOT prior to selling them. They maintain them for 5 years through servicing, and then whenever they're due an MOT, they get MOT'd through the existing sites and they go into the private market for sale. If they were able to use their facilities on site to take a chunk of the MOT system out of the system itself, that could potentially be a game changer for the process. And I have spoken to many of them, I'm sure the Minister has as well, and they have the technology and they're ready and waiting to do that. Others would say they would be operating out of self-interest, but I don't agree. I mean, they are trusted to build the cars, to service them for 5 years, and when they sell them with warranty. So it will be in their interest to prepare them and maintain them. Absolutely.
I thank the member for letting me intervene, but it's just to point out, we do know that there are issues elsewhere in relation to some of these things, and so has he thought about, what we can do from a Northern Ireland perspective to circumnavigate some of those issues, because we can't stick our head in the sand and pretend that there aren't issues in the likes of England and places like that where it is privatised.
Absolutely, and I thank
Members an extra minute, John.
for her intervention. Undoubtedly, we have heard that. I would say one thing: Northern Ireland's a very small place, and we all know the mechanics who do work on our cars. And I can tell you now, if there's anybody at their work, within a day, it would be all over social media that they were taking the hand out of people, and I truly believe that. So yes, why people should be scrutinising what's going on. Ultimately, we still need to go to a mechanic to have our cars prepped for MOT anyway. So, but the proposal I'm making is not a privatisation; it's keeping the existing system with the workers there who are running to stand still, but at the very least under licensing, letting these dealerships who have the technology and the tools in place to operate a system. And like I say, even just to consult on it, absolutely.
Member for Gimbeck was quite an interesting debate. But would the member explain to the House what private operator here, what garages out there are able to facilitate a modern MOT test? And would they need regulation or legislation to be able to do that?
Happy to come back. Well, I've spoken to a number of the big ones. I don't want to name them here, but I'm sure I can put you in contact with them, or we can bring them towards the committee who've said that they have the technology in place, and if they didn't, they'd be more than happy to bring it in. Obviously, we need to change regulations, because currently there is legislation for quite strictly guiding how we do MOTs here. All I'm asking for is a scoping exercise to see what's possible. I think everything needs to be on the table. That was the point the member made earlier today and in the debate, that we need to look at every possible option, because just doing what we've always done is just going to give us the same results. And if we continue to see more cars on the road, and with the current system, I don't see how that it's going to change anything else. Principal Deputy Speaker, a couple of other points have already been raised. There is a massive impact in terms of the digital highway as well in the system that we do. Garages have told me, mechanics have told me, the amount of people they are actually booking MOTs for and taking cash for is going up, because some people out there don't have debit cards, some people don't have access to the internet, so we need a flexibility in that as well. Much has been heard too about the 50,000+ people who don't turn up for an appointment. Again, that is frustration, and if anybody's out there listening, I'm sure we could appeal to them to do more to try and avoid that. But we do need to see a more flexible approach in terms of the cancellations. I think it's 48 hours beforehand that you can't amend that booking or transfer it. If there was an ability to transfer that to somebody they knew who needed an appointment, it would be an option also. Much has been made as well about the tax issue. I had a constituent last week, Principal Deputy Speaker, last month, who was 3 or 4 days beyond their MOT and subsequently their tax had expired. They drove to Belfast because they needed the car for work and were clamped by the Tax Enforcement Office through no fault of their own. I mean, that is simply unacceptable, and this is happening more and more. And I appreciate people say if you contact the department, you will get one urgently. But that can still take a few days, and it might mean driving to the far side of the country. So it's not ideal. There's also an issue arising from the delays at the minute too, where roadside assistance is not being able to be availed of too. So, like I say, I support the motion and the amendment today, Principal Deputy Speaker, and look forward to hearing from the Minister.
Thank you, John. I call on Keith Buchanan.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. I welcome this motion. It is a timely opportunity for the House to recognise the problems constituents across Northern Ireland are experiencing obtaining MOTs. This is not only affecting private vehicle owners but also cars who are in the car business, including second-hand car dealers and dealerships. This crisis in MOT testing is nothing new, but now worse. Prior to the pandemic, there were already delays due to problems with the MOT tests in Northern Ireland when MOTs were first suspended in January 2020 due to safety concerns about equipment being used during the tests, when cracks were found in 52 of the 55 lifts being used at testing sites. What evidence can the Minister give that there is now no backlog directly related to COVID or previous lift issues? It is time for DVA, the Department and the Minister to provide a step change, or public confidence will continue to wane. Action and accountability must be the foundation of the Minister's action from this point onwards. New hairline cracks have appeared in equipment across DVA testing centres. Have lessons not been learnt? The Department and DVA should be ensuring all their equipment is fit for purpose. There should be adequate warranty and support from the manufacturer, and the equipment purchased, that the equipment purchased will not become affected in such a short period of time after recent replacement. Is there a contingency plan in place to ensure there can be continuity and access to service during any future lifts or any damage or lift issues in the future? During the inspection and repairs to any lifts with cracks, will all centres remain operational? On a weekly basis, my office takes calls from private owners who are trying to access MOTs for their vehicles. Frustration is growing as many are not able to get tests until July or August of this year. When booking a test, there are many not internet friendly who do not have or cannot use the internet to book or change their appointment. The phone line is also extremely busy. They are becoming increasingly frustrated as they do not have or cannot rely on a good public transport system, therefore the need of their vehicle to be able to carry on with their daily life, more so in the rural areas of Northern Ireland. I appreciate that there has been a slight increase in the number of vehicle tests in recent years, but as with all business, DVA and the Department should anticipate an increase in their business. They should have in place a contingency plan and ensure that they have adequate capacity to respond to increasing needs. Another common complaint I hear is reminders are not sent, as previously stated by others members, with respect to the timeline for your MOT coming up. The whole letter of reminders and obtaining a booking is not working. Sometimes when motorists obtain a date, it is so far in advance of the date of booking, people can forget the booking date and time, therefore leading to the number of no-shows we discussed earlier. Will the Minister commit to looking at this issue of reminder letters in a timely manner? Also, the second-hand motor trade have contacted me directly. Some businesses can be selling between 30 to 40 cars a month, and they are finding it difficult to obtain MOTs in a timely manner. The difficulty of booking one test for a private individual, then multiply that by 30 times in 1 month. One business told me this is a full-time job, getting appointments and driving all over the country when they eventually get them booked. Why do businesses, as in second-hand dealers, not have the same access or options as taxi drivers to access MOTs? Like taxi drivers, second-hand car dealers and dealerships require access to timely MOT appointments, as this is their livelihoods. Jobs depend on these sales, and therefore any delay can affect not just the owner of the business, but their employees, buyers and the local economy. Businesses cannot be expected to travel the length and breadth of Northern Ireland to access MOTs for the vehicles they are trying to sell, and indeed individuals travelling across NI, I think previous members had referred to this, at expense, lost production time or productive time of their productive time, and environmental impacts of travelling back and forth across Northern Ireland. Second-hand dealers experience the pain of trying to register a previously registered GB car onto the system here in Northern Ireland. So that's obviously anybody in the trade bringing GB cars across. This, I understand, is a phone call system, and then they have to try and navigate and get MOTs for those vehicles that they bring in from mainland GB. Is the Minister content that the capacity is operating as it should? In a briefing to the committee, it was indicated that over 1.1 million cars was carried out between 2022 and 2023. Are the centres staffed to the correct level to achieve maximum output of the 15 centres currently? And will the additional new centres be able to attract the correct staffing level to achieve their possible output figures? The current 20-minute to test a vehicle, how has this figure been arrived at, and is it required? Can it be reduced? If you refer to some recent figures, I think the member previously had mentioned, out of the 15 test centres from January 19 to January 24, 2/3 of them is operating at a lesser reduction. Yes, overall capacity has been increased from 82,184 to 83,755. But for example, Armagh 4,447 is now 3,600. Coleraine 5,800 is now 5,300. So 2/3 of the test centres are reduced capacity. Yes, the total capacity is up by 1,000. So I would now ask the Minister.
Remarks to a close.
In closing, I hope the Minister in his remarks will provide a solution to the general public and business depending on the MOT centres. Thank you.
Point of order.
Thank you. It's disappointing because I have come today to hear from the Minister in relation to responding to our motion in the Chamber. And just as I'm sitting here in the Chamber, news is breaking online of the proposals that the Minister is going to bring forward before this debate has even finished, which is really disappointing that that would be the case, that the media would have had sight of the proposals that are going to be announced today before this Chamber has had an opportunity to hear them from the Minister directly.
Okay, so Deborah, the Speaker last Tuesday said that any points of order that were raised today, he's going to deal with them tomorrow when he's back. So if you're content, I'll just leave it at that. Okay. Brown is the next speaker. Patrick.
Well, Deputy Speaker, and I just had a quick check on Twitter there to see if any of my comments would be out of date by the time this speech is finished, but I wasn't able to find anything just yet, so we will proceed regardless. I rise to speak in support of the motion, which I recognise gives voice to significant frustration and anger within the general public who have had to face unacceptable delays to vehicle testing services for the last number of years. It is absolutely clear that urgent action must be taken by the Minister to deal with this issue, and we welcome the motion's call for an ambitious and costed plan to tackle the MOT backlog and associated issues. And he wouldn't be the first Minister to try to begin addressing the problem. As Mr Durkan has pointed out, Minister Mallon opened a call for evidence on biennial testing in August 2021, seeking views from individuals, industry and other key stakeholders. This call for evidence produced valuable data regarding the merits and levels of support for biennial testing as a possible solution, and any future consultation or legislation should seek to build on this. And on that basis, we do support the amendment calling for further consultation. It's disappointing that there wasn't time in the last mandate to carry out that consultation exercise. It's also disappointing that despite most parties here identifying biennial testing as a possible solution, only one political party actually managed to respond to the call for evidence. And I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the current DAERA Minister for his diligence in responding to it and outlining our party's support for a trial of a 4, 2 and 1 year testing regime depending on the age of the vehicle. This call for evidence found that 85% of individuals would support biennial testing for private cars, with majorities also in favour of this for light goods vehicles and motorcycles. Whilst we recognise there are legitimate concerns about moving to a biennial system amongst industry, NIPSA and the PSNI, we do on balance feel that a trial of this approach can be a solution to addressing the backlog without compromising road safety standards or negatively impacting on the private sector. And it's clear we must do something. All of us will have been inundated in recent years by constituents at their wits' end, spending hours and potentially having to travel across the country to secure an appointment, often months down the line, all the while dealing with the stress of not knowing if their vehicle is roadworthy or not. The current system is simply not working. This backlog particularly impacts on rural constituents such as those I represent. As the motion correctly recognises, they are more likely to have to travel further or wait longer for an appointment to become available at their local test centre, with the associated costs and stress of this. I know personally that I've basically given up on getting a test at the Downpatrick Testing Centre in recent years, and now usually have to travel to Ards as my nearest centre, though I'll point out with the member for Strangford behind me, it's always a lovely experience travelling up to Ards, of course, but many others are not so lucky and will have to go much, much further than that for a test. And of course, this situation has only gotten worse during the 2 years in which we have had no elected ministers to make the decisions necessary to deliver change in the MOT system. I believe that the Minister has been right to rule out privatisation as an option. Our system, when operating properly, is far superior to the GB system, with Northern Irish drivers often spending far less on annual repairs thanks to an impartial testing regime with no reduction in safety standards. There is no doubt that a full-scale move towards privatisation could leave many road users out of pocket with no standardised means of identifying the mechanical work needed to pass an MOT. We need to make this system work, not scrap it. That is why we would call on the Minister to urgently implement a clear plan of action to tackle the backlog, address lift failures, sort delays in new testing centres, publish clear and accurate data on average wait times, tackle any staffing issues, and finally introduce biennial testing, at least on a trial basis. I wish the Minister well in finally seeing these changes implemented.
Thank you, Patrick. I call Harry Harvey, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity for a few words on this topic today, and also appreciate the Minister in attendance to listen. Minister, I know on the last mandate it was talked around a bit that we talked about maybe a 10-lane supercentre was obviously talked around. I don't know if this was something was a consideration or is still a consideration, but I was just wondering if that's still something that's being considered. Also, for years, waiting times, and I mean for as long as I can remember, waiting times were around a week till a month. You were recommended book your MOT a month in advance. But I thought it was interesting, Peter said that 25% more cars are getting MOT in this past year, which is interesting. I found that since the new booking system came into operation, where you can book your cars in for MOT online, that's when things started to go wrong. I know we had COVID issues, we had the issues with the lifts. Also, no staff in the MOT centres, I don't think is a good thing. Used to be in all our centres, we could walk in, we could make an appointment. It was great. There's a lot of people now having issues. I'm sure we've all been asked, could you book an MOT for me? So I think that's an issue. I do believe our system here is great. I love the way we do things. I think it can be fixed. I think it's a much better system than the UK system. Also, a lot more cars getting MOT, as I say. 40 years, we're going to end up driving our cars 40 years and they're going to end up being historic museum pieces, so we'll not have to worry about MOT the way things are going. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Harry, and I call Steve Aiken.
Much indeed, Mayor. I thank the Minister and everybody for the debate so far. Minister, one of the things from my constituents, and some of them have been employed in the Vehicle Testing Centre in Larne, have raised their concerns about is this safety standard of the equipment and the health and safety issues that they've had to face, and the large amount of concern that there is that having repaired so many lifts and other pieces of equipment, we're now in a situation where they seem to have failed again. And there does seem to be some issue about quality control, and has been mentioned to me, Minister, and perhaps your staff could address these issues. It's not just the issues with lifts, but it's also issues to do with atmosphere control within the centres themselves, and it's also issues to do with other forms of equipment. And there seems to be a considerable degree of disquiet that, despite the fact that repairs have been made, we yet again are seeing them failing, and failing at a fair degree of regularity. These are really significant issues for the workers who do these really hard jobs within our MOT centres, and we really have to address these questions. So I'd like the Minister to tell us here today that he is happy with the health and safety of all the equipment that he has within those facilities. And if those mistakes are found, who is actually accountable and responsible for it? Because having had these repairs done at considerable expense, how are we in a situation that they're broken again and nobody's being held accountable for it? And indeed, why aren't we taking the people who supposedly did these repairs to court to actually get recompense? Certainly, Minister.
Which pieces of equipment is the member referring to when he refers to them being broken?
And the member's an extra minute.
Thank you very much indeed. Some of the issues to do with some of the lifts that have shown cracks and soon are shown cracking again, Minister. And I think maybe the Minister should, and I'm sure the Minister will, because he is a diligent Minister, will make sure he's well informed, and actually his department itself will look very closely at the equipment in the MOT areas, and actually try and gain an understanding of what else is likely to be broken and where the problems lie. Because one of the things we're trying to do is to make our MOT centres effective, but they have to be safe places for the workers in those, Minister. That's something we need to do and something we need to concentrate on. Thank you.
I call on David Honeyford.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for joining us. And I start by following on from my colleague Peter McReynolds and start by acknowledging the great work that goes in by our staff. I think we all, it's been acknowledged around the House that the staff in our MOT centres in extremely challenging conditions and conditions that aren't of their making. You know, we have potentially the best record in Europe and across these islands with vehicle safety. And taking my own car through the process, or my wife's car through the process, our MOT staff have always been professional, courteous, and they produce really high standards. So I want to start by putting that on the record. As been said right across the House, this is one of the issues that we get loads of calls and stuff in the constituency office from people furious at not being able to get appointments, whether that's getting fines for not having tax because they can't get the MOT, and those become issues and become real to people. And it's something that the Assembly, as we look to delivery, this is something and an issue that where we need to start. And if we focus on a few things at the start, this is something I hope the Minister is able to resolve quickly. I also appreciate that the Minister is only in post a matter of weeks, but the Minister was in post before the DUP walked out and before the collapse. He remained the Sinn Féin infrastructure spokesperson during that, and actually I enjoyed sitting with him at the monthly briefings with the Permanent Secretary at that time. But this is an issue that needs resolved and brought forward quickly, and I hope the Minister is in a position to do that, and I wish him well in it. The public don't really need repeating words. We've been hearing that from 2019. They need to see actions on this, and I think it's been demonstrated the kind of frustration throughout the public that has been said here, that it's action that people want to see. Solutions and ideas have been floated, so I'm not going to go into those, but it's been said by DFI that capacity is the problem, and we're holding on to cars longer, and it's been said, I think Peter referenced that earlier. The thing I find really concerning and I'm surprised by is the department hadn't worked that out years ago, that the number of new cars being sold has been known for years, and that is announced annually. But it's concerning as we're building new test centres that we don't even seem to know how many cars are going to need MOT going forward, and how then has that business model been put together to deliver the service in the first place? I sit on public accounts with Chair McDaniel and Dan's here and Cahill's here as well, and we argued and we debated what one of the first investigations should be for the Auditor General, and that was to look at public procurement. And the MOT centres and the not opening of those new centres highlights a major or potential major procurement issue. We've spent millions of pounds on new test centres and we haven't got new test centres. Those centres have been delayed for years and they still aren't open, and they're preventing current test centres from being refurbished and updated. So maybe the Minister can confirm when the new test centres at Highbank and Mollusk are finally going to open, because the dates around that, recently we were told March of this year, now this month, and now it's saying 2025. But it raises a load of questions of whether they've been designed and built for the year in which they're going to open and not when they were designed. And there's obviously a difference in service requirement in the MOT system that has seriously changed from then. And I would question whether the business case to build the MOT centres was capable of fully servicing the situation that we're now in, and for the new capacity that we will need moving forward, because that will bring in that procurement of whether it's value for money. And we question then why procurement and that has been done by DFI and the department and not done centrally, and whether the future is, as I said, built into that business case. All those questions kind of raise, the more you ask, the more you raise questions within this. But and I hope I'm not wrong, but it does sound and relates to kind of deja vu in the past. But I want to wish Mr. well, because I know this is an issue that he will want to address and tackle, and it's something that the public need addressed and tackled. And I hope we can get a booking system and get through these and get moved on, that we can get service at a time when it's needed. Thank you, Principal Deputy.
Thank you, David. I call Alex Easton.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. My comments will be short, as many of the points have already been clearly stated. There is no doubt that the current MOT system is broken. This, in my opinion, stems back to COVID, which led to a huge backlog of vehicles not being able to get their MOTs. This has led to this broken system, and a computer-broken system that either does not seem to work properly or can't cope with the demand. I've been inundated with complaints from residents within my own constituency who either have to wait weeks or months, and over this time period they needed their MOTs to drive legally, often having to travel as far as Enniskillen to get an MOT. That, Minister, is not acceptable. Three principal reasons underpin the importance of today's debate on the MOT. The first two are self-evident: road safety and environmental impact. The third I will highlight is the importance to the economy. But firstly, it is important to take ownership of the delays, to accept the legitimate criticism and frustration of road users who are doing everything right but are being caught in this situation through no fault of their own. This situation is not okay. We need to look at why getting it right on a timely manner is important, but simply getting it right protects not only drivers but passengers and cyclists. It protects the environment, and while we may disagree on the level of climate change, we must own our own contributions to preventing environmental issues, in this instance through exhaust emissions. Furthermore, with regular MOT testing, the sustainability of the vehicle is extended, leading to savings to the driver and less environmental impact with disposal and manufacture. There is need to plan. The old adage, if you fail to plan, you plan to fail, is particularly relevant here. Accountability is critical. It is simply not good enough to charge increasing fees without showing quality services. The road users deserve better. With the cost of living crisis, the importance of the used car market is evident. Let us be consistent on the value an MOT test brings to confidence in this market. It does so by giving the buyer confidence in the condition of the vehicle, promoting the integrity and efficiency of the used car market, an important part of the economy across Northern Ireland and in my own North Down constituency. Minister, across other parts of the UK, they are using reputable garages and dealers to deal with backlogs. Why can't we do that? To not do so does not make sense to me, and it is common sense that needs to find practical solutions. So in conclusion, let's get this right through collective action and planning and delivery. Get an effective MOT system promoting not just delivery of a safer and greener Northern Ireland, but also contributing to our collective well-being, and let's use a bit of common sense. The solution is actually out there. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Alex. The next speaker will be the Minister for Infrastructure to respond. Ministry, you'll have 15 minutes. And
before I enter the substantive debate, can I say to members of the House that yes, there was a press release prepared for this debate. It was embargoed until 7 p.m. this evening, so I don't know why it is in whatever media outlets it's in. I've asked my department to follow that up because I do respect the Chamber, and I expect, and as would be expected, I come here and I respond to the debate and inform members of my plans. So I apologise to the House for that happening, and I'll follow it up. So I also want to thank Deborah Erskine and Keith Buchanan and Steve Dunn for raising the debate on MOT testing. There has been significant political and media interest in the delivery of DVA services, not just recently, but over the last few years. And it's timely that I address the Assembly's advice of the steps that the DVA has taken to increase its vehicle testing capacity and further proposals to address the continued high demand for its essential services, which, as everyone knows, increasing demand and it's difficult to meet, but we have to plan for it and meet it. In 2022-2023, as has been said, the DVA conducted over 1.5 million vehicle tests, which is the highest number ever recorded in a year. They achieved this by recruiting additional vehicle examiners and by offering vehicle testing appointments on Sundays and bank holidays when testing is not normally available. Indeed, DVA centres were open every day last year apart from 7. I cannot think of any other public service that is open to the public or more accessible to the public other than health than open. So certainly, I'll give away briefly and then I'm not giving away out because
days and the people in it are doing a great job, but the figures don't tell lies. 2/3 of the centres are underperforming. They're doing less tests now than they did in 2019.
Then Keith would suggest that the staff working in those centres are underperforming, and I reject that. The staff are working hard. They're carrying out overtime. We cannot force staff to do overtime, but many staff are doing overtime. So the staff that are the centres that are open, and the staff in them are performing a significant public duty over and above the call of duty on many occasions, and I commend them. And I think far too often this debate has understandably been negative, and the butt of that negativity has been the staff. The staff are doing their job. We have to ensure they're given the resources and the facilities to do their job. The DVA continue to greatly exceed pre-COVID levels of vehicle testing as they try to manage the continuing high demand for this public service. Disappointingly, over 50,000 customers failed to attend a booked appointment in 22-23, which was also the highest on record. In a survey conducted by the DVA, the most common reason given by customers were that they simply forgot, which calls into question as to whether the MOT test is too expensive. They simply forgot their test, their vehicle was not ready for the test, or they had sold the vehicle. The DVA's new booking system has the facility to issue an email and SMS reminder to customers 2 days before their test is due. Previously, customers had to opt in to receive these reminders, but DVA updated the system in July 23 to issue the reminders automatically unless the customer chooses to opt out. This appears to be having a positive effect, which will hopefully be reflected in future statistics. However, the demand for MOTs is increasing, driven by increasing numbers of cars of MOT age on our roads. The cost of living crisis means we are owning our cars for longer, and so more MOTs are required. Waiting times for vehicle testing therefore remains longer than usual, and in some cases customers may not be able to have their vehicles tested before their current MOT certificate expires. I recognise the frustration that this causes customers, often requiring multiple visits to the booking system in order to identify a suitable appointment. The DVA has taken steps to ensure that motorists are still able to use their vehicles when they are unable to secure an MOT appointment before their current certificate expires, by securing the support of the PSNI and insurance companies. In addition, anyone who cannot secure an appointment before their tax expires, or their tax has already expired, should complete a short notice appointment request form for an urgent appointment. The DVA currently asks customers to contact them within 5 days of their tax expiry, but I can confirm that with immediate effect, the DVA is extending this window to 10 days to provide more flexibility for customers and reduce any anxiety. And I would encourage members of the House, when contacted by members of the public who are concerned about their tax running out, that there is options available to them. It won't always be their nearest test centre. It won't always be the most convenient, but there are options available. And just on that point, I find it remarkable that we have, as a society and political leaders in our society, we're comfortable telling people to travel quite significant distances to have a medical test or to have a life-changing operation or life-changing treatment. But we're aghast, and some members in the Chamber today have been aghast by the fact that we ask people to travel an extra distance to get an MOT test. Now, there's one I think we could debate at length where our priorities are in society. I'll give way quickly to the Chair.
I think the point is, and I thank the Minister for giving way, I think the point is we're telling people to travel on roads where their car may be unroadworthy to access an MOT appointment, and they may be doing that unwittingly. And just to say, there's nothing wrong with travelling to Enniskillen for a test appointment.
Well, certainly, the legal position is this. Even if you were to drive out of an MOT centre with an MOT certificate and you were stopped by the police the next day and they found a fault with your vehicle, that MOT certificate doesn't cover you. You're legally responsible for the upkeep of your vehicle at all times. At all times. So this idea that we're asking people to travel distances in a car which may be unroadworthy, they are legally responsible for that, and they have to make sure their car is roadworthy. No, I've a lot to get through. Like many public services, and I remind members this is a public service which has faced the same crises and difficulties as other public services, the recruitment and retention of staff has also become increasingly more challenging for the DVA, given the competitive marketplace for mechanics. Positively, however, the DVA vehicle examiners were regraded to the next higher grade in 2023, and the implementation of long overdue public sector pay deals will hopefully stabilise this position. The DVA currently has 55 staff vacancies across its network of test centres, and through Tackling Pay, it has received 133 applications in its recent vehicle examiner recruitment competition. It's anticipated that a successful candidates will begin to be posted to test centres from early June, and this will provide additional capacity for vehicle testings across their network of test centres. I have asked the DVA to release additional appointments for these new recruits as soon as possible. 55 new examiners will provide a hugely significant increase in appointments each year and will be expected to have a positive impact for our customers. The DVA is also recruiting new full-time examiners who will take up positions from late March onwards. This will reduce requirements for dual-role examiners to conduct driving tests, which will also have a positive impact on vehicle testing capacity. To further increase vehicle testing capacity, the DVA is investing in new test centres, as has been said. The construction of Hydebank Test Centre and new office accommodation at the same location commenced in January 2021. Members will be aware this was in the middle of a pandemic, and we were dealing with a public health emergency and the many restrictions that imposed on us all. Inevitably, this and other factors such as global shortage of construction materials caused some delays to the programme of works. However, I am pleased to confirm that the construction works are now complete and the office accommodation is in use. During 2021, considerable difficulties also arose in relation to the equipment implementation contract, and having worked to resolve those issues without success, in February 2022, the DVA issued a notice of termination to the contractor. The contractor sought an injunction, and it's a matter of public record that in August 2022, the court found in their favour by supplying conditions about the successful installation and commissioning of new equipment at Hydebank. The DVA have had to re-engage the contractor, agreeing measures to de-risk the project, and has since been progressing the delivery of a revised work programme with them. The contractor completed the installation and commissioning of new equipment and associated software in Hydebank in early February 2024. The DVA is working with them to complete user acceptance testing to ensure the equipment functions in accordance with the requirements of the tender specifications. Once this is complete, the DVA will put the equipment and software through extensive stress and testing to ensure that it operates to the required standards in simulated test centre environment. I am sure members will agree that it is critical to ensure that the new equipment at Hydebank has been assessed by DVA as safe and fit for purpose before the test centre can open to public vehicle testing. And just on the point a number of members have raised, and Mr Aiken, there is no equipment in MOT centres that has failed in relation to lifts, etc. There has been minor cracks found in a number of the joints by an independent assessor who has assessed them cracks as the lowest category and has confirmed the health and safety of that equipment, and it can continue to be used. There are no lifts out of work or functioning as a result of the detection of these cracks. We have increased our maintenance check-ups on all of these matters and ensure that maintenance and health and safety is paramount for any equipment within our test centres, but all test centres are operating with the lifts in place. The contract for the construction of a second new test centre at Mollusk will commence was awarded on the 25th of January, and works will commence on the site in mid-May, and the test centre is expected to open in autumn 2025. Once fully operational, the two new test centres at Hydebank and Mollusk will provide the capacity to test over 200,000 vehicles per year. In relation to Hydebank, DVA officials are keeping me updated on developments, and subject to successful testing and due diligence on the equipment, I hope to be able to update you and announce the opening of Hydebank Test Centre for vehicles later this year. In terms of increased fees, the DVA has not been immune to the increased cost of all organisations are facing. DVA staff costs, accommodation costs and contracted service costs have all increased significantly. The DVA operates as a trading fund, and they are required to cover the cost of delivering their services from the fees they charge their customers. From the 1st of October 2023, driving test and vehicle test fees have therefore increased. The majority of driving tests had not increased since 2009, and vehicle tests since 2005. The new MOT for cars of £38 still represents good value for money, and is below the comparative figure in Britain of £54.85 and the fee in the south of €55. I appreciate the frustration many customers are feeling, but I don't believe privatisation is the way forward. As some members have been calling for, to adopt a similar vehicle testing model to that in Britain through a network of authorised test stations. Let there be no mistake, that is a call for privatisation of MOT services, taking jobs away from public sector workers and their families. Those same public sector workers who members are so quick to commend, I will never accept this approach, either today or tomorrow. The existing legislative framework does not allow for it, and I have no plans to change the legislation. And indeed, Britain is an outlier in the private testing of vehicles in this manner. It's also more expensive, and there is concerns around fraud across a number of centres in Britain, which has been much debated elsewhere. As I've said, DVA staff are working extremely hard to reduce waiting times through increasing its capacity. I have asked officials to bring forward other options for my urgent consideration, which might help to relieve pressure on the system, such as the introduction of temporary exemption certificates and proposals to consult on biannual testing, as the motion calls for. The proposers of the amendment will be aware that DFI undertook a call for evidence on the potential introduction of biannual MOT testing for private cars in 2021. As has been stated, there were over 1,200 responses, and while many of the public support biannual testing, it has to be emphasised the PSNI are opposed to such a measure, and are the insurance industry, who in response said, whilst they had concerns about road safety issues, there may also be an issue in relation to increasing costs of insurance because of biannual test. And I'm sure no member here wishes to increase the burden on hard-pressed workers and families by seeing insurance companies racking up their insurance costs. But as I've said, I will explore all matters carefully that have been raised today. It is my intention to ensure that we increase the capacity of DVA to increase the number of MOT tests available. There are measures immediately announced today, and that their measures may take a little longer. I have asked my officials to bring me forward a report, and I hope to respond to the Assembly, or report back to the Assembly after the Easter recess on these matters, which shows the urgency of the matters involved. Just quickly on a number of other matters in relation to west of the ban. There are a number of sites proposed west of the ban, and there has been land purchased in Enniskillen and Campsie. It will require further financial clearance, and as has been said, even looking at our business cases to make sure that they're fit for purpose moving forward. Harry had talked about the 10-lane supercentre. I can advise him that we have 8 and 9 coming on board, but not a 10. Thank you.
Thank you. I call on Colin McGrath to move to wind on the amendment.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. And I suppose it's been somewhat of an interesting debate where we were able to read the Minister's remarks before he actually took to his feet to make them, and to see some of the things that he was going to accept. And I suppose as one of them includes the amendment that we have proposed this evening, it's welcome. But I suppose, as ever, the devil is in the detail, and it's in that word of "I will explore." So you'll explore these suggestions if they come up from the department. So we still have a bit of a road to travel, and we'll have to see how these things are developed. I suppose the interesting thing from this debate has been that almost every speaker has practically said the same thing. And that puts a bit of a difficulty on the person that's winding, because there is a bit of an onus to feedback what people have said, and everybody has said the same thing. So I don't intend to rehearse them in any great detail. Maybe just as a summary, people are aware from their constituents that it has taken an absolute age to get an MOT test, that can cause considerable stress and pressures because that may not be done in time. People may have to take their cars off the road for a period of time whilst they get the right appointment and chase up an emergency appointment. And we all, through our constituency offices, have those individuals coming in asking for help to try and secure that. Now, I'm not obviously an infrastructure committee member, but if I sort of read it across to being a member of the Health Committee, and we think about many of those in the domiciliary care sector that are out working in the community, providing that valuable community care, they're often representatives from there that are coming to us and saying, if I don't get this MOT sorted out, I'm not going to be able to do my work. And that does link across to several other professions out there as well. I suppose it's really important to get that access opened up for tests in a very timely manner. Just sitting here, we all know you've got that website that you can click on to check when your MOT is actually due. And this debate has prompted me to do that. And I can see that my MOT is due in 8 weeks. And I thought, well, I better get on to the other part of the website, which is to book an appointment. And of course, I'm presented with the fact that I need a booking reference number, which I won't have until I receive that letter. So I can see how I am going to be starting to move towards that territory of it being so late whenever I get the opportunity to apply for the MOT. And I know the Minister and others know the importance of an opposition and that we need to be here. So I'm going to need that car to be able to come up to Stormont, to be able to carry out my workload and to be able to provide that scrutiny. So I hope that once we get the date, I'll be able, if needed, to avail of that service that helps us to be able to get the test a little bit quicker. Maybe for those that aren't necessarily as heavily involved in infrastructure, I certainly was struck to hear over 1 million tests. That was really quite shocking. I thought it was such a large number. And actually, when you think about the number of test centres that we have, which isn't huge, the fact that they actually are undertaking 1 million odd tests every year is quite an achievement. But we know through the cost of living crisis that people are holding on to cars longer. We know that cars generally, newer cars, are of better quality and they're able to last a little bit longer. And certainly that is the main reason for our suggestion of moving to the biennial testing, because we feel that cars, certainly up to the age of about 10, should be relatively safe. They will have warning lights that will come on and indicate if there is something wrong with the vehicle, and that should help. On the issue that was mentioned about the distances for people travelling for testing, one just issue to that is that because of the difficulties in the system, people are crossing each other. So somebody from Enniskillen is maybe having to come to Downpatrick, which is a wonderful thing for them to do, but likewise somebody from Downpatrick is maybe having to go to Enniskillen. And actually, if the systems were organised in a timely way, it would help people greatly if they were able to access it at their local MOT centre, so that it's a minimal amount of disruption. And I think, as is eloquently said, if there is a problem with a car, they're not travelling 80, 90 miles in a car that's maybe not suitable for the road. So the arguments have all been well rehearsed and made. We put forward our suggestion about biennial testing. I welcome that the Minister has said that he will consider that if it comes up, and I just hope that we can get it sorted out, because far too much time is invested in people having to complain to their MLAs about not being able to access a timely MOT test, and we hope that we can get that sorted. Thank you.
Thank you, Colin. I call Stephen Dunderwind on the motion.
Deputy Speaker, and I'm very pleased to have tabled this motion here in the House today alongside my two colleagues, Deborah Erskine and Keith Buchanan, on this very important and timely issue as well. And I do welcome the constructive debate in the Chamber today, and I think there has been many good points made and many very valid points as well. And indeed, I thank the Minister for his attendance today, and it is appreciated. And I thought when we seen the article coming through that he might not show, he might miss his appointment here. But we are glad, Minister, that you are here, and we appreciate you listening to us all in this evening. You know, and I think there has been general agreement across the Chamber today that the current system does need improved, and really it's not working as it should be, and that's, you know, not despite the efforts of the hard-working staff and so on, which has been acknowledged across the House here today. Trying to get an MOT appointment is a huge challenge, and for so many people, including those of us in the Chamber today, and even within my own constituency office, it is among the most common issues being raised with us. And I think some of the colleagues have mentioned as well how the current system, the way it currently operates, it does cause confusion for motorists, and I think that's an important point. And I think that highlights how we need to see improvements in it. People are asking, are they legally roadworthy? Are they insured? Can they get taxed? These are among the many questions facing many motorists every day on our roads. As others have rightly stated, it is important to acknowledge the work of the staff in our vehicle testing sites right across the country, and the fact, as has been said by a number of people, of over 1.15 million vehicle tests being completed during 22-23. The highest number ever recorded in a year is testament to that, and I think nobody here is disputing the hard work of the staff. Certainly I didn't hear that in the comments over the last hour plus. The pandemic, as it did across so many sectors, did provide challenges, and I think unprecedented challenges. But I think the time for using the pandemic as an excuse for a poor service is long over. Whilst vehicle tests have increased, as has been talked about during the debate, I do feel we have had a lack of decisive action and solutions coming forward from the previous Infrastructure Minister, who many of these issues were on their desk at that time as well. But hopefully the current Minister will surprise us all and will take real action and deliver an improved MOT service, which is so greatly needed. Last week at the Infrastructure Committee, we heard directly from the DVA Chief Executive, who stated that a 72-day wait for an MOT test is now the new normal in Northern Ireland. Indeed, a stat that was carried on a number of local media outlets. However, today a constituent who I know quite well contacted me, and he booked his MOT online today, and the first date he could get at his nearest MOT centre, which is in Newton Ards, was the 8th of August, some 150 days from today's date. That is more than double the new normal, and I believe that is unacceptable. Something has to change, and we need to see innovative ways coming forward and not just being talked about but being delivered, and we need to see solutions. And I do believe the Minister has an opportunity to demonstrate that he's up for action, and I think this motion today affords him that opportunity, and I certainly do welcome him coming here today and some of the commitments that he's made towards action. It is interesting to note that the Newton Ards MOT Centre conducted the most tests, with almost 11,900 tests completed during the month of January in 2024, and I think that is to be commended. It is the centre that I'm most familiar with and one used daily by my constituents in the neighbouring North Down constituency. As has been mentioned, the incredibly high number of missed appointments is a cause for concern. Over 50,000 vehicles tests failing to turn up for their MOT, and I think that is no doubt a contributing factor to the backlog and I think we need to look proactively at ways to address that as well. I also welcome the progress on the new MOT centres, and hopefully they can be fully opened without any further delays. And Mr Harvey might even get 10 lanes if he keeps pressing our new minister. And I think another issue which has been raised recently with me is the option of looking at vehicles only requiring an MOT after 5 years rather than 4. And I think that is a reasonable request, and I think it is interesting to note how in GB they've recently increased it from 3 to 4 years. So I think that does show certainly a direction of travel. I will now turn to remarks made by a number of members this evening, and indeed the Chair of the Committee, Deborah Erskine, rightly raised the issue of new cracks appearing on the lifts, and that is causing concern despite what the Minister may have said today. It does create uncertainty, and it does raise further questions across our local community, particularly I think given the issues that everybody is so familiar with a number of years ago. And it is alarming, and I think there is that fear that it will have an impact on service ultimately. Ms Erskine also highlighted that over half of NI drivers admitted to driving without an MOT, according to a recent survey carried out by Compare NI, and also highlighted the real need for urgent action. Mark Durkin highlighted the stress being created for people and the need for people to travel distances to try and get an MOT, and he stressed how we in Northern Ireland are indeed highly car dependent, and I think that is an interesting statistic, and that came through again at our committee last week. How the number of car users is up, and I think that is ironic given the amount of money that has been spent on, I suppose, discouraging car use through active travel and cycle lanes and so on, but yet car use is up, and I think policy needs to reflect that as well. And obviously the biannual testing was mentioned by Mr Durkin, being through his amendment. Danny Baker talked about the challenges that elderly constituents face accessing MOTs, and he also talked about the recruitment issues that are being experienced at a number of our test centres across our country. Peter McReynolds highlighted concerns from his constituents about being unable to get their car taxed and the need for earlier renewal letters, and I think that is an important point as well. It should be taken on board. And he also, Mr McReynolds talked about the reintroduction of the temporary exemption certificates, and I think it is worthy to point out how the TECs were useful, particularly during the pandemic. I think everybody benefited from them, and I think that was an idea, an example of innovative ways, and action points that actually did help people on our roads. John Stewart talked about frustrations and the need for alternatives, and I know we talked about that during the committee as well, and the role for car dealerships. Not ruling that out, I suppose that's what Mr Stewart, I think it was fair to say, wanted that to be kept on the table. Keith Buchanan mentioned the previous lift issues and how confidence in our MOT system has been damaged, and highlighted the impact of the most recent cracks on our lifts and the challenges for second-hand car dealers. And indeed that is an issue that has been shared to me recently, and how the car dealers are also reliant on being able to get an MOT for their vehicles in terms of their livelihood. And I suppose it raises the question, should there be a more dedicated system to car dealers, those people who are depending on getting an MOT, as I say, for their livelihood. Mr Buchanan also finished by talking about the worrying statistic that 2/3 of our MOT centres are underperforming in terms of vehicles actually tested over the 5-year period from January 19 to January 24. And hopefully the Minister will have heard my colleague Mr Buchanan on that issue. Patrick Brown talked about the call for evidence from the last Minister on biannual testing, and spoke of our system being superior to that of GB. And I think that is an important point. I think there is a lot of merit in having the independence of our MOT system and the regulation and so on that comes with that. My colleague Mr Harvey talked about the recent changes to our MOT system and how improvements could be made, including the ability to book physically in at our test centres rather than just online, because I think we do need to acknowledge how obviously the digital transformation has transformed how so many of us do business, but I think it's always important to point out that some people do not have that online access, and I think accessibility is an important point to note. So I thank my colleague Mr Harvey for outlining that. Steve Aiken highlighted the failing lifts and the significance of the issue and the importance of staff safety as well. unfortunately not here to hear my comments. But David Honeyford pointed out how the Infrastructure Minister has considerable experience, and I think that's an important point, that Minister, you're not one of the newest infrastructure ministers in terms of you have served after the May 22 election, I believe, for a number of months, and I think that is an important point Mr. Honeyford made. So we're watching you even closer. I think that's important to say, and you served for a number of months as Infrastructure Minister previously, fairly recently, and you also highlighted the rise of car ownership importantly as well. So Alex Easton highlighted how the system was broken and the need for action. Overall, I think most will agree that we have a constructive debate here this evening, and I think we do now need to see action to improve our MOT system. And important we acknowledge that there is room for improvement, and hopefully we can improve our testing facilities and our test results ultimately. And I trust the Minister will take on board our motion, and I commend the motion to the House this evening. Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. So the question is that the amendment standing in the names of Mark Durkin and Colin McGrath be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary of any noes? The ayes have it. So the question is that the motion as amended be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary of any noes? The ayes have it. So the last item on the order paper is the adjournment. The question is that the Assembly is adjourned. The Assembly is now adjourned. Cormac.
Assembly Chamber. Sound. 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 Assembly Chamber. Sound.